What all channels are we on? I'm seeing some chat in the stream that I don't see in the...
I think we're on a few different ones.
You hear the Star Wars music.
Do hear Star Wars music. All right. Yeah, I heard us on YouTube. I think we're good.
All right. We are live.
Jeff, do the intro. Do the intro.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier for Season 1 of Star Wars Unlimited. I am Jeff Creasy, and I'm here with my buddy Jonathan Fisher. How are you doing this morning, Jonathan?
Well, for the third time today, Jeff, I am doing great.
I already knew that because we've done
you already knew that
times now.
I am excited to hang out, talk about some Star Wars. It's gonna be fun. I haven't been playing much, so I'm gonna be the dumb guy asking questions, and I'm actually excited to do that.
I'm gonna be the guy trying to pretend I know the answers and just saying things.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be great. Can't wait.
Yeah. So the round is getting started. You can see the players on screen. You know, if you're here with us now, you don't need to go anywhere. It's gonna start real soon.
Yeah, we've got one player here. Still don't know the matchup yet for round one, but should get started here imminently. They've already done the pairings and players are getting seated, so.
We got Symbiode doing production all day. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We were doing some last night, making sure everything's all set up. Luffy's on site, playing in the event. That's exciting. We want him to win. We want him in the finals, right?
I'm sure we'll get him around the top 8 to the finals time frame.
Exactly. And then
interesting question in chat asking about the sealed PQ. I'm actually really excited for the fact that we have competitive limited events now as well. I might actually just try to fly to a sealed PQ just because it's fun and I like limited. What do you think about that, Jonathan, about the fact that they're getting into competitive limited events?
Okay, so for years, I have been a limited only player. When I got into Star Wars, that got me back into playing constructed versions of TCGs, right? So I've been dedicated limited player for like a decade in Magic and other games. So I would go to the sealed events. I'd go to all the like major limited events that I could find time for, draft every week. So that's really exciting for me. And I bet there are a lot of people out there like that. Like I know Carlos, Hyperspace Cube, he loves Cube. He's got to be excited for this, right?
Yeah, I'm excited too because right, at least in the early days of the game, and I would say it's kind of a misconception that a lot of people think of limited as a format for beginners where, hey, you know, you don't need to bring cards. So it's, you know, if you don't have a collection, hey, just come play limited. But it is a very high skill expression form of playing, and even more so in Star Wars, especially in draft, where you know all the leaders around you as soon as they get opened. And there is, in my opinion, there's a much higher skill ceiling on limited than there is on constructed, even though there's also going to be higher variance in terms of what you open, how the players around you act and things like that. But I'm really interested to see some competitive limited. Yeah,
I think it introduces like new vectors of skill expression, right? Like not just over the table while you're playing the game, but as you're drafting, as you're observing people drafting around you, as you're noticing cards that are missing when a pack comes back to you, and thinking about like, oh, what are they playing? Oh, I thought that card was going to come back. Somebody took it. There's so many little things.
Yeah, definitely a bunch of little things. I think you cut out there a little bit, Jonathan. But either way, I fully agree with what you were saying. Yeah, I know I got a little taste of that when I thankfully got to draft Hyperspace Cube's Cube. And for the record, not to brag, but I am undefeated in Star Wars Unlimited Cube. So currently tied for the world champion with several other players.
A monster did talk to you. Hello, Jeff.
Hello.
It's me, Symbiode. Hello, everyone. We do production and
Symbiode.
while
We're trying to get
Jonathan,
Jonathan back on.
Well, he's invisible. I'll be chatting. Oh, hey.
I'm here. There
Hey,
was like a little hiccup there. That was weird.
But yeah, I'm super excited for limited. Someday we'll get Cube as part of the World Championships, but we'll start with just regular draft.
Yeah, they've done it for Magic. They've done some like major Cube events. Those are awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it was last year I went to CubeCon, which is a whole like dedicated to cube formats for Magic the Gathering. It was a ton of fun. So many cool, like uniquely designed cubes and stuff. I look forward to when Star Wars Unlimited has a big enough card pool that we can do more unique and varied cubes. It's a really cool kind of like expression of the either archetypes or just fun things that you like in the game.
I think it is going to be interesting for players that are trying to go as far as Galactics, right? Like now you can't avoid playing limited. You have to do it. And there's such an investment in learning that. And I've seen a lot of times groups of friends or players or teams will lean on a couple players that are high skilled experts. They'll do a bunch of work into it. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how like teams of players and individual players handle coming into Galactics with that like whole other set of skills that you need to bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how, because this Legend of the Force was the first set where the designers that worked on this set were very conscious of a balanced limited environment according to FFG. So I'm really interested to see if these good teams, someone like the Bothan Network, for example, can break the limited format and find these keys to success. You see that sometimes in games where certain limited formats end up with just a few key cards that, you get these cards or you understand this one strategy and you just have a drastically higher win rate than the rest of the field. So I'm really interested if we see something like that, because in Star Wars, you don't get, unlimited reps with competitive limited. If you play a game like Magic or a game that has these online clients that let you play limited, then these competitive players can just get unlimited reps and find all these things out. So it's a little bit trickier to actually get the reps in with limited for this game. So I'm really curious to see how that ends up going.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a year to see how people adjust, see what they come up with.
We've got some time for sure. We're seeing, looks like Sabine ECL versus, is that a Poe Dameron I see?
It is.
Well, I'm already rooting for the Poe because of the sleeves. I gotta go for the Akbar sleeves above the plain sleeves. Not to be biased, it's just some of the best art in SWU is that Akbar face.
I think it's a trap. Sabine's pretty good.
I'm really curious to see what version of Sabine people are bringing. It was a really good point that Chrono from KTOD brought up on the Underwhelming Barrage podcast. And side note, if anyone here likes SWU, I highly recommend that show. It's just a bunch of really good players talking about really, really like high level concepts of the game. But he was talking about how Sabines have to adapt to evolve in the current meta climate that we're in, where you have a lot of red-blue hero, a lot of force throw. There's a lot of these kind of unique matchups here, and you can evolve Sabine to adapt. You can adapt Sabine to kind of be okay in those situations, but then you lose points into what used to be traditionally really good matchups, like some of the harder control stuff. And so I'm really curious what we're going to see out of the Sabine, if they're playing cards like Darksaber, or if they're saying, that's too risky for the force throw meta and my leader never lives anyway, or if they're going a lot more space heavy, which can help against some of the blue-red hero stuff, but might hurt into a Poe ECL, where Poe is just going to be playing the same spaceships but larger because they have a Poe pilot on them.
Yeah, I have been seeing the like paper rock scissors of mid-range aggro control kind of rotating around since Galactics and the latest PQ results. I think somebody did well with a Palpatine blue. Who would have thought? I think I heard that someone won a PQ with that.
Palpatine won the Albuquerque, New Mexico Planetary Qualifier. Yes, beat a Han2 blue in the final. Beat Kyle Kraft from the Colorado Cantina crew. Really good player.
Ooh.
I don't know the Han2 or the Palpatine's player's name, unfortunately, but yeah, Palpatine's already up a PQ. So
yeah, That's exciting for me, but like it gets back to like if you're pushing Sabine, then Palpatine's going to come in, or decks like that, right? So then things are just rotating in and out as people decide what to bring to these tournaments.
Yeah, I don't know if anything can make Sabine lose to Palpatine, but I know that a lot of Sabines have been losing points into some of the other previously good matchups.
Right. It makes it hard to bring it. So that opens the door. Be interesting to see what people brought today.
Chat, how many people were at the Albuquerque Planetary Qualifier? It was on the smaller side, but as Kyle said on the Colorado Cantina Crew podcast, hey, the points all count the same.
That's true. Hey, we're underway here.
Yeah, looks like we're ready to get started here. We see the Sabine's Masterpiece for sure in the Poe player's hand. That can be a really solid option, especially with the ECL. There's a Luke Pilot there that might end up being the turn 1 play. I'm curious how aggressively both players are going to use their ECLs in this matchup. The Sabine, we also see a Luke Pilot and a Wing Leader. The Wing Leader is an interesting one because if you aggressively ECL, it's not going to be as useful early. But neither of these decks are going to be running any bounce spells or anything like that. So the XP could be very valuable here and just getting a stranglehold on the board.
Players deciding how to resource. So tough decision for the Akbar player. Can I call him the Akbar player?
Oh wow, he puts down the Masterpiece. That's interesting. He must be thinking that both players are going to ECL aggressively, so the Masterpiece won't be online early. Or he might be thinking that his turn 2 needs to be this Luke Pilot. So he goes with the black one, which is going to be always online with the ping because he has Poe Pilot. And yeah, there we see the turn 1 ECL.
Wow.
Well, it's a really good. You basically have to with the green Squadron A-wing because otherwise the black one just eats it for free.
Yeah, for sure.
But now
I know the WoW was actually I was thinking about him putting his Sabine's Masterpiece in the row. So I'm thinking about, like, exactly. What is he gonna do now?
I think there's another 3-cost ship in hand. If not,
okay.
Well, there's a green Squadron A-wing, so he got
yeah.
But I think there might be another 3-cost ship in hand for the Poe player. That might be a red 5. I can't fully see. It's hard to tell for sure. But I would expect just an ECL back. They may get greedy and say, anything kills the green Squadron A-wing, so I can just play my cards out. That will get punished pretty heftily if Sabine kept their wing leader in hand.
I think another interesting observation, these are like 2 aggro decks. So you think, okay, it's going to be super fast. This game's going to be over fast. But we're getting through these first couple turns where they're using ECL to clear each other's board, and there's not a lot of damage going on the base.
Yeah, I think a lot of aggro matchups can sometimes, they basically, if both decks are the same speed, then it always kind of turns into a mid-range matchup because it's all about board control. So it doesn't matter if they're mid-ranging, quote-unquote, with 2 drops. It's still, I play my unit, try to kill your unit, and try to maintain a board advantage.
So we can put that shiny Poe on our ship.
And I think we might be going from here into the race because Sabine has used their ECL, so they can't really get back into the space arena. So we may have just seen it's basically 2 turns of kill your guys, and now I think everything is going to turn into a race from here unless this Poe deck can interact with the ground or Sabine can find a way to interact with space. I don't know if either of those things are going to happen. We may just start seeing some bases get hit. There is a Cassian in the row for the Poe player.
Looking at the numbers, so we're gonna have 6 coming in from Sabine player, right? And then 3, 4, 5 coming in from the Poe player. They'll both deploy to whatever arena they decide to go to, but I mean, just that little edge in damage from the Sabine player, you could win by just a couple points in a game like this.
Absolutely, they both only have to count to 25.
So yeah, another like bit of math. As they spend their 4 resources this turn, how much potential damage are they deploying to the board?
Yeah, I'm wondering if Poe will be able to efficiently utilize their resources, because we see the Sabine's Masterpiece. That's only 3 out of 4. So if they have 2/2 drops, that may feel better. Jesse in chat is a very staunch Poe advocate. you'll hear her constantly wanting Poe to do good things. So I know which side of this she's on. I think it is going to be the Masterpiece. So that now Poe is representing 9 damage per turn in space. And the Sabine player is also representing 9 damage on ground. So we're pretty even here at the moment. We'll see if Sabine can use their last 2 resources or not.
Right.
Something like a Yoda's lightsaber, then that could really swing things.
There's a little sabery looking thing there.
I think they may have a Yoda saber in hand, and if so, it looks like there's a wrecker in the hand of the Poe player, but that's not gonna come in play for 2 more turns. They have the Cassian next turn, but Cassian can only kill the Sabine unit right now.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he was really able to leverage the wrecker.
Yeah, Poe's gonna have to find something here. I think this Yoda saber is really changing the number of turns until this game ends.
Man, yeah, 3 for 2 resources. That's so much.
It's only +1 though, so they could you could ping the Sabine with the Masterpiece and then wrecker it next turn, but you're probably just dead by then.
Yeah. So now 12 damage on board for Sabine player.
Yeah, so they're going to be putting Poe in check this turn if Poe can't do something to interact with this board. Oh, disabling Fang Fighter is huge. So taking 3 more damage off. Now Sabine is going to need 2 actions unless they have something else here. Something like another lightsaber, a Rebel Assault,
Right.
Heroic Sacrifice.
Yeah, and what you mean there, like when you talked about putting him in check, you were talking about putting him in 1 action check. He can still put him in 2 action check with this board. Just clarifying for,
Yeah,
I mean, that's exactly what you just said in different words.
Yeah, so there's the Rebel Assault, and there's still 4 resources up for Sabine. So technically, they'll need something else. So if they play something like a K2, because Sabine is currently set to leave Poe with 4 health remaining at the end of this turn, with what they have on board.
Right.
And all of their units attack for 3.
So another pump, whether it's this turn or next turn, would do
Heroic
it.
Sacrifice there. So Poe trying to draw an answer.
Sabine does have K2 in hand. So what's the math? Do they have enough time to attack with Cassian, deploy the K2, and threaten check?
So that was 7. So they go to 13. They may just deploy the K2 now, and then if they have or draw a Heroic Sacrifice, but they're getting in their damage. So this signifies that they don't also have a Heroic Sacrifice in hand.
They have Poe and K2. The Sabine player does. So I think the next move is for Sabine is going to be deploy the K2 and say, "What do you got, buddy?"
Yeah, the Poe player is only threatening 4 more damage here, which is not going to be enough. So they're going to have something good to get out of this. I don't know. I can't think of anything they might be playing that would be a Sentinel, or is that another Heroic Sacrifice in hand?
I think so. They can deploy their leader to ground right now, right? But it's just not enough. There's so much toughness over there and too many threats.
Yeah, I think I like the Heroic Sacrifice play and just get more damage on board and draw another card to see if you have any kind of answer.
I agree.
So this should get the Sabine player up to 19 on base. The Masterpiece does die, which is unfortunate because that was dealing 4. So third heroic sacrifice is not lethal anymore. I believe Poe might have a for a cause in hand, but that's not enough
Still
either.
not enough. Is there a 3 damage pump? I don't think so, right? In these colors?
I don't
with
know
one
if
unit
Poe is
on the
playing
board?
something like a trench run that could give +4. I believe Fang Fighter, as fighter is in the name, is a fighter, but I don't believe Poe plays that card.
Okay, so now Surprise Strike would do it. So, now I guess as the Poe player, you're thinking about your entire deck list. Say, okay, if I claim, what's in my deck? Do I have any cards that win the game?
Yeah, with the K2, you can't afford to deploy to ground anymore, because then Sabine just claims and wins. Even if you manage to kill the K2, you take 3 from that, and then any of the other units are lethal. So Poe can't afford to do any action other than claiming, but they know if they're running a card like Trench Run or not. So maybe it's not
Right.
out for them.
Yeah, you know, this player, they're doing their due diligence, right? Like, let me just think through it, make sure.
Yeah, they claim.
And then even if you can't think of anything, let's just see.
Yeah, you might as well. Oh, another Wrecker. So yeah, that doesn't do it, because Wrecker can come down and kill the K2, but again, that you take the 3 from that, and then any attack is lethal. Maybe they're just hoping that Sabine won't see the line of doing the thing Sabine does. Either way, time's not an issue, so you're not too worried about going to time here, but it looks like Sabine's going to take down this game 1.
Yeah. I don't see a way around it. Yep, there we go. Not gonna go through the remaining
Going to
motions.
game 2 here. And we do see some of the new cards for Sabine coming in clutch there. The Yoda's Lightsaber at +3 attack for only 2 resources was huge, because it let them deploy a 2-cost unit and the +3 damage on the same turn. We saw the instant upgrade removal, well, instant being after 1 attack from the Poe player, but it was still just enough. That 3 damage was enough to get the victory there.
But did they already shuffle up? What are we?
They're sideboarding right now.
Oh, you know what I did? I went to YouTube and it wasn't on live. And it was on the part where they were putting their resources down. And I was like, what is happening? Oh my gosh. Okay, so Poe's gonna have initiative. Folks in chat saying this is a bad matchup. You know, what's the Poe deck looking for to interact with Sabine and, you know, win the numbers race?
I wouldn't hate for Poe to do something like on turn 2, just play a Cassian to the ground arena so that you can try to fight for the ground a little bit. Because what we saw from Sabine was fight in space just enough to slow Poe down and then win on the ground. And I think Poe wants to do the same thing, but in the other order. So Poe wants to start off by playing a 3 attack space unit, so something like not the Green Squadron A-Wing, but the actual green colored A-Wing that's the 3/2, because then if Sabine ECLs a ship into it, it dies back. So Poe wants to try to get to stick a space unit and then have enough disruption on the ground that Sabine can't just race.
Yeah, that's been a classic issue with the A-Wing since set 1. All right, so did we see how many cards these players brought in? I see the Poe player looking at 2 cards.
A decent number of cards. Well, Jesse, good luck in your PQ starting in 5 minutes. I assume you're also on Poe or something similar.
Very exciting. So we talked about mid-range making it a little hard for the aggro decks right now, but we see 2 aggro decks in this round 1. Do you think a lot of players are gonna bring aggro and continue to like test people and say, look, you have to be able to beat me?
I don't think it's as clear of a spectrum as, you know, aggro beats control, mid range beats aggro, control beats mid range. I don't think that's a very clear spectrum. Especially the deeper we get into this game, the more sets that we get. There's a lot of counterplay, and there's a lot of kind of blurred lines. Like we always call Sabine an aggro deck, but it's also a deck that can, you know, ECL in a 5-drop to, you know, kill space units and upgrades with Poe.
Right.
It's not as low to the ground as something that we might traditionally consider an aggro deck, even though it's just, you know, generally more aggressive than other things. And Sabine is a leader who cares about dealing damage everywhere and trying to end the game sooner.
Which is also kind of a part of the effect of how the mechanics of Star Wars Unlimited work. Like, we saw Poes and Wreckers in those players' hands, but we also saw them spending all their resources, putting damage on base and getting each other really close to being in check, with Sabine winning, because they can resource the Poes and Wreckers. Like, once we added Poe and Wrecker to the Sabine deck, it absolutely can function more as a mid-range. I agree.
And I would imagine those get sided out in these matchups. You definitely, I would imagine you definitely side out the Poes, and I don't. Wrecker is usually not good in these mirrors either, because as we saw there, the game usually ends on the 6 resource turn. So unless you're holding that Wrecker to play on 6 to try to get an overwhelm damage there, but you usually already have units on board that would deal a similar amount of damage, and there's usually more than one unit that you could Wrecker into. So.
And trying to save your ECL for that long is just
exactly.
You're probably gonna die doing that.
Yeah, you need control early, so you need to ECL early. So then you're playing your Wrecker without it, and you're definitely not getting to timely your Wrecker in to give it ambush. We're about to start game 2 here, with Sabine being up a game.
This is the actual start of game 2, and you accidentally go into YouTube. And be like, what the heck? How are they playing? Hey, you know what? There's no shame in reading your opponent's cards. Read your opponent's cards. I do that all the
time whenever I'm playing against the less common leader. Even though I know roughly what they do, it's good to know the exact verbiage. So you can understand if Poe can do something like move from one ship to another ship, or if you kill Poe when he's on a ship, does he have to exhaust to deploy on his front side, or can you deploy him after he gets killed? Things like the nuances of Poe are good to make sure that you fully understand, even if you know roughly what he does.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's a deck that you yourself have played a lot, sometimes those little details can evade you a bit.
And we do see the 3-2 A-Wing start from Poe, so this is what they want. So any ship that Sabine ECLs in is going to trade, and we see Sabine just going to the ground.
Oh, they're both presenting 3. Okay, Poe claimed. This is an interesting moment where we have to ask ourselves, are we pinging? We're not pinging.
I don't know. I think it depends on if you think you have a good answer here, because also Poe has initiative. So if Poe does something like if I was the Poe player here, what I would most want to do is something like ECL a Cassian, to kill the battlefield marine, turn off A-Wing, turn off Wing Leader, turn off Fleet Lieutenant, and make Sabine have to think about if they're going to ECL their 3-drop into your 2-drop space unit.
Right. And the Sabine 3-drop would die in that exchange, right? In most cases?
Unless it was Red 5, which I don't know.
Red 5, okay.
If Sabines are on, or if the Sabine has. And what Sabine wants to do is hope their battlefield marine stays around, and then they could do something like potentially ECL a Wing Leader. So we go with the Luke pilot. So ECLing Wing Leader is offline.
And for folks watching, the X token on that ECL is from the previous game. They haven't cleared it off.
The ECL has not been used this game yet. It's a good call out.
Yeah, so does the Poe add 3? It's a little blurry for me. I haven't played that in a while.
So Luke as a pilot adds +3/+2. So It's interesting to playing the Luke pilot. You can still get blown out by ECLing Sabine's masterpiece with the green unit out to fully trade. Luke would just go to ground in that case, so it wouldn't be the end of the game or anything.
Oh, Luke pilot, my bad. Yep. So 6/3 Sundari Peacekeeper to add some restore.
Yeah, Sundari Peacekeeper is another one that's really good in these race scenarios because he basically swings for 5 when you count the 3 damage plus the 2 restore. It's a 5 health swing. So that is a very scary unit for any space aggro deck to see.
I kind of love when people criticize aggro decks for being a little mindless. I don't think so. There's so much math. And then you have these decision points where you have to decide, am I playing this card or this card? Am I using this pump spell? Am I deploying a unit? And you have to think about the numbers round after round and get them to 0.
Well, also, I think that the biggest difference is in this game where you utilize any card from your hand as a resource. That makes the game, aggro deck specifically, much more skill intensive than in other games, because you have to decide which of these aggro cards do I need, which can I resource, how often do I need to put down resources, or can I stay at certain lower numbers. And that adds so much skill expression into aggro decks. It makes them a lot harder to play as opposed to a different game where you have a separate resource system.
Yeah, you have to predict, what is turn 2, 3, and 4 going to look like? Which of these cards should I be resourcing? As opposed to, what exactly is my curve? And let me just run out exactly this card.
Did this Poe player perhaps resource a Cassian because it has Smuggle, and now they're wishing they could play it for 3? I don't know if that happened, but that's a question that comes up a lot in these aggro decks.
All right, so deploying more threats, adding more, turn-to-turn damage on the Poe side. What are they going to do with these last 2 resources? I can't tell what's in their hand.
There's a prestige ship that is not black one, but I can't tell what it is. And then Sabine, looks like Sabine has another Yoda's lightsaber, so if they also have a 2-drop unit to play, that's really good.
Yeah, I was wondering, is this your only option? Just deploy your Poe and then prepare yourself to claim.
They're currently on pace to lose the race again.
Well, so they added 5 damage to board. Sabine flipping 1 turn early puts so much more damage on the board for the Sabine player on this turn. Oh, and then it turns out they did not add 5.
Refocus the room. This is terrible.
It looks like they ECL'd in a red 5.
Yeah, just taking out that 5 damage that the Poe players invested in.
Poe gives +2/+1, right?
Yes. +2/+1.
So yeah, Poe giving +2/+1. So the A-Wing only had 3 health remaining, so the red 5 just kills it. And now Sabine feels like they're in a very good spot. They're ahead on damage, ahead on units, and they have the Sundari Peacekeeper, which is a huge swing.
Right. Yeah, so
Poe does still have the ECL, which they may not realize because they never offered from last game.
You're so right. I wonder at this point in the game if they're just going to forget.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Because last game, in game 1, both ECLs were used on turns 1 and 2, so they were both gone pretty quickly.
Otherwise, they would be using it here, I think.
Blue Leader coming in. That was the prestige card I could.
Oh,
so
Blue Leader. Okay.
That's very good. Taking out the Sundari Peacekeeper, which was the biggest threat there. So that Blue Leader does have 2 experience on it, which is not currently marked, making it a 5/5, and then it only takes 1 back. The Peacekeeper is very good in these races, but it only defends for 1.
So I'm thinking we'll deploy Poe to ground and clear the Battlefield Marine, right?
Mm-hmm. They could deploy Poe to the Blue Leader, which would let it clear the Sabine.
Look, it costs a resource to move Poe, but not to. It costs a resource to put it on a vehicle.
Costs a
right?
resource to put him on, yes.
Yeah, so he doesn't have any
Couldn't do that
resources.
this turn.
All right, so I think that's his option. Deploy to ground, clear the Marine, and then we have 6 coming in. 6. I mean, he's already in check, right? Because the Sabine has the Poe player in check.
Yes, and the blue leader right now can't kill the Sabine leader on its own. But he's also in check from the battlefield Marine, so we'll have 2 units that he has to clear. And Sabine still has 3 resources up, so we could just see the game end here with something like a 4 cause.
Yeah, I think I don't see a way out of this, and you might be right about that ECL token. That this player might have considered lines differently, mistakenly thinking they'd use their ECL.
Yeah, and maybe
I'm
they
not
just
sure.
don't have any ground units anyway, and it's irrelevant. We don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Because you can flip Poe here, but the battlefield Marine still gets to attack, and then you die to the Sabine leader.
Yeah. And then if you claim, Marine attacks, and now Marine has you in check.
Yes. So it looks like they did claim. Now they've moved the token out of the way. They're probably going to put it back. Yep. Okay.
Oh no! Wait, take it off, bro.
Now they're thinking about it. Now they're trying to decide if they've ECL'd or not.
Wrecker, you have not ECL'd. Draw Wrecker.
They looked in their discard pile and realized they've absolutely not ECL'd. So there is the 4. I don't think it matters anymore.
Yeah, one more.
Yeah, and there is the game for Sabine. So Sabine takes this 2-0. That is a pretty rough matchup for Poe, because in the space versus ground races, Sabine gets to play things like the Sundari Peacekeeper and the Yoda's Lightsaber, and we saw both of those really swing the tide for Sabine in the races, more so than getting, +2 damage from a Poe leader.
No, that lightsaber is deadly.
Yeah, +3, +1 is no joke. There are a lot of things, be it Force Choke, Blue Leader Ambush. There are a lot of ways to deal 5 damage. Heroic Sack on a Cassian unit, things like that. So even just the 1 health, takedown from blue decks, just adding the 1 health is nice, and only 2 resources for +3 attack is huge for Sabine.
Yeah, so that's round 1. I'm sure there's lots of other players still playing. It is a relatively quick round.
Yep. We did not come close to going to time on that one.
So, Symbiode, it's up to you what you want to do. If you want to take a break, or we can just hang out.
Colorado Cantina crew up in chat. What's up, guys? Welcome in. Welcome in.
Sounds good. I can chat.
Yeah, oh yeah, we can chat for a
bit.
We
can chat. So, Jeff, how was Galactics?
Galactics was a ton of fun. There were I was pleasantly surprised at how the games went, because in testing, I tested a lot of Blue-Red Hero, and it was honestly very miserable. I hated the play patterns of Blue-Red Hero mirrors, regardless of which person it was. Like whether
it's
you
so
were Han
grindy,
or Anakin or Yoda or whatever, I hated it so much. So I switched to the Kylo Tarkentown deck, the team deck, over the last week and a half leading up to it, and worked really hard with that. And playing with that was a lot of fun. I wish I had played better, because I just completely punted in day 2, and that caused me to not get to day 3. But I'm happy with how the team did overall. The play lines were really fun. All the people that I met were really cool and interesting. I got to play a wide variety of people, and especially a variety of people from different places. I played one of the Nordic Fleet guys. I played Chilean. I played a kid from France who was insanely good on Sabine, and his lines were very clean. It was really cool playing against him. played some Americans as well. So yeah, it was really cool. The non-play aspects, I think a lot of people have talked about those. They were less cool in terms of I didn't get to actually spend any of my 3,500 prize tickets.
Oh no, you were in that bucket of folks.
Yeah. Well, so if you were playing in the main event on day 2, you didn't get your prize tickets until after the prize wall closed on day 2. So you couldn't spend any of them until day 3. And when I got there on day 3, the line literally snaked the entire convention center. And by the time anyone got up to the front, everything was sold out. So I got one playmat that I already had, and that was it. I didn't get any showcases, didn't get any promos or anything like that. So that's okay.
Yeah.
It's a bit disappointing. Not the end of the world. More disappointing, I think, for people who are trying to do side events. But I think a lot of the side event people were able to get their showcases. They just had to do it in an annoying fashion, and it took more time than maybe it should have. But one of the things I said to some of the FFG people was, with an event that big, any small hiccups turn into really big problems. So it could have just been minor issues with tickets or lines or how many people were working, but those minor issues get exacerbated when you also have 3,000 people trying to do the same things.
So I am wearing the Beatle 1 shirt for this stream.
I saw that.
Beatle 2, you guys, I'm not part of organizing the Beatle stuff, just for people watching, but you guys have a date set for Beatle 2, right? I mean, yes, I saw that it was committed.
November, I believe the 14th. I'll have to double check the exact date. It's in November. It's in the Bothan Network Discord. So check out there, free to join in. Yeah, November 14th to 16th at Cards HQ in Atlanta is going to be the second Bothan Invitational. The prize pool has gotten larger. The event has gotten larger. We're going to do another 3v3 teams event. This one is going to be a unified format, is what they call it in other card games. So your entire card pool is shared between the team. So your 3 players can only have a combined 3 copies of Surprise Strike, as an example. You can only use 1 copy of each leader, 1 copy of each rare base. Should be super fun. We've got a lot of teams interested. The Colorado guys are coming back out for it. So super excited to always see those guys, battle with people from other regions. And then the main event is going to be, the main event by itself is going to be a 10K this time, and I believe the 3v3 is going to be a 5K. So a total of 15K prizing over the weekend. Should be super fun.
That's awesome. And the side event drafts, they're a little more meaningful now, right? Like if you're planning to go to Galactics, you got all these amazing players. Anybody that happens to drop out of the main tournament, go do some drafting and get good, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be exciting. I'm excited to see you guys in Atlanta again. So looking for that. We do have our next round of commentators. I think they're ready to go to get set up for the next round.
Yeah.
So
they should be coming in here shortly. So we'll just do what we do and keep filling until they get here.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Just tell them to pop into voice.
Yeah. Carlos here in chat, abandoning his team to go be with the Colorado guys. I get it. I see you, Carlos.
What's he doing?
Oh, he's just talking about being on a team with Sharky. They're both CAD bros.
Oh yeah.
Only one of them can play CAD if they're on the same team though. So
exactly. Yeah, that does not sound like a good idea.
Well, I mean, Carlos. I mean, both players are very versatile. They love Cad Bane, but they're good at other things too. Carlos notably got 9th in the Minneapolis Regional with Vader. He's done good things with other decks as well. He's just is also incredible at Cad Bane.
Yep. So this is it was an 88 player event. I think it was. Is that what we said?
Yes, that 86 it looks like.
86, 7 rounds of Swiss, cut to top 8. So that's what you can look forward to. We have some really cool commentators coming on throughout the day too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got next round is going to be Viktor and Sea Raptor.
Yeah, that's a good squad. I'm trying to see. They're both getting their setups set up here. And then we've still got a large number of players going in. A large number of players going in round one. Trying to see if I can quickly see how many matches still haven't reported. Looks like about half.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have melee access. Do you have, like, what's the field look like? Do we see a lot of control, mid-range,
I think
aggro?
everything looks really good.
I don't see any of the deck
And the focus
lists
does look
yet,
sharper.
which sometimes we'll get as part of the coverage game.
I logged myself in Discord
to,
just for that. Just
metrics.
if I forget to unlog it, just log it out after.
Or a number of leaders or anything.
And then I can get the restream link. What? Yeah, you know, well,
Symbiode, I think just as your first production, it would be smart to go to break as you transition streamers. I think that's a good idea.
Go to a quick break, and we'll come back with some new commentators for round two. I believe I'll be back for round three. Jonathan, I don't know what the schedule is for you.
I don't plan to come back. I'm here to get started, make sure Symbiode has what he needs. He hasn't needed any of my help. He's got this. He's awesome.
He's a professional.
Yeah, he's killing it. But you got Colby coming on later. You got Jeff. You might have Josh Snyder. Hopefully we don't have Loopy at all because he wins the whole thing. But if he doesn't, you might have him joining, doing some commentary. So a lot of awesome personalities coming on to talk over the games. I'm sure we're gonna have a lot of great games with this many players at an event in such a competitive region. So don't go anywhere. Stick with us throughout the day, and I will see you guys around.
Yeah, and huge thanks to Jonathan for coming in and doing some commentary for round one. Really brings back some good memories.
Yep.
Miss Padman. Is she safe? Is she all right? don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Hello and welcome back for round 2 from Misty Mountain Games. My name is Viktor, and with me for this round, I've got none other than the Sea Raptor. Wes, welcome back on.
Thank you, sir. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm finally not yet lagged, and I'm feeling great. I've been at a place where I know you were as well because I met you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We both managed to make it to the Galactic Championships a couple of weeks ago now. It's hard to believe it's been 2 full weeks, but basically 2 full weeks. And yeah, we got to run into each other a couple of times. You apparently, though, had the more epic a trip. Now, you guys came and did the tournament and then stayed, you telling me, a week after the event. Is that right?
You're gonna put like 16 hours of flight time in anyway. You might.
I agree.
You might do the best of the trip. You know.
Yeah.
So I had a one more week of vacation. I'm a school teacher, so we got summer breaks. You know.
Oh, jealous.
So, yeah. So when we were out there west, I've actually only been in the northwest before. So seeing the desert landscapes and prairie landscapes you got in Nevada and Arizona was just like top of the list. So we went to all the well, not all of them, but some of the national parks you got over there.
Okay.
Red
Which
Rocks.
ones?
Yeah, we started out with the Red Rocks. We went to up to Sedona, and then we headed over to the Grand Canyon, obviously. And then down to Arizona, we went to Zion. Some excellent.
Isn't Zion? I think Zion's actually in Utah. Anyway, I'm jealous.
Oh yeah, it's Utah. You're right.
I'm a little jealous simply because as an American, you've now seen more parts of my country that I haven't seen. Right? I have not spent a lot of time out west. I've never been to the Grand Canyon. This was my first trip to Vegas. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to do a better job next year. I think making time to add these kinds of things, like plan a week, like maybe even go early, like fly in like the weekend before and go to the Grand Canyon and do some, rent a car and go to Hoover Dam, right? Do some of these things.
That's what we did.
And then do the event, right? Yeah, or maybe just stay away. I need to do a better job of it because there's definitely stuff out there worth seeing that I have not made the time to, and I really should.
I tell you, the Grand Canyon, it is grand. It is.
I mean, it is accurately named, ladies and gentlemen. I am assured. I am assured.
Also, like Lake Mead is such a weird and awesome place with the Hoover Dam and like this artificial lake there. That really is pretty cool. Being a Swede, obviously, I'm quite outdoorsy. So just getting out in nature and walking about, trekking, hiking a bit, that's my jam. I had such a great time.
I'm envious, but then of course Galactics was a great experience, I assume, for you. Yes, you had a good time.
Yeah. I mean, there are misgivings, but for me personally, I was playing basically all the time. I was in the actual Galactic Champion day 1 because I was casting all the PQs, couldn't get any buys by casting, I think. So I had to play day 1 and then almost made it, went 5-0, and then had 3 win-ins. Just couldn't manage that last little victory, and then so I played all day 1, and day 2 I just had to do the what was a Galactic Open, right? Yeah. Same story. Went 6 and 3. Had a couple of wins. But didn't make it.
That's okay. I mean, 6 and 3 is not a bad showing. Like, come on.
I'm very happy with my results. I shouldn't complain at all. And playing in the tournaments, I didn't have to deal with queues of any sort. All the tournaments ran very, very smoothly, and I had a great time.
Nice.
So I'm actually misgivings about the prize pool and all that aside. I had such a great time. Finally get to meet all of you guys. Met you, met Loopy, met all the Bothans, met all the people that I've been talking to and hanging out with.
You didn't meet all the Bothans. You met a lot of Bothans. You did not meet all the Bothans. There are so many.
There
are so many.
Yep.
All right. Well, Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's round 2 of the Planetary Qualifier here at Misty Mountain Games in Madison, Wisconsin. We can see our players shuffling up now. We can see the matchup. I'm going to rely on our wonderful producer Symbiode in the background to get us player names when he has the opportunity to do that. But we're going back in time here, Viktor. We're going to be looking at Cad Bane Tarkentown versus Quinlan Voss Tarkentown. It feels like we've never left the set 3 meta all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is a classic. The pings are on, and no one gets to keep their opening play. I don't know. Like, if you're on the button here, do you pass? Like,
if you're Cad, it's so common for Cad to pass if he ends up with initiative in the first round, right? Because just the expectation is there that you're going to want the ping so that it's on the board, so that either you Tarkin or you have the McClunky or something. Who knows what, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, Quinlan can also pull the same shenanigans for the same reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is not a matchup I've played.
The risk, obviously, like Quinlan wouldn't have the late game of Cad. So if he gets passed into, I as a Quinlan, if I were playing Quinlan, I'd be hesitant to claim. And if I, as a Quinlan player, passed my opening, I'd be afraid of the Cad players claiming.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. But obviously, getting to clean up that turn 1 play is so valuable. Obviously, that's so much tempo.
Quinlan winning the roll off here, opting to take initiative. So that is clearly a choice that they're used to making, or at least, I mean, you have to believe that if you're playing this deck in this meta, this is not a new concept. These decks, you at least got an idea of what you play. Now, the Cad player at the top, you can already see one of his opening hand cards very clearly there on the far left-hand side of your screen. The Crafty Smuggler, a really good opening play into Quinlan, right? Because it denies the early Tarkentown kill.
Right, exactly. So if Quinlan opens a 2-drop, you have a 2-drop of your own. Well, of course, as a Cad player, you don't really care. But if it's going to be interesting because of Quinlan being on the button here. I don't know. He did pass, it seems.
Yep.
Interesting.
I think he did.
And we had a play immediately from the Cad player who can obviously do that because of the shield.
And he comes in with L3, so he's got his own shielded 2/2 to respond with as well.
Yeah, and then we get claim from Cad. So the Cad player opted there to just have the initiative and get the tempo going. I don't think I saw a blaster being resourced before. That would be something that could have been a reason to want to have this tempo. But there's a waylay there. Maybe he wants to waylay? Or did he resource that? Yeah, it's still there.
I think he's still got it, but in his shoes, I would hold on to that and try to build a little bit of a board. It looks like...
Yeah.
Yep. We'll see what this is. We've got the names, of course, in the overlays now. Producer passing them along. We have Oscar at the top of your screen on Cad and Frank at the bottom on Quinlan. Instead, we're going to start with a 1-drop Greedo to get rid of that L3 shield. As Frank contemplating his play, he's going to go ahead and just swing to base here for a pair.
So that obviously can also be a reason to want to go first, because you can just get that shield right back with your first play if you're on the button there. So that makes a lot of sense. And he's got 2 resources, and I think that's an Ahura Singh in the hand of the Cad player there.
Definitely one of the better cards to come out of Legends of the Force for this deck, or a really nice early play, a good solid 2-drop here that we could still see Oscar add to the board if he wants. Of course, Frank hasn't spent any of his resources just yet.
No, and like I bet he would like to just wait to see what Frank is playing there, because he'd rather. Of course, as a Cad player, you can't choose what to ping anyway, so it wouldn't really matter that much. But he'd rather probably not have the Aurora pinged.
But I do like that he has the opportunity to get in this early Tarkentown, possibly It's going to depend on where Frank sends this damage. The expected play would be to
Oh,
send
he
it to
can't.
Cassian.
He already used the ability, of course, to ping off the shield.
Oh, you're right. He can only do it once per turn. Thank you.
Yep.
This is
Yep.
I've got to build me a CAD deck. It's one of those. I've never played it. It's one of those beautiful things that I've just never managed to make the time to put together. But it's got so many good cards and synergies. I keep looking at it like, man, why have I never done this? It's such a good, solid deck.
It is. It's really one of those decks that seems to be almost an evergreen since it was released. It has some tempo and still got some late game. It's a true mid-range deck, I think, that can reliably stack up against most of the things in the meta. And it did get a few interesting new additions in this set. Well, chief among them, the Aura.
Aura's been a good card for it, and it feels like every set it gets a little bit, like a couple of cards, because CAD, of course, triggering off of Underworld cards means that if we keep printing Underworld units, there's always something that's going to pique his interest, and he's going to go, I should look at this, right? And of course, the biggest ad, the card that really moved it into a serious contender, being the Cad Bane unit right out of Twilight of the Republic. That 7/7 drop at the end, but giving him a great curve.
Yeah, that was really what sent it into the spot it is right now. As long as it's got access to that card, which would be at least one more set, it's going to have that late mid-game card to sort of stabilize against faster decks and whatnot. So
Greedo,
he is choosing to discard the Waylay for the Ahsoka.
Greedo takes out L3. The Greedo trigger fires and misses. And then Ahsoka comes in and gets a Waylay. And now looks like we are, I believe is that a Relentless Pursuit?
Yeah, it could be. And he seems to be capturing on Uhura there. Nope,
I think
that's another Greedo.
I think maybe he couldn't. I'd have to go pull the text of that card up to make sure that I did it correctly.
It refers to costs, right?
I believe it has to be a lower costed unit or a unit of below a certain cost.
Yeah.
And Ahsoka costing 4, I don't think he could do it.
I think it's to do either with power or cost.
Okay, cost the same or less. There we go. Yep. So not a legal target there. So he swaps for the Greedo play and just pings out some damage instead.
Yep. And none of the talking tones have been popped yet. So
no. But I think we're going to see him. I think we're going to see some of it this turn, because for the first time, Frank now has a target for his, and of course, Oscar now opts to use his to clean up Ahsoka.
Yeah, and I bet that Ahura might not have long to live here. Oh, all right.
Oh, you got it. You literally. No. You know what? You typed it correctly, and I wrote it down wrong. That's my mistake. Thank you, Sim.
All right. So
okay, got it. Okay, so producer's telling me that I'm an idiot and can't read, so we're good now. It's fixed. Oh, you are.
Well, so
okay, so I was lied to, is what I'm now being told. Producer lied to me. Okay, all right, I got it now. Okay,
we're moving into round 4 here, and
big turn.
Yep.
Quinlan's coming out party here.
Yep, it is, and so far both of them seems to be, at least to some extent, concerned with the board state, but for some reason, Oscar then it would be on his Quinlan is just trying to squeeze that extra power out of the Cassian before it probably gets popped by something. Especially using the ability could just take it out there cleanly. That's probably not a bad idea to just get in and have the ability clean it up, because now he's got a fresh slate. He uses the Talking Town to remove the Ahura, and some of that tempo is now in the hands of Oscar. So
one of the things that we talked about at the very beginning, right? Who was going to claim initiative? What was that going to look like? Oscar being on the button up to this point, our Quinlan player, right, has allowed him to push a little more damage because he gets that first swing in before Cad can come up with his shenanigans. Whatever shenanigans he has, his units have been getting in that little bit of chip damage. And so far, of course, he's in the lead.
Yeah, he is. But looking at the board state, Frank does have a lot more going in the board state. Is that the Quinlan from the Galactic?
That should be the new Quinlan Voss. Yep, that's the new Galactic promo.
So that would be a tempo play, if any.
We're going to murder Greedo with the ping. And then, of course, that does allow Greedo to fire, which works this time.
Yep. He gets 2 damage onto Quinlan, which puts him within range of some of the infamous ambush units you would find in a card deck.
Now, the only card that Frank had there going into the back end of that turn was a Cartel Spacer. That's the only card he had in his hand.
Yeah.
Obviously not great.
Nothing. No, but it can tap down the Quinlan.
Well, he can start the turn with it here and exhaust. I can't remember if Cartel Spacer lets you tap leaders, but at a minimum, he can tap one of these Quinlans, right?
Yeah, but the Quinlan unit, because that's potentially 9 damage to base, so you probably want to tap that one down.
I mean, I would certainly go for the unit here because if Oscar's sitting on a blaster in the row, you do not want to get hit by that.
Or a surprise strike in hand, that's 9 damage to base.
That would be huge. That would be quite large. And I'm fairly certain I've seen a surprise strike lurking in Oscar's hand and he just hasn't played it yet.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
There it is. So I think that was very important to be able to tap that Quinlan unit down in order to not have that explosion of damage onto base. They are playing with 25 HP bases here. So that is 9 damage in a swing is a lot. It's a lot. Now, the crafty, for a long time there, the board looked a lot stronger on Cad's side of the board, but now all of a sudden with that draw, it is looking a lot less intimidating, that board.
Yeah, the smaller units that Cad has been putting out, a lot of his mid-range-ish stuff doesn't seem to have come up this game for Frank, and now we're at a point where, this is going to start to get a little out of hand, I fear. We're about to see Cad coming out. This is the 6th resource round, so Cad will be able to hit the board. And that'll buy. There he is.
Yeah, and he does have 4 open resources, so there should be at least one more play. But I didn't see any interesting. Well, of course, that's actually quite good for him right now, being able to draw into some event that could help him stabilize. Maybe another waylay or something.
With Cad face up, he gets 2 damage out of that. He's going to use Jabba's ability here to go search for a trick.
Yeah,
could be a waylay, could be a surprise strike,
or at least no good to me dead or something. That seems like a sneak attack.
Looks like that sneak attack on the top. He's going to opt for the McClunky.
Yeah. I mean, he does need it. Yeah, he needs it, and he can play that this turn because of Jabba's discount.
Yes, you're right. Jabba allows you to play. No, isn't that Bib Fortuna?
No, but both of them give discounts. Jabba gives a passive discount to all tricks, whereas Bib Fortuna has an
action for all events. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that is what it is. So he can actually play the McClunky and pick up the smuggler. He could pick up the crafty to get another shield on it when it's replayed, or he could pick up the Cartel Spacer there, which makes a little bit more sense.
He needs to do the 3 damage to Quinlan here. He needs to clear Quinlan. Quinlan is lethal damage. He's got to clear Quinlan right now, and then if he can attack Cat, he can attack his leader into the Quinlan into the other Quinlan unit and get rid of that, and then that just leaves Oscar with Falcon on the board.
Yeah, and Falcon is not lethal, at least.
No.
But with a surprise strike, it is.
Correct.
And I do think we saw that surprise strike.
He has it, right?
Yeah.
But Frank doesn't know that.
No, but I mean, he's got to fear it. He's got to
He's got to make the plays he can with the information that he has, and he's doing it. That was the correct play there. That McClunky was a lifesaver because Quinlan alone was lethal damage.
But unfortunately, I don't think it's enough because 2 resources played, and
it will indeed not be enough here.
No.
Oscar claims game one.
That's game one. These latest iterations of Quinlan has seemed to me to be even faster than what they used to be in last set, or possibly it's just that they opt to go more face rather than control, playstyle wise.
Well, I think in this deck in CAD and Quinlan, whether you are playing let's race Ricky Bobby and just smash the base as fast as you can, or you kick back and worry more about controlling the board. It depends entirely on what's sitting across from you, right? If you're playing Quinlan, in my mind, and you sit down across from Sabine, you are the control deck in that matchup, right? You have to try and keep his units under control as best you can. Now, maybe I'm crazy. This is just me talking. I have not played that matchup. Quinlan players and Sabine players might actually be out there rolling their eyes at me. Oh, Raptor, you don't know what you're talking about. And I might not. But in my mind, that's kind of where it's at.
I've only played Sabine ECL into it, and it's really interesting because sometimes as the Sabine player, you do end up controlling more than attacking, actually. Okay. But more often than not, of course, Sabine player can just, if you get the right draws, you can just try and go face and smash. Yep. And especially if you're on the Sabine DV deck, then obviously you are racing.
Yes. Yeah. But that new Quinlan unit is such a good card in this Quinlan deck, right? Because it does something really well that the deck already wants to do, right? It's giving you that kind of mid-range unit with a little more explosive possibility for damage, and that little extra bonus of, oh, did you have a blaster in the row? Oh, you had a surprise strike in your hand, or a breaking in, or whatever. Oh, congratulations, here's bonus damage. So it's such a good card.
It's super fast when it goes off, and it, like he says, it's full costed, so it's right there when you need it, and then you can just threaten to explode onto base, just the way that we saw Frank, was it? This time. Yeah.
Or Oscar. Bottom of the screen is Oscar.
So bottom of the screen is Oscar. So just the way Oscar put it out there, threatened the explosion, and it forced Frank to have to respond to it, have to have something to control it. And since all he could do was tap it down at this point, it was still there and threatened the thing. So it took Frank a whole turn to be able to deal with it, and then that Millennium Falcon could just take the win for him.
So now going into game 2, right? Frank's going to have a choice. He can either start on the button or he can cede initiative to Oscar. They haven't moved the chip. I have to believe that it looks like he's going to let Oscar start again. I'm not sure I would make that choice in his shoes.
No, me neither. I'd bet on the fact that the Quinlan play is going to play a turn 1 play. So I'd take the initiative, pass, and have, because none of these leaders have any dirtling available to them.
No.
They just have to pass or play. That's all they got. So as the card player here, I'd probably just take initiative and pass into it to just force Quinlan to have to make that play. Because now we might just see the other way around. The Quinlan player passing again, and what do you do then? Do you play or do you claim? Of course, that's also interesting. Frank could just claim if he gets passed into and see what happens.
He could. It's a very real possibility depending on what Oscar does. In fact, it feels like that's exactly what just happened. Oscar passed. Yeah. Oscar passed, and Frank says, "Let's just go to the next turn."
Maybe that was just set up.
It's possible.
because of what happened the first game, Frank might have just used the first game's plays to lure Oscar into that trap there. And he does
possible.
have...
It might have also just worked out that way.
Yeah. And he's got a good 3 resource play here in legendary Boba Fett from set 1.
Okay, and so now he passed that turn into Oscar. So he's
who can't afford not to play.
Yep.
And that which one was that?
It's one of the new. Who is that?
That's
it's a
one of the
prestige card.
prestige,
Oh, that's Adigalia. That's
Adigalia prestige.
That's prestige Adigalia.
And follow that by a force throw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Greedo pinging.
Poor Greedo.
For 1.
Poor Greedo. Off to the discard pile again.
Yep. 1 ping, and of course, Tarkington can't clean that up. While Adigalia could be cleaned out with Tarkington here.
I'm surprised Frank opting to leave Adigalia on the board rather than go ahead and get rid of her, but he does.
He claimed instead, so he can do that fast action if he wants to.
Yeah, so he can get that early.
Yeah. He just want to keep the initiative to see before he decides whether or not to use Tarkington. He wants to see what he draws. That makes sense to me.
That's actually a fair point.
Yeah, if he's got something, exactly. If he's got a better way to deal with it, why waste the initiative?
Yep, and he does. He brings it a forlom and cleans out Adigalia.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's actually a very skilled move, and also. I'd like to imagine that Frank did that baiting of the first turn thing on purpose because of how he played that first game. He felt comfortable maybe to lure Oscar into this trap with the first turn double pass. I think that Frank is showing a lot of intent behind the way he's playing right now.
Well, our first base damage of the game going to come from Cad here at the top of the board. Going to get 3 in before what I have to believe is a Tarkington ping to clean up poor Boba. Although Tarkington has 2 good targets there, he does opt for Boba.
Yeah. I think Boba's ability to clean up big units later in the game is just too dangerous to leave on the board. Whereas Forlum, it's only got 2 health left. So
and Red 5 can clean him up with 2. Yeah, that was why he did it that way. That makes sense.
I don't think that was a misplay at all.
No, I don't think it was a misplay. For me, it was a question of, okay, you've got the Tarkington, and he opted for the smarter play with Red 5 on the board. But he's gonna get smashed by Forlom before he goes out.
Yep. Indeed, and this game is already shaping up quite differently. This time, Frank does have the pressure here, leading 6 damage to none on base. Well, 6 to 3 now.
There we go.
With Red 5 hitting into base there. That is a Succus.
Yep.
Which is
beefy.
It's a beefy unit. It's one of those slams that Cad Baines likes to do on 5 resources. It's kind of a deal with it or suffer the consequences to play.
Yep. Yeah, a very, very, very strong card in any yellow villain deck. Oscar contemplating his...
a bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oscar contemplating his next move, and Quinlan comes out.
Yep. And the ping cleans up that Red 5.
Tarkington takes care of Red 5 and back to Quinlan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had pinged it with Cad and then Tarkington finished it off in action later.
That is how it went down. So
Spark of Rebellion. Only 3 cards in the hand there. We've got Devastator, Cad Bane unit, and Ambush Bosk out of set 1 for Frank. Let's see what Oscar decides. Go.
Maybe the Cad, but probably the Bosk, right?
If it were me, I think, it's a tough call. I think it's either the Cad or the Bosk.
Yeah.
He's going to go for the Bosk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because that Bosk would have been played next turn.
His ability with all of with the pinging and the other direct damage events that Cad has access to, like McClunky, can really add up. And suddenly you're just drowning in direct damage.
Exactly. All right. So Quinlan does get a pretty solid flip turn here. He does not address the succus on the board, but he does manage to rack up 9 damage to the base. So the pressure is at least equalized. But that succus can take out Quinlan together with 1 ping. Obviously, as a CAD player, you can't choose where your pings end up. So it's not as straightforward as for Quinlan.
Oscar picks up the Falcon rather than pay for it.
And now he can direct that ping. Just play something, and then the succus has lethal.
Well, he's also got a tough choice to make as well. He's sitting on a surprise strike in Oscar's hand. It's a question of, do I go face or do I try to get this Zuckuss off the board? Because I mean, if it's okay, Cad opting to get rid of Quinlan here.
Yeah, because the only ping generating unit that he has that he can afford to play this time would be that McClunky, right?
Yeah. Now you 100% go face here. Yeah, I think perhaps he did draw into a McClunky that turn.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that can generate a ping, but it's got to have something to pick up, and that can only be the succus then. So
he's gonna pick it up and then replay it.
Yeah, that's the only line he's got here, but it will clean up the
leader.
Yeah, and he does have enough resources to replay it.
He does.
Flipping. He probably flip CAD now first. Well, you wait for a little bit more resources to be spent, but then so that's 3 to base. Indirect damage can't end up anywhere else. And this is a strong play because it's going to end up being 5 to base actually.
Yep.
So
that beautiful Gorilla Soldier, one of the best commons to come out of JTL.
For sure.
20 damage on now.
Damage. Yeah, that's scary. Replaying the succus, pinging 2 to the Gorilla Soldier, and then I can only assume that CAD takes it out.
Yeah,
can't leave that.
On 20 damage, CAD can't afford to leave any units laying around for a surprise strike. He's got to keep the board clean.
Yep, but he does have 2 pretty beefy things that can work board presence. But Falcon is in the hand. we know that he did bring it up, unless he resourced it, but I do think he kept it. Yeah, he did.
We also know, as Oscar knows, that the Cad Bane unit is lurking in Frank's hand as well. So as soon as he plays something that Frank doesn't want to deal with, it's just gonna get captured.
Yep. No, but he can tap something down.
Ooh, this Ahsoka play is going to be big. It's going to cost him a smuggler and one of his units for the turn.
Yep. So he gets to tap down succus there, which means that Cad can't actually clean up the Ahsoka with just his attack. He needs a ping as well.
For a base from Frank's leader.
Yep.
Still behind.
Yeah. So he is obviously one. This is the how much dirtling can Oscar possibly get to do, because he doesn't have any other place. He's kept 3 resources for the Falcon.
Well, and if he plays the Falcon, he's going to get Cad Baned for sure.
Exactly, and that's the cat and mouse here. Both of them know that these are the cards in the hand. The Falcon was picked up, and he got to see the Cad when he played the surprise. Spark of Rebellion.
Oscar, I think, in a bit of a pickle here. He can't. If he plays a card, the Cad Bane's going to come out and capture both of them. If he passes, Frank claims.
Yeah, exactly.
Which looks to be what might have been just that's what just happened. He passed. Yep, and Frank just claims, and now Frank can clean up this Ahsoka with the units he's already got on the board.
Exactly. The suckers can take it out in one swing, without spending any resources. Still keeping that Cad Bane unit in hand and getting closer and closer to range of playing that Devastator as well.
We should be there. This is the 8 resource round. So
yeah,
Devastator should be available for Frank if he decides he needs it.
Yeah, which means that Falcon is even harder to play. I think that was a red 5 in his hand as well, isn't it?
Very possible.
So that could be a thing he's baiting here. Playing the Falcon to have Frank kill it, and then playing the red 5 and forcing Frank to just claim.
Well,
to deal with it.
Oscar definitely in trouble now.
Oh.
He's gonna be able to push some extra damage here. He's exhausted. He's out of resources.
But he has a ready Cassian there.
Well, so
for 3.
Yeah, I think
Cad can't take it out.
Cad can't kill him.
No.
But I think what I'm surprised at, I think what happened there is that Frank went ahead and claimed as soon as Cassian hit the board.
Yep.
I think I would have gone ahead and smashed Cassian with Cad. That way I could kill him. But of course, Zuckuss can do the same thing here with the first act.
Yep. Certainly. But he is ever closer to that game end.
Well,
there is just 2 more damage.
And I think my suspicion is he's relying on L3 to get him over the finish line, because he can smuggle L3 out of the resource row and it comes in shielded. Yep. And now the Saboteur, right, is off the board. Although instead we're going to go for Big Boy Han to get rid of Cad.
Yeah, that makes sense, because he knows that Cad unit could still capture L4.
Yep.
But that is a very good move. You can capture Han Solo.
He can't capture the Han.
He can, but does he have a 2-cost play? Does Oscar have a 2-cost play in hand? Did we see any?
It's hard to tell. I don't think so, but it's possible.
But we are at 20 damage there as well. So Cad captures Han Solo because Oscar claimed.
Oscar claims.
And that is scary, because now Frank has 2 units with lethal.
Yep, we've got lethal in either lane and nothing on the board for Oscar.
And I don't see Oscar having anything in that deck that could really deal with that. I can't even think of a thing that could be.
He doesn't. And we're going to game 3.
Yep.
Guerrilla Soldier would not have done it there. So yeah, for sure.
Again, we have our producer Symbiode come in with some interesting lines.
For sure.
Sometimes you do play units just to see if your opponent messes up, and playing the Guerrilla Soldier in such a position, people do screw up sometimes. You do get lines available to you.
It's what I always tell people is, even if you don't think you can win, even if you think the board state is hopeless and whatever, play the game out. Make your opponent make the correct decisions. Don't just assume that they're going to make the decisions that you would have made, right? Because sometimes, I've missed lethal damage on the board. I've watched other people miss lethal damage on the board. It happens. So don't telegraph it. Make them play it out. Make them see it and move on.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in a game like this, when the risk of going to time is about 0. Of course, why not? But he opted to scoop there and go on to game 3. So we are 1-1, and we'll have a deciding game at our hands here.
Yep, Oscar going for the uncommon game 2 sideboard here, post game 2 sideboard.
Yep. I'm not sure what he seems to be removing those red 5s, right?
I saw what he put in and I saw what he took out, but I'm not going to talk about it. But he did swap a single card.
Yep. I thought maybe I saw him removing one of his red 5s, and since we've seen it played already, I don't feel like I'm giving too much.
No, that's fair. But I will say, if he does, I'm with you. That's what it looked like he took out. I'm a little surprised by that, because he got good work out of that card in that game.
He did. But maybe if he's playing, I have not looked at the deck list, so possibly playing 3 of in main, or maybe he plays 2 of or something and brought a 3rd one in, and he felt like that's too many and brought that out again. That's a possibility as well. I'm just speculating. I have not looked at any deck lists here, so I wouldn't know. But Red 5 to me sounds like a very stable card in this matchup because of all the pings.
Well, after how game 2 played out with the early passing and everything, it looks as if Oscar has now said, okay, yes, it's my choice. I lost game 2. Here, you take the button. You figure it out now.
Yeah, he's not going to fall for the trap one more time.
We're not falling for this again. So for the first time this match, Frank will start the first turn on the button with the first action.
Yeah, but that means, to my mind, what's going to happen here is that Frank is going to just pass, and Oscar has no choice but to play. No, I am absolutely wrong.
I actually, and again, I don't hate this, right? Again, I feel like this Crafty Smuggler is a great unit into early Quinlan for this express reason. You don't lose the unit. Yes, you lose the shield, but the unit stays. And
you can claim,
in my shoes, I think that's reasonable.
If you assume that he will play the L4, this is just a repeat of that game 1.
Yes.
You can be on the button for turn 3, play something, and have him lose that shield on L4, and then obviously your 2/2 units without shields. It's very unlikely that Quinlan will trade in that position. He will rather just smash face, and you have the option of doing either. Oh, this is even more fun. This is even more fun. He gets
Cartel Spacer.
Gets to both tap it and remove the shield.
Yep.
Now, this is a good proposition for Oscar because he's got one left for playing that Greedo that we see in hand. But from the side of Quinlan, it looks like a McClunky play. So he's afraid of the McClunky here, I think. He plays a 3-drop, and this is another reason why it's a very good play by Frank, because that 3-drop will not allow Quinlan to ping anything. So the Crafty is trading here, right?
Nope, he's going to base with it.
Going face.
Yep, going to base with it.
Interesting. He's hoping to be able to race with the Quinlan, maybe. Well, I mean, he's going to have 3 units to 2.
He certainly could. He's got that Greedo he can play out here.
Yeah.
Looks like that's the plan.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't. That was a McClunky. Didn't see the McClunky there. That's even better.
He drew one in his opening hand. That's going to allow him to clear this red 5 if he wants with the Tarkin Town, but he's not going to. Interesting. Okay.
I certainly would have cleaned up that.
I think I would have as well.
Yeah.
But Frank with a different plan. Let's see how it unfolds here as we head into the 4 resource round.
Yep, for sure. I mean, he's kind of forcing Oscar to put the ping here on L3. Yeah. Of course, Oscar. Yeah, Oscar could, of course, also have traded there. That could have been quite interesting if I was Oscar.
Okay, so we are going to come in. There's your 4-lom. So the 4-lom's going to clean the whole board out. That was the plan.
Yeah, and that's kind of why
then ping after.
That's why I would have been interested in trading, I think, because that was kind of telegraphed. As Quinlan player there, I could have been looking to get something back and not fall too much behind on the board state.
Okay.
So he gets to ping the L4, the 4-loom for one more, and then
Oscar going to get a look here. He's got Jabba, Greedo, and Bosk.
Yeah.
It's a whole handful of set 1, boys.
Yeah, that's got to be the Bosk, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what he's calling, but that's probably the right call in that position because that's his next turn play.
Yeah. That's a 5-cost ambush unit that can be very troublesome.
Yep.
So Frank opting to claim in response to that rather than swing in for 2 with the spacer. And what was it that cleaned up the
Tarkin Town? He used his Tarkin Town. He used his Tarkin Town to clear 4-lom out of the ground arena.
Huh. that is 2 wasted damage of that talking down.
I think. I guess he didn't want to give up the base damage, because if in Frank's shoes, I'm just going to take Forlom and smash it right into Oscar's base.
Sure. For sure.
Because then Kira is probably going to clean him up for you. So fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
all right.
I guess.
Frank beginning the all important 5 resource round on the button.
Yep.
Let's see what he opts to do with Kira still in the ground arena. The Bosk in his hand is too expensive for him. He can't play it, but he's got other options. He's going to start with 2 damage out of the Cartel Spacer.
And it's basically just looking to see what Oscar is doing here, which is smash face.
Which is smash face. 6 to face there. Surprise strike on Kira.
Yep. I can't play that Bosk unit. What is that last card? It's
Jabba. He's still sitting on Jabba, Greedo. The Bosk is the expensive one, and he drew into a waylay.
Yeah. So just using as little of resources as he can.
Yep. Kind of stalling here.
Yeah. He can clean the Kira up with he can't clean the Kira up with Tarkin Town. Is 1 damage off.
So waylaying Kira here might not be a terrible play. He's not going to, and I think I think Jabba here for a trick is totally reasonable.
Yeah.
But if you put the Kira back, knowing that Quinlan has just flipped out and is likely to attack, he could claim and then have Bosk available to him before Kira can get back onto the board. But then Kira's just going to lock something else out. So it's a question of how critical it is you really want that Bosk on the board.
Yeah.
With Jabba though, no tricks for Jabba to find.
Nope. And I think he probably hoped for a McClunky there to get some more damage onto something. And Oscar is just going face here. He is racing. That is another 5. Yeah, another 5 to base, bringing us to 14. So 11 damage left to go with a somewhat of a board state, I guess.
I mean, certainly
more power.
Yeah, certainly that's going to be a problem that Cat has to solve here. Upside down 10 HP going into his flip turn with units that not the units that he would prefer to have to tackle a 6-7 or a 5-7 Quinlan Voss.
Yep.
A 3-4 Kira. The 6 resource round coming up. That opens up things to, I believe I've seen some of these guys in this deck running the new, isn't Depa Balaba the new Depa, the 5-7 ambush saboteur? She's 6 cost, right?
She is 6 cost, and she's a 6-6.
She's a 5-7.
5-7. Oh yeah.
She's a 5-7 ambush saboteur.
12 points of damage and HP.
Yep. Nothing to sneeze at.
Very good started.
Right. We're going to drive Greedo into Quinlan for 3. We're going to fire off Greedo's death ability, which he does trigger.
Yep. I can only assume you put it on on Kira there, because now he can talk in time Kira to be able to play the Bosk. If that's
putting it on Kira basically means that she's now going to swing first before she gets dead.
Yep. Which again isn't too bad, because then the Bosk. Oh well, Quinlan's gonna be able to swing as well before he gets to kill it. He's got to clean up Kira and then play the boss.
He's about to go to 22 here. This is really gonna feel terrible.
Yep, it is. And I don't think he had a play that could...
8 damage. That's it. That's game.
That's game.
The surprise strike on Quinlan is 8 damage, and that seals the deal here in round 2.
Yep, and that's what the Quinlan deck can do. It can draw its best damage, and then there you are. You've got to play around that, and there you see the Dua Lipa as well. What Lipa something? Yeah.
Which one? The Depa Balaba? Yeah, I think
Depa the Laba. Yeah,
he had it. He had it for sure.
So that is indeed a unit to reckon with.
It feels like I'm gonna sound crazy. It feels like those waylays were really, really bad draws for Frank in that game. He needed something other than waylay, right?
That's
didn't
also
get it.
like that is a card that has been positive tempo for so long, but in the meta we've got right now, it is just not that good tempo. Paying 3 to bounce something to hand is more often than not in this meta a good tempo play, because you're spending resources not actually developing your board, while your opponent isn't actually getting at a carded disadvantage. He's just getting less of a board. But the card advantage game has become more important in this set with with the prevalence of force throw. And that.
Yeah.
So just bouncing something to hand in a deck that is usually slower than most of the decks is facing is not as good of tempo move as it once was.
Well, and I think it's further compounded by the types of units that Quinlan is going to be putting out in that range of the game where you can both afford the waylay and might consider playing it. By which I mean like the 3, 4, or 5 resource round in that kind of era. That's when you kind of want it. Like that's not used to not be a terrible draw in that era, in that phase of the game. But now, what am I putting back? I'm putting back Ahsoka or Kira very commonly, but those those are both 4 cost units for Quinlan that come in and have a really strong when played ability. Yeah. Putting that card back in my opponent's hand just resets it and lets him play it again.
Exactly.
It's not a great card. It doesn't feel like a very impactful card into Quinlan. Unless...
I'd say into many of these heroic decks. I mean, do you really want to bounce something like the itinerant warrior and have him heal again? Or even exactly, even worse.
Yadimundi. I'll just bounce Yadimundi so they can draw more cards.
Yeah. So the proposition of playing the waylay has in this meta become much more situational, I'd say. There are obviously situations where it's still very good, but there are also a lot. Yeah,
there are matchups where I think it's still a good card, but I'm with you. I think those matchups are fewer and farther between now. I think for me, if I were to build CAD Tarkentown right now, it would it would be probably a sideboard card first. Yeah. And it would be the sort of thing that I might play one of in the main and keep 2 in the board. And then I would move them in depending on the matchup I was in. But I suspect more commonly, I would find myself taking the 1 out and replacing it with something else. It's a card that I feel like it's a card that you need access to, but it's not a card you want in every single game.
For sure. But then you've got to question, what other tricks are you playing then? Or are you rebuilding the whole deck? Because if you're not playing enough tricks, you're not playing Yaba. So the whole game kind of might... Going down on waylays might shift your game a bit. Maybe possibly you could get more sneak attacks in, I suppose. That's an interesting card in a few matchups, and it seems very good with some of the units you might play. I think if you're playing Ruthless Raiders and such, sneak attack is obviously super good. Well,
one of the tricks that came out of this new set that if again, I'm just spitballing here as I did a quick search and just pulled up all the tricks. One of the ones that I might consider playing that I think CAD might get some real value out of is Force Illusion, because it doesn't require you to have a force unit. It just you would just exhaust an enemy unit, and a friendly unit gains Sentinel for the phase. Yeah, that in my mind that has some potential, right?
That's a 2 cost,
It's a 2 cost trick that, in my mind, that has some potential in that deck. When you've got units like CAD himself, or even the CAD Bane unit that comes in later. The ability to exhaust something and then force them to spend their time attacking into something that they probably don't want to attack anyway has some appeal to it.
You got Jabba out. He's 8th, and like playing Jabba, bringing it in, playing it that event for 1, and then make Jabba Sentinel. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think there's definitely some potential there. So anyway, I have to go build me a CAD deck. I'll work on that.
Man, it was so good to be on with you again.
Absolutely.
I always love casting with you. And it was super great to finally get to meet you at Galactics.
Absolutely.
I really enjoyed that.
Absolutely. I'm guessing we're getting towards the end of the round, but before we go, Viktor, what PQs are you guys going to be showcasing on your channel? Talk to us about the dates and whatnot that you guys out of Nordic Takedown are going to be showing us.
So we're working on actually getting to cast all of them. Definitely, obviously, we're doing the Swedish PQ because for this set, it's going to be housed at pretty much our home arena in Skövde, which is a small town in the absolute center of Sweden. But Jason, our founder, lived there before, so this is his home store. It's a super good store. They have excellent facilities, and the owners are just super friendly and very engaged in the game as well. So they finally got to get the PQ. Sweden is a pretty big country, so being able to put it in the center of the country makes a lot of sense. It's easier access for everyone to get there. I really like that they got it, even though it's a small town.
Okay, so you've got that one. What's the date? What's the date of that event?
And that's quite late. It's in October. It's the 17th, I think. Quite late. Quite late. Before that, later in the year. Before that, we're hoping to get to stream both the Norwegian and the Danish PQs. The Danish PQ is a slightly more accessible place this time. It's in Odense, which is not that far from Copenhagen. Last set, they were placed on the mainland part of Denmark, which looks like the biggest part of Denmark, but nobody lives there. So it was quite inaccessible to most Danes as well. So, but this time they're in Odense, which is quite easy to get to. And
I see that now on the map. Yeah, that's not too bad at all for you guys.
No. So we hope to be able to stream that.
Okay.
And obviously we've been able to stream all of the Norwegian PQs so far, so we're hoping to get this one as well. And for the first time, we're actually looking if possibly we could get to stream the Helsinki Finnish PQ as well. But nothing is nailed down yet. We're just in the talks yet.
Okay, nice.
Yep.
All right, good stuff. Well, I've got right now I have 2 on my calendar. It's probably going to settle out there. I haven't officially announced all this stuff yet, but we'll talk about it here real briefly. I basically this week I've locked in. I'm going to be doing the Planetary Qualifier up in Dallas. It's about a 4-hour drive north from the house, but that is one of the 5 limited format PQs that are being held here in the United States. So that's going to be Saturday, the 6th of September. I'm going to be live streaming a sealed PQ up in Dallas. And then on the first Saturday in October, I've just about locked in the one in Lubbock, Texas, which is a much farther drive. But for the first time, Viktor, something really cool happened to me. I had a store reach out to me and ask me to come cast their event.
Amazing. Finally.
That was cool. That's never happened before. Right? That's never happened before. I was like, yeah, that feels good.
But isn't that how it should be though? The stores should be interested in getting quality streams like the ones you always put on. So they should be they should be queuing up to get you.
I appreciate the kind words. In my head, it works that way. In reality, this was the kind of the conversation I was having with the guys up in Dallas. I did a Zoom call with them a couple of days ago, kind of talking through the event and so on. And I said, they were like, this is not what we do. I said, no, guys, that's the thing, right? The typical game store worldwide, this is not a unique problem to America or something, is focused on the tabletop experience, as it should be, right? The players that come into the store, they want to sit at a table across from another human and have a game experience. Board game, card game, RPG, whatever that is, that's the purpose of that venue. When somebody like me says, I want to bring in all this computer gear and cameras and show this off to the world, most of those stores just kind of look at you like, but why? Right there, that's just, it's not that they don't they don't understand, right? They're just like, but why would anybody want to watch that? Because in general, the tabletop experience is very personal. It's between the two people playing the game. But one of the things that I love about being able to showcase the game is that it doesn't have to be just between the two people playing the game, right?
No.
You know? And so as you know, you go back, you look 10, 12 years ago at what Will Wheaton did on YouTube with his tabletop series. You know, what are we doing? We're sitting around watching people play board games. Is that really interesting? Well, it turns out it can be, right?
And so think so.
Exactly. And so to me, that's kind of what I'm like with this. I'm just like, it does, you know, is it more fun to play the game? Well, it might be, but maybe you're busy. Maybe your area doesn't have a tournament or something going on that day. I'll just turn this on and watch and live vicariously through other people and enjoy watching other people have fun. And that's kind of my thing. So that was really, really cool. And I'm excited to do, should be covering both of those. I'm trying to see if I can squeeze a third one in on the schedule, but so far finding one that fits my schedule is difficult. So I'm going to see how that shakes out. But that's my plan going forward in the fall. So
super hyped to see what you come up with in order to visualize and help us follow along during the actual draft and sealed deck construction parts.
I have thoughts.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
I have thoughts. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I bet you do. I bet you do. That's
all right,
going
ladies and
to be
gentlemen.
so interesting.
I hope so.
Well,
I hope to make it interesting.
Yep. I think we will take a little short break here while we wait for this round to finish up, and then we will be back in just a little short while with round 3, because I think pairings is soon to commence there.
Yep. Let's put you guys back in the hands of our able producer for the stream. That is the illustrious Symbiode. And they'll be somebody else. Victor, you're hanging out. You're going to be back for round 3, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm staying on for a bit here now.
Awesome. So you'll be here for round 3. I am out. So you guys, good luck. Have fun with the rest of the day. And round 3 will be up back in just a few minutes. See you guys soon.
See you around. Bye-bye.
Java ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Hello and welcome back for that brief little pause. I'm still here, but I'm joined by none other than the voice of the Bothan Network, Jeff. Great to have you here. Great to see you again, or rather hear you.
Yeah, good to hear. We have actually seen each other in person now, so it's that was nice.
It was. Yeah. You were playing my friend Adam as I
Yeah, I was deep in the tank, and then you walked by, and I was like, wait, that's Viktor. I got to concentrate on this, but hi, Viktor.
Yep. That game you broke, my friend.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. So for anyone who doesn't know, I was on Kylo Tarkentown, the Bothan deck, and it was just a wild game with some crazy rules interactions with Migs and Marin discarding. It was a crazy game.
Yep. And Adam was he has not get over that yet, not being able to read properly. So apparently it helps if you know how Migs works in that situation.
It does. Yeah, that does help.
Mm-hmm. We have a sort of a repeat of the last game here. We still have Oscar in the bottom of your screens playing Quinlan, Tarkentown, but we have a new player for the top part of the screen, but still the same kind of deck with
we see the Bothan on turn one. It's always interesting to me how the players play the past claim games here. And I think that the two units that really stop that are shielded units from either side, Bothan from CAD, and if Quinlan has Guerrilla Soldier, then they're much more likely to want to pass claim to play the pass game.
Yep. Also, of course, you can Spark as the Quinlan, but that is not as effective, I don't think.
Yeah, and that also depends. A lot of Quinlans aren't running Spark in the main deck.
Yep.
But also, even if you do Spark on turn one, then you're letting the CAD player play their 2-drop for free. And if you want to ping it after that, you have to underdrop. So you have to play a 2-drop on 3. So it can be really awkward for Quinlan to play a Spark on 1.
Yeah. It definitely not the same kind of play as the Bothan play from the CAD player here. Now he does play the Guerrilla Soldier here. Gets to get 1 damage on base, so he does stand up, and it can now take out the Bothan before it dies, or deliver 2 more to base, and he does go face here. But
it's interesting going face there. I don't hate it because you need to get the Tarkentown out of the way.
Yep.
You don't want it to just be pinged for free or anything next turn. But the Bothan going back with McClunky can be brutal. I think that Quinlan is recognizing here that they just need to push damage. They can't beat the Cad Bane units and the Devastators. We saw that last round, right? Once Cad got up to those high drops, that was the game that Cad won.
Yep, for sure. But he does opt to claim rather than use Tarkentown back on Bothan, of course. Bothan not being much of a threat. And then he does Spark here. So he is playing Spark mainboard.
Interesting.
So what do you grab here? Forlum, right?
It depends on what you have to play, because now he can play a 2-drop to ping Bothan, which I assume is his play. I can't see his hand. It's tough. So Forlum is the play this turn and the obvious choice.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you take. It's just you have to remember that Cad Bane unit is there and have a plan for it when it comes down.
Yep. Or preferably not go that far.
Yeah.
Yep. This Quinlan deck is certainly able to close out games really fast. We've seen it now in 2 of the 3 games last turn. And I can't remember the name of that Raider unit, but it is it's a 3-cost, I think. So he would have to underplay again if he wants to ping that next turn.
We see, I believe that's the 3/2 vanilla spaceship from the most recent set.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. It's
the unit the CAD played, you mean?
The Raider.
Raid 2?
Yeah, Raid 2. So it's essentially a 4/5 when it attacks. So just smashing face as fast as possible here before it gets pinged off. and not that,
Second
which makes
Zine,
it
interesting.
And it doesn't even seem to care to actually build up a board rather than just get damage in.
Yeah, I think he knows that he has to try to stack on the damage. It's always an interesting thought because CAD has fewer ways to deal with space units. So if he had played a ground unit and tried to insulate his space unit from the ping, but that plays more into potential blowouts with cards like McClunky and things like that. So it's always interesting. You kind of have to base it on how big of a blowout is it if you don't get that 3 damage in and you know your unit's going to die versus if you make a risky play that maybe turns that 3 into 6 or 9 damage.
Right. I think it's interesting he went for the Soka there when there was a surprise strike in hand and also a red 5. So red 5 obviously going down here and pinging the raider. He's not used Talking Town yet, so he can Talking Town the raider off now if he would like to. I'm not sure he does though, because if he does,
he can to also ping it again. I think the raider has 5
No, he can kill it with the red 5 next turn.
Yes, exactly. So he might Tarkin Town now and then try to kill it with the initial attack, but he lets the CAD player do some damage for him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm curious here if he's going to clean up the board or go. He just goes face.
His face, yeah. No, because of red 5 will take that raider off with its first attack. And,
I think it's the right play because it goes back to he knows that in 2 turns that CAD Bane unit is coming. And he just want
to win before that. Yeah. But he hasn't seen any of his. Oh, okay. As I say that, we see a Plukun there. And also, that is a Falcon. And I know one of those events, Surprise Strike, but what the other event is, I can't really tell.
I think it's a sneak attack.
A sneak attack in Quinlan.
I could be wrong. I couldn't see it very well either.
That is interesting.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, cool. But what is the main target for that then?
I mean, I think honestly anything. Because a lot of times you're just trying to get in those last few damage. So you sneak attack in a red 5 and say, okay, you have 1 action to deal with this. They don't have the classic green yellow play of sneak attack and a fleet lieutenant for 5 instantly.
No, but you could possibly a Quinlan unit, and if you can then boost that on
that's
top
true.
of that,
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's 9 damage from nowhere. Obviously 3 cards that has to line up. So not necessarily just from nowhere.
So just with the Falcon plus Surprise Strike, they can get to 16 or get to 21 damage on base this turn.
Yep, he can.
So I think Quinlan's just going to push as much as they can.
Yeah, for sure.
And hope that they can get in 4 more damage next turn. I think there's also a Cassian in there. Oh, they're going for the blaster. Okay, I like this a lot too.
Yep, because if he wants to, he can still sneak attack with the red 5. So
surprise strike the red 5, and then you save the Falcon.
Yep.
For some surprise damage next turn.
Exactly. Not because that it hasn't been shown yet, so his opponent doesn't know it's there. Yep, that's exactly the play he's going for here. And we don't see anything really on CAD's side that can clean this up. Like you said, they can have a hard time dealing with space units.
Yeah, so he'll be able to kill the Quinlan this turn with just board damage. Interesting to play the Cloud Rider now. I guess it doesn't matter because he can get the... He could get 2 more damage on the red 5, but he still can't kill it this turn.
No, exactly.
So Quinlan player chooses to kill their leader and let CAD get to base.
Well, I mean, that's not too bad, I guess.
It's not bad. My first thought was to get 2 more damage on the red 5, and then you make the Quinlan player have the surprise strike right now, or any underworld card can kill it. They have the surprise strike anyway. So
that was then it was a second surprise strike that.
So they drew. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, either the card was a second surprise strike or they drew another one off the top. All of the yellow 2-cost arts look fairly similar, so it's hard to discern them sometimes.
They do, especially when you see a little corner of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, so we're going into the second game here, and again, I haven't looked at the deck list, so I'm just thinking from what we've already seen of this deck, and obviously going space has been really a good path for him in all 4 of the games we've seen so far. So I'd be surprised if he would be siding out space as he was in the last game of the previous series.
Yeah, I think sometimes some people like to. This goes back to other games more than Star Wars, but some people like to board slightly differently if they're on the if they have to play first. So it could be something about that with because I know last time I believe he changed his sideboarding between games 2 and game 3. It could have been a reaction to what he saw in game 1 or 2, or it could have been playing differently based on who was going to have the initiative first.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of speculated that maybe he overboarded, like he brought in more space and felt that it just became too much. But I wouldn't know. For the CAD player though, what are your options to be able to secure the board, do you think?
Yeah, it's tough. Because usually yellow tries to utilize cards like Waylay to take them into the later game, but Waylay's pretty bad against Quinlan. Most of their units do something when they enter and they get the Quinlan ping anyway, so Waylay's usually not what you want to be doing against Quinlan.
No, me and Wes was talking a little bit about that at the end of the last game, how Waylay wasn't doing him any favors in that.
Yeah.
He drew 2 of them in that last game. Yeah, and there aren't all that many great control tools that work that well against Quinlan right now, I don't think.
Just things like, I'm not sure if they're playing them or how many, but in Yellow Villain, you do have access to No Good to Me Dead, which is really good against Quinlan. Again, I don't know if that's in the CAD list or how many, but those are cards that you're looking for if you have them. The ambush units like Forlom can be good, but we've seen them be kind of average here because they usually just kill a 2/4 and then get Tarkin Town, so it's not that great. I think really CAD's best answer to space is just drawing their own space units, whether it's the Mist Hunter, the IG-2000, and trying to actually fight for the board that way. Because I think if CAD goes all ground and then Quinlan is able to get some damage, you constantly have to be worried about Falcon from hand or anything like that.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Well, they seem to be ready to go here. We have opening hands, deciding whether or not to
CAD
mulligan.
with 2 Cloud Riders in hand, so they're keeping this hand for sure. Those are exactly what you want to see.
Yep, being able to clean up that the board. I mean, Quinlan is likely to
Interesting
play
Cloud Rider
right?
down. Okay, he picks it back up. Yeah, I like Cloud Riders a lot in this matchup because even if you pass claim, the thing Quinlan wants to do most is play a Guerrilla Soldier, and you can just kill that with the Cloud Rider before you take the extra 2 and get the unit off the board.
Exactly.
So I would imagine CAD's gonna be fine with the pass claim game here. And even if Quinlan plays an L3 or shield unit, Cloud Rider still kills it because you just do the ping first and then ambush in for 3.
And the Quinlan's got a Adigalia there, so we get the pass claim. He could have played that Adigalia, I guess, but it would have just been killed with Talking Town.
Yeah, I think if you're Quinlan here, you only play a unit if you have one of the shielded units, and then you are perfectly okay with the pass claim if you have the Guerrilla Soldier.
Yeah, I can't really see it in Oscar's hand there. I'm not sure he does.
I didn't see a Guerrilla Soldier. It looks like maybe a Sabine unit, Adigalia.
And something shiny. It looks like it. No, I can't tell. Yeah, it's
interesting to draw Adigalia now. So now they're just saying CAD's going to have to underdrop, which CAD is okay with.
For sure. Certainly is. He at this point, Cad is happy as long as the board is empty.
CAD just wants to progress the resource
Yeah.
numbers, because if CAD gets to
For
their
sure.
Devastators and CAD units, that's how they can win this game.
Yep,
They kind
pass.
of have to worry about Han unit, but not nearly as much as they have to worry about being a surprise strike away from death all the time.
Exactly. If he can get to 6 resources and flip without having too much damage on his base, then Cad has a shot at the game. But if he's up there around 20 damage and hasn't flipped yet, that's when Quinlan can put that pressure on and just threaten lethal basically from any unit.
Mhm.
So, yeah, he just keeps utilizing those Basines to try and keep the hand as small as possible. That's got to be the Quinlan unit, right? You
I
can't
was
let
about to
that
ask
happen.
you what that is. I think so. I see
Yeah,
a
that's
red hero. It's a
the-
red hero unit, and I don't know the prestige art for it.
No, that's not the Prestige. That's the version from the Silver Packs at Galactics.
Oh, gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Because I
Yeah, I
did
know
draw
those
some
even.
of
I
those.
got those packs, but I still don't know
Yeah.
the arts that well.
No, especially those ones because I did draw some of them. But yeah, he was looking at that 2-drop though. The
Yeah.
spaceship.
Well, the 2-drop can get played this turn.
He did
Just takes the
take
force throw,
that
interesting.
a force throw. Interesting. Because that means he can play the spaceship here.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Oh, well, I guess. That is the Ahura being able to actually... No, it's only got raid 2, right? Has it got raid 3?
Forcing is raid 2, so it attacks as a 3/4.
Yeah. But with the ping... Oh, well, I guess with the board looking the way it does, he can't really be sure that he can ping the Quinlan unit. So he can't trade with it, really, from just Ahura.
Not easily. And he's going to have Quinlan Leader to deal with as well. It's a
For
really
sure.
interesting choice to take the force throw.
Yeah. I don't know why he's so afraid of that unit, that card at this point. But I guess he's got his
The Cartel
reasons.
Spacer can be nice.
Yeah.
But it depends on what Quinlan does first. They've been showing a tendency to just attack with their units first.
Yep.
I do see a hotshot blaster in there for Quinlan, so that's good to know about.
Yep. I bet he goes face here first, and then the blaster is for the Quinlan leader unit, and that's when you might want to answer with the Cartel Spacer to tap the Quinlan leader out.
I believe Cartel Spacer can only tap cost 4 or lower, so it cannot tap Quinlan leader.
Oh, is that so? You might be right, actually. Yeah, I think you are. And he is, I assume, just trying to see pass time, waste time rather, and see what happens.
Exactly.
That
The attack with Bazine was a soft pass, more or less, to see what Quinlan is going to do that he can react to. Because we see the waylay and the Cartel Spacer, but he's not going to get a target for the Spacer this turn.
Nope, he is not. He is not.
And you can waylay Kira, but that doesn't help.
Doesn't really help. Nope. So.
All right, Zuckus got named. I like that name a lot. That's the biggest threat this turn, because you really don't care about the waylay.
Yeah, no.
You just don't want them to drop a 6/6. So this is going to let Quinlan attack a couple of times.
Yep. I think that was the correct play. So he has placed the Cartel Spacer for the ping here.
Yes.
And Quinlan's going to not be able to get that blaster because of the resources spent already. But I guess
the Kira is so good there, though. You have to play the Kira first and just say that you'll get blaster value at some point later.
For sure. He is playing the waylay here.
Yeah, I think he has to. You just have to waylay the Kira, because now if they do it next turn, it's more awkward on their resources, and you unlock your Zuckus, but it's an awkward Zuckus. It's not that the waylay is a good play; it's that or nothing, and so you do that.
Yep. For sure. And the Spacer can trade with can't remember the wing, I think it's called. the something wing.
Yeah,
so
they're all named after their wings, and they all have color names that don't match their color identity, and it's
it's all very
it's
confusing.
the something wing.
Yep. So we're at 6 resources. There is not a lot of damage on the CAD base.
N1 Starfighter, I believe.
N1 Starfighter.
This
that's
one's
the
not
name,
named after its wing.
It isn't. Well, anyway, 3 damage to base. We're only at 9 damage. This isn't looking too bad for the CAD player here, and I think that's a Relentless Pursuit in his hand and a Forloom.
Yes, so he might go with the Ruthless Raider this turn because Relentless Pursuit plus Forlom lines up really well next turn.
Yep, it does.
It's a tough choice because the Forlom does help kill Quinlan this turn, but with your CAD flip and the Ruthless Raider, you should be able to kill it anyway.
Yep.
So I would imagine we're just going to see the Raider this turn.
Yeah, I bet that's the... and also, the Raider has been shown with the Kira. So playing it sort of makes his hand less known, in a way.
It
So
was
we
interesting to attack with the Bazine first because the Bazine deals the least damage versus the Aura Sing, and you know that there's a Kira in hand as well, or at least there was. And then we see the punish for not attacking with the Aura Sing first with the Plo Koon coming down and killing it.
Yep. So there's also Quinlan hasn't used his Oscar hasn't used his Talking Town yet.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get a chance to use it this turn because we're just gonna see CAD flip into Ruthless Raider.
Yep, but I think.
He goes for the Relentless Pursuit. Interesting.
Yeah. Huh. Especially after
because he has the blaster. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense now. Yeah.
Yep.
That makes this turn line up really well. So the shield from the Relentless Pursuit gets pinged off with the blaster, and it lets him clear the board. So yeah, knowing he has blaster, the Relentless Pursuit makes a ton of sense.
It does. And also, it forces the ping to go onto Quinlan there. So that was a really good play. I was just about to say that it felt like the CAD player lost all that momentum that he seemed to have at the beginning of the turn, but then he just got it back there.
Well, honestly, it just goes to show you how good Smuggle is as a mechanic. We're sitting here talking about the limited options that the CAD player has, but just one cost card that you smuggle for 3, it's really unassuming, but it gives him so many more options to just completely clean up the board.
Yep. I am dreading the cycling more than anything for the cycling out of all the smuggle cards. I'm going to miss those so much.
Hopefully they replace them with something. I think Smuggle's the kind of mechanic that you can keep around. You just have to be really careful with the power level. But I think if there were just 1 to 2 Smuggle cards per set, I would be really happy with that. It really opens up options and makes deck building and gameplay a lot more fluid, in my opinion.
Yeah, but we haven't seen any since set 2. We do get the new planning keyword, which has some similarities, but I do think that it's not as versatile as Smuggle has been.
Yeah, definitely.
So I would have liked to see more Smuggle cards come out, and not having them all just rotate out now. But we'll see. We have 1 more set to go, and we've only seen 2 mechanics from that set yet. So there's definitely still a possibility of Smuggle being in set 5. Set 6, especially given what the theme is of the deck. So I'm not holding my breath, but I'm hoping. And then, of course, we do have 3 new sets coming on after that. So anything's possible. All right, so the board state here is very interesting because now all of a sudden CAD does have the bigger board and the mini units, and he is going to keep having access to bigger and meaner units. But we do see that Han unit in Oscar's hand there.
Yeah, so the Han unit is going to be able to clean up the CAD unit, which also gets a Plo Koon back.
But that is not Han, is it?
That is Depa Balaba, so that is the similar thing. It just takes
Similar
damage back.
effect. Yeah.
So the reason to play Depa over the Han unit is because Han unit cleanly kills Cad Bane when you include the ping.
Yep.
So now what Cad's going to think about doing is saying, oh, I need to play a Cad unit to capture this board, and it works out really nicely until Quinlan plays Han unit next turn.
Exactly. Yep. This is a really nice way of baiting the Cad play.
Exactly.
So yeah, I like that a lot. But is Cad
So
going
it looks
to
like
fall
he
for
put
it?
2 damage from the Ruthless Raider onto Plo Koon, unless I'm missing something. Oh, because Depa's a 5/7, so it wouldn't have killed Depa anyway. So yeah, I think that's fine. Now you might just kill Depa with this Forlom, or you kill the Plo Koon.
I'd go for Plo
and leave
Koon,
your
yeah.
guy alive.
Makes more sense because he stays on then, and Depa will not trade into it, obviously.
Well, it is slightly risky. Like, obviously, it makes the most sense to kill Plo Koon and leave your guy alive. But Depa attacks for 6 and Plo Koon attacks for 3. This whole game is about how long can you not die for.
Yeah.
So I actually don't hate just trading your Forlom into Depa and saying, all right, Plo Koon only attacks for 3. You're a mile away from having coordinate. And now if there's a surprise strike, or if there's a surprise strike or a blaster, you're just pretty close to being in check from any Falcon.
For sure. Yeah, and also Oscar gets initiative. So
yeah, so he's going to get in for this. It looks, if he's looking for a blaster, it's going to be 8 damage to 20. And now Falcon Surprise Strike is lethal, and you have to play the rest of the game with that. Whereas if he had killed the Plo Koon, or if he had left the Plo Koon alive, it would have been blaster for only 5 instead of for 8. And I think that 3 health could end up being critical.
Yeah, especially since the sort of implied check that you get in with the Quinlan having access to so much burst damage.
Yeah, and this is obviously the benefit of their play, is that, okay, I took 1 big hit and now the board is completely clear. So Cat is basically making the gambit that they're not going to let Quinlan get back on the board after this. There we do see a no good to me dead, and it immediately goes away, because that's a really good answer to the Falcon for that turn. It lets you attack with your units and not fear the Falcon.
And of course, with the Mist Hunter in space, he can actually answer some things. You can only assume that as a CAD player, you have access to your own surprise strikes.
Yes. There goes a Falcon unit. So I'd imagine the Mist Hunter does get to draw a card when it attacks.
It could. But pinging the Falcon, taking.
Yeah, so going up to 22. So a second Falcon, which we do see in Oscar's hand. A second Falcon is going to be lethal.
Yep, it is.
We see them. Oh no, there was a trade. I thought that was a McClunky or something.
No. He has traded it. But there is another Falcon in hand, and it's going to be harder to answer now when he doesn't have a space unit ready.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the no good to me dead anymore either.
He does have McClunky though. And is that a sneak attack? Yeah.
Might be. I think both Cads and Quinlan's can play sneak attack. For sure. And if there is a McClunky, you can just use that to kill the Falcon right now.
Yep. Which is...
You don't even have to Cad ping, you just get 2 from the Bosk and 3 from the McClunky.
Exactly, but it looks like he actually did Cad ping there.
Looks like he did, which might make it harder for him to kill this Cassian this turn.
Yeah. So he does have a Forloom available, and... if he would have had, if he would have had, if he would have had the CAD ping available now, he could have just killed Cassian on the spot.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, the CAD ping made him waste a sneak attack from hand. Is what happened. Because otherwise, Forlom and actually it also kills the Forlom, because he wouldn't have had to sneak attack the Forlom and it stays. So the CAD ping there was actually really huge.
That was bad. Of course, he does have a board where Oscar does not.
Well, the Forlom needs to die now because it did get sneak attacked in. So the
I
4
bet they'll catch that though. Yep, they did.
Yeah, okay, they're killing the 4 now.
Yeah, they did. But it would have been a much cleaner round if he would have used the Bosk ping instead of the Cad ping.
He did get to the late game, and 2 Falcons are down. Cassian is a bit easier for Cad to deal with, but we see right now he can't kill it in 1 action.
Nope, he can tap it down with the Cartel Spacer.
True. And he can tap down a Falcon as well, but that is a little bit worse.
Yep, it is. So now he's going to have to discard a Horror, I guess, because you need to keep that card.
You can't afford to discard, because also he has 5 resources up, so representing another Cassian.
Yep. And then tapping down Bosk.
But also the Ahsoka is representing lethal, so you've got to figure out if there's a way for you to kill this Ahsoka this turn without your Bosk.
Yeah.
I think he might have just claimed.
It looks like it. No. Oscar did not claim. He's playing.
No, Alexander might have claimed.
Oh, he didn't grab the token
because
then.
he's dead to the Ahsoka attack.
Yeah.
Next turn.
And now with the Forloom as well, ready there, threatening.
He threw a blaster, so now he can blaster the Bosk to kill Ahsoka in 1 hit.
Yep, that'd work. But then he is still dead to any boost.
Yeah, he's dead to if Quinlan has a blaster or surprise
L4.
strike.
Yeah, any boost on the L4.
Yeah,
just kills him outright.
He needs a CAD unit. I didn't see him. I think he just has the blaster, which is still putting him dead to a lot of cards.
Yep, and I think we will see a blaster here.
One of them.
Yeah, I bet we do.
When you're at 9, Quinlan always has the blaster. Yeah, so Quinlan gets it again. I think that we've seen Oscar take down 2 CADs now. So it seems like he knows this matchup pretty well. He really well understands that he needs to be the aggressor and really pump in the early damage. Yeah. And I think just in general, his lines have been really clean, a lot cleaner than we've seen from some of the CAD players.
Yep.
But that's not really that's not an indictment of the CAD players themselves. It's this deck and this matchup is very tricky. So it's really hard to see exactly what you need to do, and in my experience, I've only played a little bit of CAD, but it's really tough to know, to figure out when you should ping, when you shouldn't, which unit should you attack with first. Like those kinds of lines matter a lot in CAD. I mean, we saw here he pinged when he didn't need to, and it cost him a card from hand, a 2 damage Bosk trigger. It cost him so much that he would have had a lot more tools to fight with if he had still had those cards in hand and might not have lost that turn. So just these little decisions that really add up when you're playing a deck with such narrow margins as this CAD deck, where you really have to play perfectly in a lot of these matchups.
And I think that's a thing with CAD in this meta. We're actually, I just learned from Symbiode, our producer, that we are going to get another game moved over to this table. So we'll just hang on for a little bit. But what I was just saying with the CAD Bane decks in this meta, it feels like even though they still are not too poorly positioned in the meta, they have no easy matches. It's just it's just even trickier to play this deck, and it's always been a bit awkward. The deck has always been one of those decks that you can't just pick it up. You have to learn the lines, and the lines are quite different from many other decks. So you'll see a lot of CAD players have been playing CAD for a while now, and since it's been at least a peripheral kind of contender for a long while, it's been good for them, but you'd see it's often the same players still on it.
Yeah, in my opinion, CAD and Quinlan are the 2 decks that have the most experts out there. And what I mean by that is they have the most people who specialize in that deck. Like when you talk about someone who specializes in a deck, most of the people have a specialty. You're more likely for it to be something like a CAD or a Quinlan, because a lot of those lines are really intricate. You see players like myself or some of my other teammates we don't necessarily have a deck specialty. I played a lot of Sabine yellow. I played Vader yellow. I played Kylo Tarkentown, but I don't have a specialty that set after set I go back to. But you look at like people in the chat, like Sharky and Carlos Hyperspace Cube. These guys are CAD specialists. They can play other decks. They can play them well, but they are CAD specialists. We have a lot of members of the Bothan Network that are Quinlan specialists. They are incredible in that deck, and playing them on Quinlan is not like playing anyone else that just picked up Quinlan.
No, for sure. I mean, Yoda Killer Carlos obviously almost invented the deck, or at least he made it what it is today. So I think every CAD player out there owes him a little bit of what they're doing.
Yeah.
And also, like you're saying, like if you have a player like Tetra Rain on Quinlan, that's something.
Tetra Rain Cluis.
Yeah, exactly. That's a completely different
really good
It's different.
Maddie is another Bothan who is on who's really good at Quinlan. Junior has had a including Monohan, but he's also an amazing Quinlan player. Took it to 17th at the Galactic Championship. The kid's insane.
Like the only one to actually beat Bothan in day one. Sorry, day two really, but yeah, day one for you guys.
Yes. All right. So here we've got a fun matchup with Poe ECL versus Yoda Red Force.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Going into game 3.
Yeah, and this is really no one's doubting who's the control and who's the aggro here, because this is an aggro deck into a control deck essentially.
Yoda is probably the most unique, I would say, of the blue-red hero variants that are out there. You could argue maybe Rey, but I think Rey is really taking a back seat right now and isn't really highly represented in the meta. Of the ones that are in the meta between Han 2, Anakin, Yoda, I think Yoda is really the most unique, where you get a lot of card selection. You get to really utilize the new Rey unit to ping off units.
Yeah, I think the problem Yoda has right now, because it's actually a very strong deck, but it's just not consistent enough, because it when they see an early Rey and can start looping that play, then the deck is just so good. But if they don't see the early Rey and they don't see some of their control cards, they might be struggling a bit.
And we saw there no turn 1 play from the Yoda, so that's definitely not how they wanted to start.
For sure not. While Poe has seen exactly what he wants, and I can't remember the black something.
Black 1. Oh,
black
the
one.
Entrenched is really big here.
So he did see at least some of his control cards here. He drew into that, I think. And that perfect.
That's a huge blowout. Develop the board and get in for 3 damage here. So I believe it has
only two damage, I think. He doesn't have an equipment on it, so it only strikes for 2.
Oh, that's right. It pings a unit.
Yeah, when it's upgraded, it gets +1.
It has that, but it also gets to ping a unit, I believe, if you have a Poe leader unit out.
Yeah. I just never have a Poe unit out.
Exactly. That's the flavor text part that comes up in this matchup specifically.
Yep.
That ping cannot go to base. So attacking for 2. Yep.
And this turn is the turn where Yoda really wants to see his. Okay, that looks
really good there because it turns on the Yoda leader ability as well.
Yep, it does. I was just going to say that he really wants to find that Rey here, but he can. Could be a way to find it. He did not.
Blind flip for it. Looks like it might have been an Adigalia or something, not a Rey unit.
Yeah.
But you see this Yoda player drawing correctly for Rey. If you have Rey in your deck and you bring the card to your hand, you can no longer reveal the Rey. So notice the way that he draws the card very far away from his hand so that he can easily reveal it if it's Rey. And there's no question that is the card that was drawn in that action.
If it has touched any of the cards in the rest of your hand, it is no longer eligible to be revealed that way.
Yeah.
So that's the way to do it. Just place it to the side and look like a poker player looking at your hand. That's to do it. That's how to do it.
See Yaddle drawn, and I think we've seen a few so we've seen a lot of early game units, but Yoda has not been able to get the Force yet, so we can't see something like a Kiadi to draw cards or an Itinerant Warrior to heal 3. So they really need something to get back into this game here, because this black
not
one is
looking too good. Yeah, and also these are 2 really solid units for Poe to have on the board here with the Sabine unit and Black 1, I think it's called, being upgraded with the Poe here. That's exactly the kind of board that Poe wants to see here going into turn 4. He can obviously play a Poe unit here. I think I saw one in his hand, but he's also got a lightsaber, and that would be Yoda's lightsaber, I think, that he could put on to Sabine unit. He chooses not to. He's just not wanting to spend resources this early in the turn.
Makes me think he might just want to play the Poe. He knows it can't get killed this turn because there's no Fell the Dragon resources up from the Yoda player since they led with the Yaddle.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to see a Force Throw, but does he have a big card to Force Throw himself? You really do not want to Force Throw the aggro player that has 4 cards in their hand. But if he can kill this black 1 by discarding his own 4 drop, then that would be pretty big. That would really slow down the clock here and give Yoda some time. Oh, wow, he is targeting.
Yeah.
So he only gets 2
It's
damage.
risky. That's very risky. No, yeah.
It could be representing a second Force Throw, and the second one can often be better. But when the aggro player has 4 cards in hand, that's a pretty big number. And even then, like I wouldn't be comfortable Force Throwing them and hoping to get another 2. They could pretty easily be sandbagging a 1 still.
Yeah.
Well, there goes a 1.
Exactly. Yeah.
But now they're killing their own black 1. They do get to ping the Yaddle.
Huh.
If they do that, because they had the Poe leader out. So
all right. Okay.
They don't seem to be doing the ping, so they're just putting the damage on base and missing the ping unless I'm missing something.
Yeah. Is it because he wants to flip here then? I suppose. Yeah.
I think so. You can flip and probably either go to base or kill the Yaddle. Yaddle is representing Restore 2 next turn.
Yep, with the Adigal.
But you're representing exactly lethal without any restore, but you know that there's going to be that 2 restore. He does still have his ECL up too, so it wouldn't surprise me. Maybe he wants to, if he ECLs something in to kill the Yaddle and gets to attack Poe to base, that would be really good.
Yeah.
For the Poe player here, for John.
For sure. And 4 open resources, then he could ECL a lot of different things. I don't see anything interesting in his hand really, but I can only make out that Fang Fighter really. There are 2 other cards there that I can't make out. One of those could be a K2 or...
I know Wrecker before from other Poes.
Sure, absolutely. And obviously Poe unit, but he doesn't have the resources for either of those 2. He might just want to save the ECL for a record play or something like that. No, he's using it.
Oh, he does
play
K2. I was going to say, if you have a K2, that's the cleanest answer to the Yaddle for 4 that I could think of.
Exactly, yeah. And that also, with the 3 damage off of the K2, when it finally does die, and it kind of has to, it puts him in 1 from lethal.
Yeah, so Yoda has to do something good here. Something like a Chirrut to throw a Sentinel in the way.
I think that's kind of the only play, but even with a Chirrut here,
they don't have
you can just rush into it and die, and then the Sabine unit has lethal with its ping.
The only unit that this Adigalia can kill is K2, which is not the one you want to be killing.
Nope. So I don't really know what kind of play could save him here. Some healing, maybe.
Looks like maybe Warrior is not a bombing run, but that does put him dead on board if he bombing runs the ground arena, because the K2 dies, Poe does not die.
No, exactly. So that's not an answer. And like we said, there's no Sentinel that can handle both K2 dying and then Sabine can just ping.
Yeah.
So I don't know really what to do. If he's got access to some kind of heal, restore wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, I would imagine
some
the
kind of
deck
heal.
doesn't play something like Vigilance, but they might. If they do play Vigilance, you could Vigilance, kill the K2, heal 5, but then you're really only healing 2.
Yep.
And
he's
yeah,
shaking it.
looks like he doesn't
Shaking
have anything. So that would have let him survive for a turn, potentially get to Yoda Flip, but I'm not even sure if these decks are on Vigilance. Usually, I don't like that card, but it obviously would have been good in exactly this scenario.
Yeah, like the double blue decks, both double blue Ray and double blue Yoda do play it. But I don't think you
playing
play
for 4
it.
is another story.
Yeah, exactly. But playing it for 6 in these decks is just not the same as you've seen over and over again in the villain decks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think that was an interesting. Obviously, we only saw the last game here. So it would have been interesting to see the whole trilogy, I guess, the whole series, but it was nice. We just got some information, which was why I said trilogy, from Loopy, telling us that John is actually the owner of Gryphonost. Gryphonost?
Oh, Griffin Nest.
Griffin Nest. I
Mhm.
cannot read. Griffin Nest Games. And
Yes.
they did host a trilogy event last week.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's. I still have not tried the format. Have you?
I haven't, but it's really interesting. It's really interesting format. I've been kind of trying to cool down a bit after Galactics, and obviously before that, I was just head down doing everything I could for that.
Yeah, exactly. Just preparing, you don't have time for it. No, I'm still looking forward to trying it out. I do love Twin Suns, so all of these different formats is really something that I'm always up for.
Yeah.
What is Melee looking like right now? Do we have a lot of unreported games? I will pop. So we went quiet there for a bit because we did get some information in our ears from our producer Symbiode. So there is 9 unreported, but more than that, we do have a lunch break after this round. So I think we will just put you on a waiting screen for a bit then, and pop back in before round 4 starts.
So we should be back in around 40 minutes. So about 20 minutes after the hour, we should be back with round 4 action.
Yep, that sounds good to me. I can't remember. I think I am casting that round.
I believe we're both back casting next round.
Oh, perfect. Right, then we will see all you viewers out there in about 40 minutes then, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Yep, see you.
Rebellions are built on hope.
tend to rule with respect.
Jedi, like my father before me.
Miss Padme. Is she safe? Is she all right?
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way. Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Welcome back. We are here getting ready for turn round number 4 rather. My name is Viktor, and with me, Jeff Creasy, the voice of the Bothan Network. I heard that between you and George, it could get really loud and rowdy in the house.
That is very accurate. There were some teammates that tried to ban George and I from testing with each other. We are both very loud individuals that take great joy in this game. So whenever we made a play that we thought was good or funny, we would just start yelling, not even realizing it, and just kind of disturb the whole house. It was great.
I'd be the opposite to that. Like that sort of stuff would pump me up. I'd love to have you guys playing next to me then. Like I just get maybe a little bit distracted, but
yeah,
I'm always distracted. That doesn't make a change.
Yeah, the loudest one I still remember. So we basically spent the whole week. There was a big group of Bothans testing out the Kylo Tarkentown deck. And we decided to put Admiral Mahdi in there to try to deal with control decks and data vaults and stuff. So the first test games we had against it, I was playing the Kylo Tarkentown and George was on a Kira data vault. And I killed him with Mahdi on 7 or 8 resources, and we just both exploded. We were like, oh, this works. This could be good. It was, the whole house just turned. It was like, what are you two yahoos doing? Like, what's going on over there?
Oh, is that not what everyone wants to have in their room? Like, for me, that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have a game for us. We did scramble a bit to find something that we thought would be interesting for you guys to see. And Mother Tulsin has been a powerhouse, obviously, winning worlds and doing real well in Gen Con as well. Even though the Kylo Tarkentown deck you guys came up with has also done really well at both of those events, winning Gen Con 2 times.
Yeah, two of our teammates actually, Frank and Crispy, both won the Gen Con playmats for the showcase thing with the Kylo Tarkentown deck.
That's awesome. And then obviously Ian taking it to number 2 at Worlds, or Galactics rather. So I feel Mother Tulsin is definitely a deck that we wanted to see, and this is an interesting matchup. In our testing of. I've been testing a lot with the Mother, and some of my teammates were on it, especially obviously as well, Team Enigma found this deck to be what they brought, and one of my good teammates at the Nordic Takedown is on Team Enigma, so we were testing a lot with this deck. So I know for a fact that it can actually sometimes struggle into Sabine. Because kind of you can't tech for everything, and Sabine might not be what you tech for. I do believe you could easily make a Mother Tulsin deck that can handle Sabine quite readily, but most of them haven't got that tech in the deck. So
yeah,
this
you
could
don't
be
want to
really
lose your
interesting.
points into the Hantu Blues, which are the reason you're playing this deck and the reason that you like it.
Exactly. So this is going to be really interesting, I think, to see what this deck can do, because it could be really 50-50, this one. So we had a roll off here, and they are taking drawing opening hands here.
Like Paulson has initiative for game 1.
Yep, it looks like, which I don't know. Sabine obviously can have a huge advantage when it goes first, but in this matchup I'm not sure that it necessarily is as much of an advantage as it sometimes can be.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing for Talzin here is that they get to start with the 2/4 carrots.
Yep.
Because that's the only unit that Sabine can't kill with a turn 1 ECL.
Right.
So they're gonna get the force. And they're gonna be able to put pressure on or damage whatever Sabine plays on turn 1.
Exactly. And but what I was kind of getting at is the fact that if Talsin goes second, they can be even more reactive to what Sabine is playing. So going second for Sabine here might not be as much of a downside. Obviously, not being able to stop the force, I'm not sure, depending on what you draw as a Sabine player, you might not be trying to trade anyway, you might just try to go face anyway.
I think so. I think there are times where you've got to be kind of smart about it, where you realize that, oh, you know, the Talzin ability can kill my unit for free, so is 3 damage worth keeping your force unit on the board, keeping your force throws turned on.
100%.
And it really depends on what's in the Talzin player's hand. If they have a backup force unit, then it's not as big of a deal.
Yeah, I know.
But we see that we see that question right now for the Sabine player. They know that the Talzin activation kills their battlefield marines. So do they? Because the other advantage of killing this Karis now is you waste the Karis's when defeated. If you play another unit, then Karis is just going to kill that too, unless it has more than 5 health, which it's not going to. So I think you just have to kill the Karis here.
Yeah, I think this is where you have to trade. And of course, a Marin here is not what you want to see as a Sabine player, but a 3 health unit in space can at least be able to do something. And if he can suit that up next turn, then he might be in a decent spot.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised to see... We see a Force Lightning in hand. So I'm curious. I think the Talzin player has 2 options here. You either Force Lightning to kill the A-Wing right away, or you could just activate Marin to minus on the A-Wing, and activate the Talzin, -1/-1 the A-Wing, and then when you attack with Marin, you could discard anything to kill it, save the Force Lightning for the Sabine leader.
Yeah, certainly. It looks like he's got a Force Throw in hand as well. Is that right? Yeah, it is.
He does. I think there might be 2 Force Throws.
Might even
but
be.
I wouldn't count too much on Force Throw in this matchup.
No.
It can be
next
nice
turn he's got that
card.
Yeah, and he's got that assassin lined up for next turn. So it's looking like it's looking like he's doing this line, which means that he can just kill it with the Marin activation. And of course, since minuses are always constantly recalculated, this A-Wing will only strike for 2 if it gets struck. But this is interesting. Yeah. Trying to get that to stick around. Yeah, that's good.
So normally you would want to try to save that for your Sabine leader. But I like this a lot here because like you're making Talzin spend another card from hand to kill it, and you know that that card can't just be a Power of the Dark Side, because you could just kill the wing leader. Exactly.
And I don't know that Talzin is going to actually kill the A-Wing here. He might just take out the wing leader instead.
It looks like he's putting 2 on the A-Wing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious about that. I mean, the Talzin can kill the wing leader in theory whenever she wants with 1 activation. So it might be trying to either force throw yourself or just plan to double force throw. Okay, so they're just going with the assassin. So they're not going to kill the Sabine leader this turn. They're not going to spend any of their force throws or lightnings. They discarded 1 throw to the Marin, and so they still have force throw and lightning in hand.
But no force right now, and Sabine is going to be able to just get 3 in, of course, with the leader unit here.
Yes, but I would imagine you're going to see a first action force lightning next turn to kill the Sabine leader.
Yeah.
And then either a Marin attack or attack anything and activate Talzin to kill the wing leader. So it looks like Talzin's going to be able to clean up this board unless Sabine can do something else.
Yeah, there's I can only see smaller units in hand there. Resourcing, so there's a lot of 2 drops in that hand, which isn't necessarily super bad on this turn. A 2 and a 3 drop would have been better, of course, but playing 2 units might definitely be a good idea here.
Interesting. So not going for the lightning on the leader. Is there going to be a discard? Or are we just keeping the cards in hand and getting the force? It looks like we're just getting the force to kill the wing leader with the Talzin activation.
Yeah, it seems like. I think playing out that fallen lightsaber that we saw flipping around in the hand there might just be too much for Sabine to handle. So he might think that he can actually put enough pressure on Sabine. But then
Absolutely.
He did not.
He'll be able to kill the Sabine this turn, I think, fairly easily between Talzin flipping and the lightsaber.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
concern was to something like a Rebel Assault to stop the damage, but he's still only at 13, so I think Talzin is still pretty happy with their position right here.
I would agree. And even though that's a ride 5, so that is a 3-cost unit. That's good. But even as we're probably now not going to see 2 units being played, I don't think Talzin can actually kill that red 5 easily with the
You can
resources we
force throw
see.
yourself to get the lightsaber out.
Yeah.
I don't know that you need to do that.
Yeah,
You can force throw yourself and then give it -1 with the Talzin attack.
Yeah, but you'd rather play the lightsaber, I think.
Exactly. I think
or
you just
throw your opponent.
them, get rid of a card, do some damage.
2 damage is not too bad here. Force throwing Sabine is always a bit dodgy because there are so many low-cost units, and there can be medal ceremonies and 1-cost events and such. So it's always a little bit of a gamble, I guess. But this turned out pretty well, I think. With the lightsaber now, he is going to put a lot of pressure on that base. And
I think, I like this. You kill the Sabine first, and you know that the pressure is coming. Oh, is he putting the damage on base? It looks like he's attacking base and just giving -1 to the Sabine. This is interesting.
I mean, now the assassin can take it. The assassin takes out Sabine.
Yeah, the assassin takes out Sabine.
Only takes 1 back.
I think you're basically just assuming now that you're going to use Marin or otherwise kill this red 5 before it gets to kill the Talzin's assassin, which I think is a fair assumption.
Yeah, I mean, Talzin's assassin's got 4 health, I think. So
it would take more than just 1 attack from the red 5.
Exactly. So I don't think you're in immediate danger of losing the assassin, and you've got a board advantage that's pretty considerable here. But ECL is still up, and we now going into 6 resources. We see that there's a Poe in hand, which is important, I think, because you need to get rid of that lightsaber from Talzin there.
Yeah.
You can't take too many swings of that.
It's interesting though that the Poe can't kill the assassin and the Marin.
No, can only kill one of them. How many cards have the Sabine played?
3 cards in hand.
3 cards in hand. So can only actually, even if he dumps his hand, he can only do 2 of the Poe triggers here. I mean, obviously he's got to ECL Poe here. Otherwise, it's game over. You
have to ECL Poe and you have to discard 2 cards because you have to kill the lightsaber and then the second card to either kill the assassin or kill the Marin leader. I
think you ECL into Marin. You ECL Poe into Marin, kill the assassin with the damage, and remove the lightsaber.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think that's the play, because you can't kill the Talzin anyway, so there's no reason to ambush into it. But you still need to get rid of the lightsaber, and then and then you've killed both of the readied units, because you're also 6 damage away from dead.
Exactly.
So you've got to not take damage right now as well.
Yeah. In this case, Sabine's got to switch and be the control for a little bit. And until you sort of stabilize the board. But using ECL now, even if he does draw into a wrecker, he can only do the when played and can't have the overwhelm. So it is sort of a controllier play that's going to happen here from Sabine next turn as well, given that he does survive that long. Probably does, though. This is game 1 of the round 4 from the Madison PQ in Wisconsin. We have 80 players almost attending, I think. 82 active players right now. So it is a mid-sized PQ. We get the assassin taking care of Poe there.
Yeah, it was assassin plus force lightning to kill the Poe.
And that's a 2-for-1.
Hand did get all the they are presenting lethal again on the ground.
Yep.
Sabine has to have a wrecker or something to deal with this assassin.
exactly. Wrecker is probably the only card I can think of that would save you here, right? He's at 6 resources. What other place would a Sabine even have available? That they're really... Yep, that's a Wrecker. That is a Wrecker, and you have to
You have to kill the
trigger the...
assassin, yeah.
Yeah.
And now the
that's
Wrecker is
the
threatening
only-
to kill the Talzin next turn as well.
Yep, yep.
Talzin also gets to draw and play cards though, so.
Yep. Is that...
That's the sun. So that's the
Oh,
when
that's
you
the
have
sun.
the force, all of your other units
so-
get +2 attack. So now Talzin attacks for 5.
Yep.
So Talzin could kill the Wrecker and not die back, or Talzin could put them to 1 health left on base.
Yep. And with the sun, we know that this deck is at least quite influenced by Bettons and the Enigma deck.
Yeah, I think the sun
wells.
makes a lot of sense in this deck because Talzin loves to play all of the 2-drop force units and really likes to flood the board with small guys, and they all turn on force throw, force lightning. You never know which one's going to get a saber, and the sun just makes a lot of sense when you're running into a strategy like that. And I like this play a lot. You're not that close to dead. You just put 2 lethal threats on board and make Sabine deal with it. They can't Rebel Assault Wrecker because he's not a Rebel.
No, of course, but there are some other cards that you might be able to see in the Sabine list. You could do a Heroic Sacrifice and some other of those boosting plays that does work. And
Adelphi gets you to 25 of 28. So I think that the Talzin player recognized that Sabine couldn't deal.
Yeah, they obviously Sabine scooped here, but red 5 was still open and could go into base, and then next turn you could Adelphi or Heroic Sacrifice.
Well, if red 5 goes into base, then you get initiative. So the Sabine has to claim after you play the sun.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, didn't think of that. So yeah, either way, Sabine did scoop. So there just was no answer that was drawn. And I'm not sure there even are any answers for that board state.
Yes, and the Talzin player Micah is a member of the Late Night Gaming team.
Cool.
So yeah, shout out to Micah and Late Night Guys. Thanks for streaming this PQ so that we can sit here and talk about it.
Always love to sit and talk about games. That's always a good way to pass your evening. Yeah, so Micah from the Late Night Gaming team on Mother Talzin, and we've got Kyle on the Sabine deck here.
Yeah, I thought Micah navigated that game 1 really well. I think he understood his role in the matchup and when he needed, when it was helpful for him to just get damage on base, when he needed to take units out. I thought he played really well. There's a lot of interesting decisions about all-out trading, all-out aggression, when to do which one, and
I
think
agree.
he played that really well.
Yep. So Carlos from your team in chat just said that he thinks the Talzin showcase is the hands down best showcase. I mean, it is a beautiful card.
It does look really good.
It does both evoke the images you get from you go of her in the Clone Wars, while still looking really, really menacing in a way that you didn't often get in Clone Wars. So
I really like
it
when the showcases bring a little kind of unique colors to the foiling process that you don't get either in a lot of main leaders or in like the kind of like green coloring in that foiling looks really cool.
Yeah, I agree. That is a very good showcase. So we are preparing for game 2 here. As a Sabine player, do you opt to try and get more late game stuff in? Maybe siding in something like Adelphi or something like that? Or would you rather try and go even faster and get even more burst in?
I think you try to go faster. I think you want to... I think your goal is to try to dodge the Marin and see how much damage you can get in space. Wing Leader is kind of rough because they can always kill it with a Talzin activation.
Yeah.
So it might be better to lean on Fleet Lieutenants or something like that. Wing Leader's still not bad though.
I mean, it does insulate from Power of the Dark Side, so that's always good. But again, like you said, you can just start with the Talzin activation and then Power of the Dark Side. Buys you a little bit of time though, and tempo and initiative is often really where it's at anyway.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like the Fleet Lieutenant, because usually most of Talzin's early game units are 2 power, so they would have to attack it and then Talzin activation to kill it, and then you also get the same power insulation if you go, you know, turn 1 space unit, turn 2 Fleet Lieutenant, and it helps with the initiative battles as well. We'll see.
I mean, and just threatening a Rebel Assault means that Talzin got to somehow react to. It's something to react to. Yeah. So
Secret of Sage opener here, and we see another Force Lightning in hand. The Force Lightning is a resource that in this matchup specifically, I'm really curious to see how Micah uses it. We saw last turn it only went for 2 damage, but it was enough to let a Talzin's assassin come and kill the Poe.
Yep.
Because it's a really valuable resource, but your resources in developing the board are also a really valuable resource.
No, yeah, it's one of the most versatile cards printed. I've just been so surprised that it hasn't seen more play than it has. And I mean, rightfully so. It just hasn't had a home in the meta. But a card that blanks effects, that's the type of cards that usually see a lot of play in any card game. And in this game, it just hasn't seen play until now.
Well, the problem before this set is that villain force units were terrible. They were all late game bombs. The only thing they could do was close out games in control decks, and those aren't the matchups where you want your, you know, Force Lightnings early game, and you can't have them turned on. If you can't have your Force Lightning turned on until you have a Snoke out that's ending the game anyway, then it's not a useful card. But when they go to Legends of the Force and they say, hey, here's a good force unit at every point in the curve, then it turns on Force Lightning to be a force to be reckoned with in a lot of these, all of these villain decks.
But again, like the main use case here is to use it as removal. And I would have thought when I saw it printed in the early stages of Sparkle Rebellion, I'd still had thought that the blanking part of it, which doesn't require a force unit, would have been interesting enough for it to see play. But this game and the way it works, it just does not pay to have
it's something that in practice it is a little bit more awkward than it would seem on paper, for sure. It's a strong sounding effect, but a lot of the times what I think about with cards like that, and even if you go further to cards like Metal Ceremony, is the effect is good, but is it worth a card from your hand? You know, because what if that was just another unit or something?
Yeah, and more than anything, it's not about resources always, or even cards in hand. It's about the tempo. It takes an action, and then the other actions coming up after that might not just justify having blanked something early where you could have been doing something better. At least Metal Ceremony has got to happen very late in the round. but for Force Lightning's blanking part of the card to be interesting, it has to happen up front.
Really interesting play there. I'm fairly certain that the Sabine player had 2 resources up and had a Luke pilot in hand, but opted not to play it. Obviously, the pilot dies for free to the Secret of Sage. It does give you Power of the Dark Side insulation for 1 action. But they are determining that maybe they want to try to put it on a space unit, or just didn't want to run it out into the free death of the Sage. But an interesting decision there to not play that.
It didn't get punished this time, but it certainly was risky.
And I'm not saying it's you know, incorrect to hold the Luke pilot. It's just an interesting decision point of the game to see if that comes into play later.
So red 5 back at it. And only 2 open resources, so Luke can't be played onto that right now.
Correct. It can't be piloted on. It could still be played as a unit, but you're definitely not going to do that now with the Secretive Sage still up and the Talzin coming out.
No.
So we might just see a claim here, and maybe Luke pilot next turn onto the red 5 to stop it from dying to Fang Fighter plus Talzin minus.
At least at this point, he's probably pretty sure that there's no power in the dark side in the hand because of Sabine not being removed that way. He is considering playing it.
Thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting decision point.
Yeah. Well, this still looks very much to go Mika's way, this game.
Yeah.
He's got a huge board and...
He's got 16 damage on his base, but there's a Ruthless Raider in hand as well. Like, I think it's going to be really tough for Sabine to get those last 12 in.
He's got ECL up, but 16 is a little bit too low. If he were, 2021, then we're talking. But at 16, a Rekka, even ECLing Rekka, won't save him here. You could get rid of some nasty stuff, but they're 2 shielded units up also. So yeah. So it's a rough board for him to handle here.
Yeah, and this is another point where I think the fact that the common bases here are 28 HP instead of 25, like the ECL, is a big difference. It looks a lot easier to deal 9 here than it does to deal 12.
Yep, I would agree. So he is taking out the assassin here, which to me signals that he's not going to ECL or Rekka. I can't see his hand at all here.
Well, he might, because if you ECL the Wrecker, you could do both actions to the Talzin leader and still overwhelm 5.
Yeah, but is it worth it to use both just to get 5 onto base then? Maybe, but he's only at 19, he'd go to 24. Yeah, sure,
the
maybe.
The problem is that the red 5 still wouldn't be lethal at that point.
Exactly. Of course, with any boost, it is lethal, and the red 5 is a rebel, so...
I would imagine that the plan for Micah is to not let this red 5 survive the turn. It is now a 2-3 thanks to the Talzin attack, so Fang Fighter could trade into it.
Yeah.
We could see Force Throw or another Force Lightning. I'm not sure. I actually don't see those in hand, so probably not.
No, but there are more than one way to get the red 5 off the board here. We do see K2, but no Wrecker, right?
I do not see a Wrecker. It's hard for me to tell exactly what the left 2 cards are.
Yeah.
There's a K2 and an event that...
and something green.
Fleet.
Oh, Fleet. Interesting. I just slammed the K2 here. Oh, he is piloting here to save it. Now...
I don't hate this, especially if the event is something like a Heroic Sacrifice. Because Heroic Sacrifice would put him to 27, and then Sabine Ping is lethal.
Yep.
And this also
not
prevents
bad.
the Fang Fighter from making the easy trade.
Yep. I mean, even a Fleet on this will put him at 27 next time.
True.
So this isn't bad. He's banking on
now the Fleet Lieutenant is lethal that we know he has in hand.
Yeah. So Mika is banking on the fact that he's not having and not drawing into any Power of the Dark Sides.
Well, now he gets initiative, so now he's banking that Micah can't kill this red 5, which we see the hand. I don't see a way to kill this red 5 in hand.
Me neither.
It looks like Sabine may be taking this game too, unless I'm missing a card in hand.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, this should be it. It's the hidden Jedi thing that will discard cards, another Sage, and it was 3 units, I'm pretty sure. A Ruthless. That makes it.
Ruthless Raider does let him kill it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it does. So he could kill it.
For some reason, when I saw that, I thought it was a different card in hand. I didn't think it was a Ruthless Raider.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that does kill the red 5.
Yep.
He can't kill the Luke Pilot, but Luke Pilot doesn't kill him with just the Fleet Lieutenant.
No, he
now,
can get to
Micah has
25
lethal
with
on
fleet.
board.
Yeah. Micah has lethal in 2 actions.
Yeah, and knowing that he had the Ruthless Raider in hand, it makes his other action dirtling make a lot more sense, where he's doing these small attacks and then saying, okay, you're going to claim thinking that you might have lethal with your pump, and now I can kill it when you can't respond anymore.
Yep. Really well played, really well navigated there by Mika. He certainly seems to know this matchup, and it doesn't surprise me. Obviously, being teammate with Loopy, he's probably had 1 or 2 hard matchups against Sabine.
Now we'll have to see if there's a for a cause. Then the blaster's lethal, so that does it there. He did have the for a cause in hand, so he was gonna. So Sabine was 1 action away from winning still with the for a cause.
Sure,
but
that is 1 action too. Less than he had.
For 5. It's something that we put in the Kylo Tarkentown deck, and also Betten put in his version of Talzin. That sometimes even for 5 resources, the 2 action, the 2 damage and 1 action, even out of aspect, can be very helpful to close out games like this.
I've felt it many a time in testing, for sure. It is especially like this is why. My teammate Adam was really upset about open deck lists at Worlds, because he was banking on people not knowing that he had that. That was supposed to be one of the surprise plays in the deck, and open deck lists obviously took that away. When we talked to Betten afterwards, he took it in strides. He was just not faced by that at all. And one of those 2 players actually took the Worlds.
Yeah.
Yep. I think being able to keep your head cool and not get faced by things that just happen out of your control is one of the most important parts of card games. In poker, you talk about tilting, and I think that's equally important in this game.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this game is a mental battle constantly. So being able to be in the right mindset is a huge part of the battle for sure. Yeah.
I'd agree. All right. That was fairly quickly, but it was very interesting to see how well Mika was able to handle this matchup. And I think that Mother Tulsin deck might be a contender further down the line. This was table 2, so Mika is certainly in the running for the top spots of this PQ. Do we have
he's at the 4-0. I don't believe we have a backup table right now.
No. As far as I can tell, we don't. Maybe Symbiode can get something for us in a bit. But I'm trying... Yeah? See if we can see anything interesting.
So we're looking now to see if we're going to be able to get a backup feature match. If not, we'll just go to a slightly longer break. But
yeah. So going into round 4, we had 10 undefeated players, 10 3-0 players. We did have 12 undefeated players, but
two players that were 2-0 and drew.
Yeah. So 3-0, Mika would now be 4-0, and with 80 players, I don't think he can just draw 3 rounds.
No, you definitely can't draw the last 3 rounds.
No, he'd still have to have another win to be able to even consider drawing.
Yeah, chat's asking what's doing well. There were actually 2 Han Pilot Tarkentown decks at 3-0. There were also
Savior Howard
Tarkentown deck. So Mono Red Sabine beat one of the Han Pilots.
Yeah.
So there's a Sabine Tarkentown that's 4-0 now as well.
And we got Aaron Andries, who was 3-0 with the Grand Admiral Thrawn at table 1 as well. That's quite interesting. John with the Poe Dameron deck was undefeated as well. Well, that's the one we saw, yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Looks like the Grand Admiral Thrawn lost this round, so they're 3-1 now.
All right.
And there is. I'm trying to find where the other Han pilot player, how they did.
Yeah.
There's a Poe pilot player that is not reported yet and was 3-0.
Yep. So we've got at least 2. No, that's not reported yet. We've got one Quinlan that is definitely in undefeated into next round. Then we've got Oscar that we've seen twice on stream playing against the Poe Dameron deck right now. That's not reported yet, so we don't know. We have a Han 2 Talking Town that just lost to Howard Xavier on Sabine Wren, and so that's 3-1.
I believe that is Han 4 Tarkin Town, so that's the Han pilot.
Oh, yeah. Never told me the odds. Right, that's Han 4 Talking Town. Makes more sense.
Yeah. It's really hard to play Han 1 right now.
Yeah.
With all the discard running around, and I haven't seen any Han 2 anywhere, which is really interesting.
That is interesting. I guess that people just like there's a combination. A lot of people just don't want to play the It deck, and then on top of that, people that might be inclined to do it might just think that it's so heavily teched against.
Yeah,
you don't want to.
The other Han 4 pilot that was 3-0 did win this round, so there's still one Han pilot Tarkin Town deck that is 4-0, along with a Sabine Tarkin Town, a Talzin, and a lot of the other results are still coming in.
So we might have some pie charts to show you here. We do have a leader representation pie chart that we could bring up for you. Yes. So we are looking at the leader representation in the field right now, and you can see it is very much an even spread among many decks. The only deck that seems to be sticking out a little bit would be Quinlan Voss with 10% of the field. That would be 8 players, I think. And then you would have Sabine Wren, just 1 or 2 less Sabines in the field. And then Darth Vader, an old favorite of yours.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised to see his representation rise, because I think a lot of people are expecting when you see a deck like the Kylo Tarkin Down deck come out, people immediately say, well, I can put a lot of sideboard slots into making that matchup better. But where do you get those sideboard slots from? You only have 10 cards. So if people are expecting, maybe people are taking out their grenade strikes and bombing runs to put in these aggrieved parliamentarians and bamboozles and what have you for this Kylo matchup, and then all of a sudden, hey, there's not as much hate for my Vader here.
Right, exactly. So there's only that many decks that you can tech against, and when the decks that are most easily teched against diverge so much in what kind of tech they need, you can only pick a few of them. You have to make it sort of a guess on which ones are you going to see the most. So yeah, I do understand why someone would be inclined to bring the Vader 4 deck here.
I'm really intrigued by these 4.5% decks. You look and you see that's where the Han 2 is, which is a very low representation for that.
Yeah.
Also Anakin and Yoda, so all 3 main flavors of Blue-Red Hero having the exact same representation. I don't know how many of those Hans are blue or if some are green. I'm going to assume they're blue. That's a little heavier represented than green usually, and also the same percentage with Talzin, Han Pilot, and Poe Pilot. So multiple variants of space aggro and multiple variants of mid-range force things. all having very equal representation is really interesting to me.
And a deck that seems to be rising in the meta right now with Boba Fett 4. I can only assume it's the DV version. It has actually almost as many represented decks as the Darth Vader 4 here. 6.8, so that's one less, I think. Also interesting to see Gar Saxon actually being equally represented as Kylo Ren, because I do think Saxon, that is probably an equal split between the ECL and the yellow version. So those decks are interesting to me, as I think like the Kylo Ren decks that we see here might be half and half Talking Town and some of the green flavors.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting to get those splits eventually, for sure, because they're very different decks.
Exactly.
Like Han 2, green versus red, or sorry, green versus blue. They're not entirely different. They can have a different matchup spread, just like Han 2 blue versus Anakin blue can, because you have different answers to certain things, but they're still going to be play good cards early, play force synergies, etc. But Kylo Tarkintown versus Kylo ECL or Kylo Data Vault are completely different decks and completely different archetypes. Like they just attack the game from different axes, which is really interesting to see from the same leader and just a different color pairing.
For sure. And if you tech against the Kylo Talking Town deck, you're not necessarily all that well prepared to handle the Kylo DV or Kylo ACL deck.
Yeah, Kylo Data Vault, they'll play 11 upgrades in their 60 card deck. So if you aggrieved parliamentarian them, they say, okay, I lost a single craving power and you just played a 2/2. Okay.
Yeah. That's fine, very much so. And DV Kylo isn't necessarily even relying that heavily on the Kylo flip. It's just another tool to stall out, because they are waiting for that big end game anyway. So Kylo is no different from their Vaders or any other of the late mid-range kind of stuff that they do to get to the end game. So it's a very different play style, I think, from what you would see from the Talking Town deck. And the same is true with the Gar Saxon decks. Gar Saxon yellow is such a fast deck and just
very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive. Whereas Gar Green, especially the ECL version, is very much stalling and using Vader to get to an end game. So yeah, very different playstyles. It'd be really cool to see what kind of spread we have in those two, because both of them were 5.7-ish, I think, right?
I believe so, yeah. They were in between the hero mid-range of 4.5 and all of the Vader pilots at 6 point something.
So that would be what, 4 or 5 players, right? Five probably. So if you've got 5 people playing it, yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
Have we got any more reported games in here? Let me update this. The 2 left to go, and one of those is actually Poe Dameron versus Quinlan Voss. Oscar James versus John Schroeder. Oscar's been on the stream a couple of times now. Interesting
Lucy
to see
is still
that
playing as well at 2-1.
Yeah, but it's very interesting. Those are typically 2 fast decks. I would not have expected them to go to this long.
Quinlan can be really good at dragging the game out, especially against aggressive decks. It's one of the reasons that the deck can be pretty hard to pilot correctly. You really just have to know your matchups and how aggressive you're supposed to be within each of those matchups.
Yep, certainly. As Vu very clearly showed in Galactics with a very controlly play style on that Quinlan.
Yeah.
Well, we still is that the round time we see there?
Yeah, so we have about 12 and a half minutes left in the round. Ish. And about 12 matchups left to report in the round.
Yeah. Well, some of those could even go to time, and then it'll take a bit longer than that even. Yeah, let's go to a break, I think, and we'll be back in maybe 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes. Yeah, all right.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yep, see you around.
This is the way.
We don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Miss Padman. Is she safe? Is she all right?
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
intend to rule with respect.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with round 5 of the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier, Season 1 of Star Wars Unlimited. I'm Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, and I'm here with Viktor from the Nordic Fleet. How you doing, Viktor?
I'm not from the Nordic Fleet. That's
Nordic
Mike.
Takedown, the wrong Nordic people.
Yes. But either way, we are getting to see the game that we thought we're getting to see, but maybe there was some miscommunication. They might have actually played one of the games of this match already.
Yeah, so we think this is game 2, and we're not sure who won game 1 because they didn't hear the announcement about them being the feature table and just started playing. So I'm pretty sure we're getting game 2 here of Han Pilot Tarkentown versus Quinlan Tarkentown. Han won game 1, we've just been told. So Han is up a game against Quinlan.
Yeah, that's interesting. This is this is a game where the Quinlan deck actually does have a fair amount of space units. So unlike some of the other force decks, I guess, in a way, I mean, it's not running a force base, but it does play a lot of the force units. But the Quinlan deck has some standard answers for space even in the main deck. This doesn't have to be as one-sided as some of the other games might be for a Han 4 pilot deck.
It's interesting to me that Quinlan took initiative.
Mhm.
I think this is signifying that they assume that this Han deck is just going to play a bunch of 1-drops that they can't ping anyway, so they're going to get their unit out.
Yeah, that's what that tells me at least. And sure enough, he does play 1-drop there. So,
2 1-drop. Well, assume the second 1-drop's coming.
Yeah, I that's what you would expect from this deck, right?
Potentially.
Huh. Interesting.
It looks like they had a choice between second unit or daring raid and went with the second unit.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. Because being able to Talking Town this first play from the Quinlan unit could still be interesting, of course. Daring raid is not. I don't hate that play, but I do think in the long run, just developing your board here is probably stronger.
Yeah, I completely agree, because you want to save that daring raid Tarkin Town for potentially a space unit that's going to stop you from punching them in the face.
Exactly.
You like to punch them in the face.
I mean, these decks are both very adept at punching faces, but I think Quinlan's got to be the control in this matchup, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Oh, interesting there. So we see the Green Squadron A-Wing, and notably we saw it after the Han attack. So Han didn't pull an odd cost.
No.
But in theory, the A-Wing could get eaten by the cartel turncoat, and now the Han player is just gonna attack it for 1, and I would imagine Tarkin Town the A-Wing.
Yeah, or he could play the...
He could play the daring raid. It depends on if he has a 2-drop that he wants to play, or 3-drop, because we know there's a Falcon in hand. He does do the Tarkin Town. Yeah. Because he wants to play the Falcon.
Yeah, he wants to play the Falcon. Yeah. That's I don't think that's greedy. Both of them use their Talking Towns at this point. It's just the more tempo play, I suppose. Yeah. So obviously this Han doesn't get to keep the Falcon for free. It actually costs him. But seeing the curve that you usually run in these stacks, three resources are plenty.
It's also really nice because you can activate Han and see what number you draw. And if it's a 1, you can attack with a Falcon. If it's a 3, you can attack with a turncoat and still get that bonus damage in either way. And we do see the Sanctioner Shuttle, so attacking for 3 with a turncoat.
Yep. And this is the kind of board that the Han player probably wants to see the most. There's nothing that's threatening him on the ground, really. This Kira play here can't really affect him too much either. There's none of these units that he needs to be playing next turn anyway, so yeah, he's probably fine just sparking or playing the Fang Fighter at this point. He probably, so he goes for the Poe there instead. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
To see Never Tell Me the Odds as the removal spell for Odd Han.
Yeah.
And we do see him go for that, so this will probably be able to kill the Kira,
I guess. Yep. Oh no, that's not enough. Is it? Yeah, it is.
Because there were the Quinlan player, Bill, also got 2 red 5, so 2 more odd cards on top as well. And it counts all odd cards from both players.
Yep. Yeah. Let's see what's in that hand, though. He's resourcing the Fang, I assume. I can't really tell. He's got his thumb over the unit on top there.
Yeah.
Can you tell? Couldn't just make out what that was. He is keeping the Falcon, of course. And 11 to 6. That is with this board state, I think that is that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Is that is
Bombing run.
bombing run.
So 3 damage to the Falcon, kill the turncoat, draw a card. It's not bad, but
Nope.
Han can still flip onto the Falcon.
Yep, he can.
Ideally, you want to spend some resources first.
Ideally, you would, but because the Quinlan already spent all his resources, it's kind of safe to let that hang. There won't be any ping coming, but he does flip
flip
anyway.
the Han here to untap the 1 because now he can untap the 1 and then play Poe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
From
Bamboozle. Nice.
Yeah, this is huge. So it exhausts the Falcon. Falcon still should have 3 damage on it, which I think they're getting to now.
Yeah, I hope so.
Or they put an X on the Falcon instead of the 3 damage.
Interesting.
But,
okay, there is a die on the Falcon.
Oh, there's a
there.
die on the Falcon that we can't really see.
It's just black on black.
Yeah.
Sort of. So now the Poe can come out, and that's I assume that's the most expensive unit in the Han deck.
I would imagine so.
I can't think of a 7 that he'd actually play. Of course, he could play Han unit in sideboard, maybe.
Han Pilot, he probably plays what you could play as a 5.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do think that's a Boshek he drew into that. Could give him some more card draw.
Yeah.
And that's probably good to keep that Falcon alive as well, because it's just 1 damage away from falling prey.
I'm curious how he starts here, because you could Poe clear the Quinlan, you could clear the Quinlan and make them discard, and then play the Boshek, but that's assuming, because if you do that, if you kill the Quinlan, then they can't ping the Falcon, so they have to do something else to damage it.
Yep. And that's probably safe enough. Could be a really good play here. Or you just play the Boshek to see what you get and see what your options really are. Or you just turn that card sideways. Looks like he was about to anyway.
Yeah.
I do think I like either clearing Quinlan or playing out Boshek more. Oh yeah, okay. He's debating with himself just whether or not to keep it. He's just bouncing it to hand instead. All right.
I'm okay with bouncing it to hand as well.
Yeah, I guess it's less aggressive, and I think maybe I would want to go full throttle here, but he might just want to go base with Poe instead.
Yeah, and he can discard cards to Poe to deal more damage, and he's not going to be able to spend his resources as effectively anyway with that.
Exactly. So
he didn't activate his Han to do that. I'm guessing he wants to do it on the Falcon, but if you're attacking base, it seems like you might as well do it with the Poe.
Yeah. I guess, and he knew that Poe might be something that the Quinlan play could take care of, and indeed he could. So yeah, I get why he would do that. That is the GTL Falcon, and there's the Sparkle Rebellion Falcon. So taking a swing there to 15. These games won't take too long though.
Yeah, all right. He did get a 1, so there was no punish for not activating Han on the Poe. He still got his damage.
That worked well.
Quinlan has to clear both of these units. We've seen one bombing run, but a second one won't do it.
I mean, yeah, he does, because there's no way he can make 10 damage in one strike that I can see. Quinlan can maximum make 9 damage. The Quinlan unit can. I don't think he's running anything that can pump into 4. Like, he's not a creature. So, nah. He is doing that, though.
He's just blaster.
He's just doing it for 8.
Look better, basically. And we see the Han 4 pilot coming in with the win here.
That is a quick game, as expected. So that would be Han Pilot going undefeated through the first 5 rounds. We might have a backup game coming up in a little bit, but while we're waiting for that, we could just talk a little bit about the standings as it looked after round 4. So Joseph Phillips, who was playing the Harm 4 pilot here, was 4-0 going into this, and he had actually only dropped one game so far in all of his matches to this point. And now taking this one 2-0, he keeps being undefeated. As Micah that we saw in last round, also undefeated into round 4. Micah had actually not dropped one single game. He's absolutely completely undefeated through the tournament, through the first 4 rounds. So that's pretty impressive, I think. The game between Micah, he is matched, his mother Talsin deck is matched into Quinlan Voss of Oscar that we've seen on stream for a bit. I think we have asked for table 5, right, to be our backup. Yes. So table 5 would be James Walsh against Michael Ganeloni. I am not very good at those kinds of names. So that's a spicy one, because there we have Darth Maul on Shadowed Undercity against Luke Skywalker on Data Vault. What do you think about that matchup?
I think, with how well the Maul can deal with all of the units that Luke wants to put out, all the fighters to try to get your pings online.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of those leaders have access to ping, but Maul does it kind of unconditionally. He just does it, whereas Luke actually has to attack with his units before, so if he can't keep a board state, he can't use his ping.
Well, also Luke can only ping units. He can't ping base. So in a matchup where Maul is just going to try to be the control, Luke could try to keep him off of the force potentially with pings, but it's going to be harder to. It's going to be less of an impact, I would think, than the Maul pings will be to disrupting Luke.
Yeah, that's my thought as well. So I think Maul might actually be slightly favored in that matchup, but there is also, like, they are basically playing 2 different arenas, so it's hard to know exactly how much they're going to be able to interact. And if there's no interaction, I believe that the Luke deck can be so much faster, and it is a data vault, so Maul can't really just race it. Sorry, Maul can't race it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know there have been a few Maul Blue results. I know Wu put out a video on it before Galactics. It's a pretty interesting deck. I'd be interested to see it in person if we can get a game 2 or 3 on there, but we're waiting to see what's going on with that table.
Yeah. Maybe we can have a look at some of the charts that we do have access to while we're waiting. We do have we haven't made a chart for which leader plays which base, but we do have a chart of what bases are played and how many of them. And I'll see if we can get that on screen for you in just a little bit. But to no surprise, I think Talking Town is back. It is by quite some margin the most played base. Yes, this is the one. So we see 21 Talking Town decks are represented within the 80 or so decks that we see. And then yellow is back. We have 16 yellow 30 decks. And then at third place, we've got Data Vault at 14. And Energy Conversion Lab almost as many at 11. So force bases, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw Han 2 in general with really low representation numbers, makes me not surprised that the force bases are low in general.
Right,
but it's interesting to see yellow 30 up there. I know there are a decent number of Vaders, and some Gar Saxons that I would imagine are also some of that yellow 30.
Yeah. I mean, between Shadowed Undercity, Strangled Cliffs, and Fortress Vader, we've got 16 full spaces. And then we've got Night Sister Lair, 2 of those, and Virgin's Temple. Which color is the Virgin's Temple? I'm not sure. Wait, is that the green full space?
I am terrible at base names. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Gotta say, I'm not too good either. Shadowed Undercity, I know, is the blue one, and I think Strangled Cliffs is the other blue one. Fortress Vader, I'm pretty sure, is the red one. So that would be Yoda Fortress Vader, I think.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
There are exactly 4 Yodas, and there is exactly 4 Fortress Vaders.
Yeah.
I think that's the one. Night Sister's Lair, I'm not sure if that could be the blue one, maybe. Actually, I think that's the blue one, maybe. And Strangled Cliffs might be the other red one then.
Chat saying Virgin's Temple is the rare blue base where you get the force if you have a 4 HP or larger unit at the end of the turn.
Oh, yeah. That would make sense. So what leader would it be that is playing that one, though?
Obi-Wan can play that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My teammate Phil took that to Galactics actually, and did fairly well with it. Had a solid run with the Obi Blue rare base.
Yeah, that would make sense. And we do have Obi-Wan. How many of those do we have? We have 1. All right.
Yeah, I'm curious who else is using the blue rare base. It's kind of a high risk, high reward base, and the risk is definitely out there in this event because we've seen so many Quinlans and Cads that can potentially just completely turn your base off when you're doing that.
You're right, yeah. Exactly. We do have one Shuret deck that would probably be talking down, I think. We got one Carl Kestis. Carl Kestis could probably run it. I've seen Carl Blue.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm just guessing here.
And also, I think when you get to the PQ level, there's especially in an 80+ person one, there's going to be a lot of people playing something that they think is spicy, people are unprepared for, or just a deck that they think is fun. So that there could be a lot of that too, of just people who say, you know what, I like playing around with the blue rare base, so I'm gonna throw together my deck that uses that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does.
Oh, I just randomly found there's a Qui-Gon playing the rare blue base.
There's a Qui-Gon on the root blue. There is one Qui-Gon in the field. So yeah, all right, that is blue then. Interesting. I would have thought Qui-Gon liked to play red, but I guess I am not correct. I guess Qui-Gon can play pretty much any color. Green would be pretty good as well.
Yeah.
And all colors have when played effects, so yeah, anything really goes. We still have no word on a backup table, so not sure if we're gonna just stall for more time here. It would be fun to see that Maul versus Luke, just to see how it plays out. See what it looks like.
Looks like we still have a pretty decent number of matches that haven't reported, which is not surprising given that there's still 20 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, that was a very quick little series we had there.
That's what Han Pilot does. It's a quick deck.
For sure. I mean, after seeing it in top 8 in the GC, I think a lot of people just got their eyes open to it. I don't think a lot of people had thought about it. We did see it pop up every now and then, even in last set. I remember calling a game with a harmful lake country that was really cool. But
Yeah, I believe it popped up at Denver. Maybe it was in the Django meta. I think the Han 4 Lake Country that did pretty well. They got my mate Lego Pizza like running down a tangent of he'd done a lot of Han 4 testing as soon as he got spoiled, and yeah, he went on like a 2-week tear where he just played a boatload of that in Lake Country.
It seems to me that Ian is easily excitable.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. He's very easy to just find something that he likes and spend a week seeing if it's real. And I mean, that's part of how the Kylo Tarkentown deck came about for Galactics here, which was really cool to see play out.
Yeah. I mean, I listened to the live cast he and all of you guys did really.
Yeah, it was a group effort
after Galactics. Yeah, that live cast was really fun to listen to.
Yeah, it was fun to do, just to have the whole team sitting there, because we were not talking about any of that while we were doing it. We were trying to keep that deck as secret as we could, because we knew that obviously everyone saw Kylo and kind of tried him and messed around with him, but you kind of had to dig a couple layers deep to see some of the Tarkentown lines, and it's not the easiest deck to pilot. So yeah, I'm just happy that we like took the extra time and really dug into it and got a good deck out of it.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, it's the first true combo deck we've had. Like, to some extent, I guess Tarkin Yellow back in set 2 or 3 maybe.
Yeah,
but
your combo is a giant lurking type phantom.
Exactly, but it wasn't very successful, and this one has been. So it's cool to see that there is room in this game for combo decks.
Yeah.
Of course, combos can easily be disrupted, but when people don't know about it, like, you can go to town.
Yeah, it's really hard to balance, honestly, just in terms of actual card game balance, to have a combo deck be viable but not overpowered.
Yeah, and if that's the measurement we're using, I'd say that this is the perfect combo deck. It is disruptible. Like, there are ways to disrupt it, but if you don't see it coming or don't prepare for it, it's just going to go to town. And I guess that's where you want combo decks to be.
Yeah.
Let's see. Still no word from Madison about what we can do for these last minutes. Could be that the games that we have been asking for are just dragging on. Don't know that what I would be expecting for these decks to end up doing against each other, but you never know.
I would imagine we're not going to get a backup at this point, because even if they are about to go to a game 3, they're going to want to prioritize not going to time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, since that is a good assumption, we might just go to a break screen for a little bit. I will be taking a break for next round, and we will have, I think, Rufus joining us for next round, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So then I'll be back in a couple of games then, or something like that, and I'll leave you guys to it for a bit as we go to a test screen here then.
Yep. Thanks for hanging out.
Yep.
We don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here for round 6 of the Planetary Qualifier at Misty Mountain Games. I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, and I am joined here with Rufus from Late Night Gaming. How you doing, Rufus?
How's it going? Going great.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Excited for we've had a lot of fast matchups in a row, so we're gonna slow things down a little bit with this one. We've got a Maul Blue against a Palp Blue. So this is the new Force Maul with the Force base against Set 1 Palpatine Blue. And Rando Mando is on the Palp Blue. I know he used to be, he was known for his Palp Yellow, so it's interesting to me that he switched over to Blue, but I'm kind of excited to see what he's put together and what he's done with this. He's always been on Palpatine for the whole game, so he's always one to watch for if you think that Palpatine's gonna be in a good spot or doing things.
Yeah, this should be a fun one.
It looks like we
He
see
does
Maul
definitely
sleeves
like,
with Maul
Palp.
Blue player, so I respect the commitment.
Yeah, it's important to match. And we have both players using showcases, which is also nice.
That's how they're near. So these players are both X and 1, so still both very live for the top cut. There are only 4 undefeated players left in the event. But yeah, both players getting the showcase buff and using that to go near the top tables. What do you think of this matchup?
I think I actually like Palp here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a little biased because I know that Rando's really, really good with Palp. So
True. That's totally fair.
That does help.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I haven't seen that much Maul yet. So yeah, I could see it going either way, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Usually Palp likes to feed on the big late game decks. I would imagine the Maul is gonna go big. I don't know what top end they're gonna choose. You obviously in red blue villain you have a ton of choice. You have the classic blue green villain things if you play your Avengers or whatever. You can also have the red top end options of Crate Dragon. So I'm not 100% sure what they're on, but I would imagine that this Maul is gonna have some number of top end units, and so I'm interested to see if he can apply enough pressure to make Rando flip, or if Rando can just sit there and hold out and say, you're never going to play your Avenger crate, whatever your top end is, because I'm just going to never flip my leader.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to like see how this Maul deck is built, whether it's kind of similar to like a 1000 deck, or if it is a little more controlling with more top end stuff like those Avengers.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I know I've only seen a few. The ones that I've seen have tended to be a little bit more on the controlling side, but I think most of those are based off of a Woo video that he put out where he talked about where he had a list that was like a little bit more on the controlling side. But yeah, I'm not sure how this one's built. I'm curious if initiative, I guess initiative always matters a little bit when you're playing a Force deck, because you want a better chance of just getting the Force early.
Yeah, you definitely want to be able to swing, get that token.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Palp's got initiative. Let's see.
Yeah, and then Palpatine has similar options to most blue-green villain, where there's 30 different choices of what you want your top end to be, and you just get to pick what you think might be best for the scenario, for the meta that you're in.
And Palp also has a lot of units that Maul might not want to ping.
True. Yeah, you got your super laser techs and all those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Interesting. So Maul's playing the Night Sister Warrior, which is not usually a very good unit, especially in a deck that wants to actually get the force, because it dies to a stiff breeze. The Palp can't kill it on board though, so it's looking pretty good here.
Huh. And when he does, he'll get him an extra card.
Yeah. But I think as Rando in this scenario, I think anytime you can say, yeah, you take a card, but what you don't get is the force, I think you take that deal all day as Palpatine.
Yeah, I agree with that.
James really thinking over his options here.
Yeah.
Because I don't hate just clearing the Piet and getting your card out of it.
It looks like he's going to go to base.
Go to the base.
This is the way.
Oh, there's the laser tag.
Yeah. I don't hate just using the Maul here to double ping. Even though you give Palpatine the ramp, but you deny him the Palpatine action and the card draw for it, and say now you're gonna have to either throw your Piet with Palpatine or attack in to try to kill my unit.
I like that as well.
Looks like they're talking about it on the table, discussing. Rando is claimed, so I think James is deciding what he wants to do here. Oh, we see a force throw come out of him. I like this as well. The downside with this is if you kill the Piet, now you don't want to activate Maul because you have to ping 2 units, so you'd have to ping your own unit. So I think if you're going to do the ping, you should have pinged first. Looks like he is going to ping.
Huh?
Well, we see some hero cards in the hand, so we can use that to assume that he's playing the 6-cost Anakin unit. We see a Mystic Reflection.
That would be a solid assumption. That's really strong when you can get both sides of that card.
Yeah, definitely. And the Mystic Reflection's not a bad one too. I like that a lot in the villain decks as just a 3-cost, kind of like just a temporary perilous position. Like, yeah, it's a little bit underrated, but when you combine it with the Anakin unit, it gets incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
And it's also just a one that you can pitch to your opponent's force throw.
And you can spread the Maul pings on top of that.
Mm-hmm. It's like here I wouldn't hate just responding with Mystic Reflection. He might have resourced it. I don't see it in the hand anymore, but...
Night Sister Warriors are trading.
Yeah, get your extra card, get another look. He's still holding up that Power of the Dark Side, so he can stop something else that Rando might play, but that is a resupply. Power of the Dark Side does not stop resupply.
No, it does not.
So see the Tyrannus with no ambush, but with a shield.
Looks like Palp claimed.
Yeah, Palp claims. So I think Maul... I think both players are kind of okay with their position here. Maul got on the board. Maul has the force, but Palp has gotten to double ramp. So Rando is going into 7 resources here.
Mm-hmm.
We don't serve their kind here.
Looks like we have a Pershing.
Yeah. I think this is just a way to see what's going on, because you can also, if you put 4 into the Pershing and it doesn't die, then Rando can just use Palpatine and kill the Night Sister Warrior with it.
Yep. And it looks like that is exactly what he's doing.
So now both players draw a card.
Yep.
We see a Reinforcement Walker.
Yeah, I think Rando drew the better card there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the more this goes, the more Palpatine is going to be okay with these things.
Mm-hmm.
And Rando claims, so we do see the Anakin in hand, but I think he resourced the Mystic Reflection. But there's no units for him to try to minus anyway. Oh wow, second Anakin and Super Laser Blast. So the small is planning to go a little bit late.
Yeah, it does look like it's a more control-y version.
Really interested to see how Rando plays this out. He's not under much pressure now to flip, and even if he wants to, it's pretty tough to steal that Tyrannus because it does still have a shield. He resources the Reinforcement Walker. Interesting. I was thinking that might be one of his better options now.
I think he did that because he had two of them.
Fair, and I think he might have switched that to resource something else. I think he picked it back up, but I'm not sure what else he put down.
Let's see if we can get another peek.
Yeah. So,
Yep,
okay, so he did keep both. I like keeping both because I think Maul is going to have to invest some amount of resources into killing the first one, and also he's probably a Power of the Dark Side deck. Like the first one is probably just going to be 8 resources, draw a card. Not the best, but I think you just say here's a thing that you have to deal with, even though I assume you have a lot of ways to deal with it.
Yeah, and he also has so many resources that he's not gonna have any trouble like getting them out.
Exactly.
Just go bigger.
Yeah, so you make him deal with this one and then say, okay, now you get to deal with the second one next turn.
Yep.
And it replaced itself anyway, so it's not the end of the world to just see this get powered. You're still not under a ton of pressure, going from 4 to 10 damage based on what's on board. Assuming them all flips, it'll be another 5. But you've got at least a little bit of time.
Looks like Maul's flipping.
Yeah, this is the turn that James really needs to put on the pressure. He really needs to make he needs to make Rando feel the heat a little bit and not just be able to sit back and not flip his leader.
Absolutely.
I can't see what the last card in hand is, so I'm not sure if there's a
I couldn't make it out either.
play that he can make this turn. But notably, Maul's damage, both on his leader side and his unit side, is not optional. So you do have to ping 2 things. It's interesting to me that he pinged off the shield on Tyrannus. I feel like the shield was fairly valuable.
Yeah, I probably would have put it on one of those witches.
Yeah.
Because if, Pop's not going to flip to take that. And if he does, you're very happy with it.
Yeah. And a minor thing, but note for anyone watching, in theory, you should be drawing your cards and resourcing before you untap everything. That can be a really confusing signal for your opponent, because usually the untapping is signifying you're ready for the next round. So just a heads up to people that it's not usually the most ideal thing.
Ooh.
Yeah, here we're seeing the downside of that shield being gone. That I would imagine the Walker is going to crash into Maul. But you still, like you could have just had 2 damage on the witches, and then your Maul is clear and your Tyrannus is shielded.
Yeah.
And Mando gets the double trigger here. Oh, he drew one. Did he draw 2 and stay at 15 damage? That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Must have hit some really good cards off the top. He's really not worried about this extra 6 damage to taking him to 21, potentially.
I didn't see what the cards were, though.
I couldn't
Were you
see
able to see?
Throwing a witch in there. So, okay, because he's got the Anakin in hand, so we can -3 with Anakin to kill the Reinforcement Walker. I assume he has a villain card in the discard. Or it's
he's just going to do an assassin.
Yeah. And then, 5 more into base up 20. So Rando's got to start making moves here. There's 9 more damage on board this turn. I would imagine he's got moves to make, especially if he didn't heal with either of those reinforcement walker triggers. So I would think this is the turn that Rando really wants to try to take control of this game. Ooh, we do see a crate in hand for the Maul player. That can be a good way to shut the door, but Palpatine still hasn't flipped, so it can also be risky.
Yes, you don't want your crate dragon stolen. That's a very big.
He's at
feels
0
bad
damage
moment.
on base and also has a super laser blast, so maybe he's okay with it. But yeah, we'll see how they play this out.
Palp would really like a super laser blast right now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment. Maybe he has one. What's he tapping for here?
I mean, that's one reason to play blue.
Yeah, another timely.
Oh, Vader.
Timely Vader, the classic. So now there's just going to be a Witch of the Mist left after this, and there will be a full health Vader and two 4-attack units down from the Maul side.
That's better than a super laser blast in this case.
Yeah. I believe it's hard to tell with the sleeve color versus the mats. I believe Mando is completely tapped out here.
Yes.
But also Maul's only on 8, so we can't play the crate this turn.
Oh no, he has 2 left. On the right. It looks like.
I think those got exhausted as well, because timely Vader from the row would have been 8 resources. But it's tough. He might have 2 up. It's kind of tough to tell with the contrast of the sleeves and the mat.
I think he might be at 10 because of ramp.
He does. You're right. He does have 2 up. Yeah, because he can throw the Vader and then flip to steal whatever unit that was. Looks like, is that a turret from?
Yeah, it's a turret. It's
from
a
the silver or black packs from Galactic.
Oh, it's a galactic turret.
I think so. It's hard to tell.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
there's so many versions of everything.
Different options, and it's kind of hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're correct.
Interesting there that he claimed instead of flipping. It might mean that he has something else to do. Maybe he drew something that he wants to do more than stealing the turret.
Maybe he's just holding out for something a little bigger. Nope. Looks like he's taking it now.
We do just see the super laser blast, so I think Palpatine is okay with this at the moment, depending on Rando's follow-up.
I think this is the dragon.
Yeah, well, you know the dragon's not coming this turn, so that's the downside. Is now you had to flip, so you're open to the dragon. We'll have to see if he has another answer for that. Like, obviously, the cleanest one in these colors would be Fell the Dragon to kill the dragon.
No.
Heal Mill.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Interesting. So double Grand Inquisitor unit, a Palpatine down. So this deck seems like this Maul deck seems like a combination of kind of early hidden force units and late game stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a nice balance of early and late.
And now he's got the same dilemma of James is thinking, can I just slam this crate, or is it gonna get Power the Dark-Sided, Fell the Dragon? What should my play be here?
Looks like he resourced an Anakin.
interestingly enough, it goes back to we talked about it and we saw that he had a Mystic Reflection that he could have played to turn on the Anakin -6. And in multiple cases, the -6 from Anakin would have been really good here. He could have just killed the Pershing, but he resourced the earlier Mystic Reflection. So it's interesting how that decision is kind of circling back to this point in the game. He does just slam the crate and say, do you have a power? Do you have a fell?
See how Rando answers.
We can start by just drawing 2 cards if he wants. If he wants to also throw this Pershing before he has to decide. Yeah, we do see a claim, so no third Witch of the Mist coming out from Maul for potential power protection.
So he's going to draw the 2 cards.
A lot of options. He does have the Merciless Contest, so 3 to base, kill the crate.
That is a very efficient way to deal with that.
Absolutely, especially when you get your 2 cards out of it as well, and Palpatine has all the cards he could ever want here now. And now we're up to the point of I'm curious how much top end this Maul is running. Are they on, 2 crates, 3 crates, 1? Are there Avengers as well? What else can they do now that they know Palpatine is flipped to try to close out this game?
Looks like a pair of Ruthless Raiders.
Ruthless Raider's good. You obviously don't want it to get no gloried, but in this board state we have 0 damage on base. A removal spell is a removal spell. You don't really care about taking the 2 extra. Yeah. I think you just play your stuff and make Palpatine have to spin their cards. The problem is they have more cards than you.
and there's vigilances in here too, so
yeah, we've already seen one.
The difference is going to get worse and worse.
Yeah, I think Rando really likes his spot here at this point in the game, and there is a no glory. Only 5 up, so can't play out a second Ruthless Raider that we see in hand. Talzik's Assassin coming down. I like it. Just put a 4-power guy on the board. You can play your Raider next turn. Ooh, top target is huge here. So now Rando is getting that health back.
Might be slipping away from Maul a little bit now.
Yeah, I think Maul is really on the back foot. They've really got to find something big. And again, we don't know exactly what they could have. Their hand right now is not it, though. We see another Mystic Reflection, but I think they've already gone through all 3 Anakins at this point.
Yeah, he just
a few removal spells and a Ruthless Raider. And this is where too you've got to think about. I mean, James knows his deck better than we do, but you've got to think about what are the odds you win this game versus how much longer it's going to take you to lose, and should you just go to game 2 for time reasons?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if we see... Oh, I see an Avenger in Rando's hand. It wouldn't surprise me if we see this Avenger and then move on to game 2. We know James has a Rival's Fall, but nothing else. But the real problem is that he doesn't have any other threats outside of this Raider now. So how are you ever going to get these last 2 points or last 9 points of damage in?
Believe in the heart of the cards and top deck something good.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. You're allowed to keep going. I'm just always worried about time when you're in these kinds of grindy matchups, and you're at this point. I feel safe calling them all pretty far behind.
Yeah. It didn't look like he really drew into much.
No, and being very, very methodical with his resources, it's a good thing to do. But I think time is always of the essence a little bit in these villain kind of more grindy, control-y mirrors.
We have a Salacious Crom.
really good, honestly. Power the dark side protection. You can do whatever you want. Third Grand Inquisitor unit. So we saw 2 milled with Vigilance, and here's a third one. So maybe this is how he's thinking he'll be able to get across the finish line. It attacks for 4 now. But you have to assume there's going to be some kind of answer here for this. Night Sister Warrior coming in, so Rando can at least get 2 more looks at another answer.
We have a force throw.
Looks like 5 removal spells in hand for Rando right now.
Yeah. With one being a Vigilance and another being a laser, super laser blast.
Yeah, so assuming Rando has 7 resources up, which I think he does, he can throw the Night Sister Warrior, then Vigilance. He might not even heal the 5. He might just mill and kill the Grand Inquisitor. This will tell us how quickly he, how ahead he thinks he is. Maul with only 1 card in hand. Okay, he doesn't go for the Vigilance. Goes for the Merciless Contest. I think he drew that.
Oh, he's doing both.
Okay, then okay, so he does want to heal still. So he definitely thinks there's a chance that this Maul can come back into the game, which is totally fair when we've already seen 1 Crate Dragon. That you don't know how many they're playing. You have answers for them, but it's just nice to be a little bit safer life total, especially when we saw that his hand was all removal. There is another crate in hand.
I'd imagine that's coming down right now.
He's got to be thinking about it, because you know how many cards they've drawn. You've seen 2 Merciless contests and no powers, but you know if they're playing Merciless, they're on power as well. So it's got to, yeah, he's looking to see how many.
He's hunting for how many's been played.
Because you've got to be running low on threats. You've been Vigilance milled twice. So I think this Maul player is thinking that if this crate doesn't work out, he just loses, and I don't disagree.
Yeah, I think that is the case.
Yeah, so this is where it would have been nice to just have any 2-drop unit to play first, have a little bit of power insulation. And there is the power.
There's the power.
He has the power.
Love that reference.
Oh no, he had the 2-drop. He didn't play it.
Should have played that first.
That feels bad for sure. And then Callus kills that. So okay, so it would have worked out either way. But yeah, that's a sequencing mistake you only make once or twice, and then you remember.
Yeah.
Like Callus, that was a 2/4, right? I'm not sure why Callus died there.
I think he used the. What is Callus's power in Tufts? I don't remember.
He's a 4/4.
Sorry, power now. 4/4. Karis probably used.
The Karis when defeated. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I only play Karis in Kylo Tarkentown, which doesn't get the Force, so I forget that it has a when defeated trigger, but it does. Yeah.
I haven't played a Callus in forever.
It's really well positioned right now, because you look at a lot of these 2-drop 2/4s are unique, and then you also have the Kiadi Mundis of the world and stuff. So Callus is in a really good spot right now in general, I think. He still doesn't have the Mystic Reflection, so the Vader can't. It goes back to that. I think it was turn 2 or 3 where he resourced a Mystic Reflection and could have played it. And it's wild how different this game would have been if that card was in his discard pile.
It's amazing that none of the Vigilance is hitting you either.
Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan Fisher in chat always been a Pout Blue enjoyer and is excited to see that Rando is converted from yellow to blue. But yeah, I think we're heavily into what they call in sports, they call it garbage time, where the game is over but it hasn't ended yet.
Yeah.
I
think we're at that point.
I would really think about just going to the next game for time's sake. because Maul gets to kill this Tyrannus for free on attack because he's shielded. So you just attack base and kill Tyrannus.
Yeah. That's a weird play.
Yeah. We see the Piet come down, so maybe he's waiting to see if there's a unit that he wants to hit with his Vader instead.
Mm-hmm.
This could be punishable. I think we see. Oh, there are only 2 cards left in deck for Maul. I don't think he's gonna get there. I see.
What is given hand? It looks like a Palp and a Force Throw, I think.
He does have 8 resources. He could play the Palp, but I just don't think it's gonna get there for him. He elected not to play the Palpatine. Has drawn his last 2 cards.
Yeah. I feel like at this point you have to realize those 4 cards aren't going to get you there.
He plays a Savage.
Okay, that comes in ready.
Ready. It's a 7/7 or a 7/6? I think it's a 7/7.
I believe it's a 7/7.
So it can't just get killed by Vader, but there's also a Piet out, which is terrifying for anyone playing against Palpatine.
And
there's
it's
no
gone.
glory.
And it looks like
now James scoops it up, and we're going to game 2.
Yeah,
really, really well played by Rando. He didn't flip immediately, and I think he recognized the right time. I think he recognized how many answers that he had and said, I don't need to wait to steal a crate. I'm just gonna like stem the bleeding right now, because he at one point he was pretty high on damage. So yeah, I think he's showing why he's one of the best players on Palpatine in the world for sure.
He's very methodical and patient.
Exactly. Oh, interesting. We're seeing some. I think that might be some sideboarding that we saw, where we saw some Avengers and another crate going in.
So it's fun to see what comes out too.
Yeah, that's always the hard part. You see a lot of interesting cards like Open Fire, where it's a good card, and in this matchup, you look at what you're going to open fire, and you can open fire something like a Pershing, which is good. It's not bad to do. You still have to ping to finish it off. But yeah, a lot of times it comes down to finding not the bad cards, but the least good cards.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking out turrets, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Mystics reflections.
Taking out his Anakins and Mystic Reflections is really interesting to me. We saw multiple times in that game how good Anakin would have been if it was -6.
He kept one Anakin in.
Yeah.
Like, taking out the turrets makes complete sense to me.
I agree.
But, I don't know, I think I would have kept the Anakins and the Mystics.
I think that if I'm trying to get inside James's head, I think that he's thinking he has to board in so many cards, he has to board something out. And if he's boarding out the Mystic Reflections, then he should also board out a couple of Anakins just because they're less good, and he's boarding in more top end for them. So he's just turning his Anakin plus Mystic Reflection into Avenger plus crate.
Makes sense.
It's always tough to sideboard against a deck like Palpatine, where your games can go so drastically differently depending on their draws and your draws. Like that time Rando played the slow and methodical plan, but he also has the option to, okay, I'm gonna play a Pershing, draw a bunch of cards, and have these like 3 units out, and you never get the force.
Yeah. The Rando's taking out a Crumb.
Yeah.
Is that his only one? It looks like.
Seems like it, yeah.
I think his deck's pretty well positioned.
I think so. I think Palpatine is well positioned right now.
Yeah. Did you see what he put in for it?
I did not.
I didn't either.
Yeah, so here we go for round 2. Hoping Maul hoping this goes a little bit differently. We'll have to see if he can stem the bleeding of Rando getting so many cards and just having so many options for removal up at all. Like we saw the late game, his hand was just 5 removal spells, and there's just nothing Maul can do to get past that.
So it's a rough spot to be in.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like his opener is Dragon, a Night Sister Warrior, a Force Throw. I couldn't see the 4th card.
It's interesting keeping the dragon early because obviously you can force yourself and use the dragon to kill something, but in reality, how quickly are you ever going to do that here? In this particular matchup, a Force Throw Dragon doesn't even kill Palpatine Leader. So he's basically keeping that crate and saying when we get to 8 resources, because you could throw it to kill a Reinforcement Walker potentially, or you could just play it on 9. So James is really saying that I need all my late game threats in this matchup, whether it be to force throw myself to kill something or to play them out.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like in this matchup you need more of those early threats. Because if it goes that late, you're in a rough spot, just like the last game.
I agree. I think that trying to wait to play all your late game threats is kind of a trap to fall into. And what you want to do is you need to put on enough pressure early that you force the flip and that you don't give him time to draw cards. And then you can slam the late game threats that you draw because you boarded more in, not because you kept them from turn 1.
I agree with that. And it looks like we have a Night Sister Warrior.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Rando might have mulliganed into no turn 1 play. But immediately into a Power of the Dark Side, so.
And we have another Night Sister Warrior.
I'm curious here. I don't think the Maul deck really needs the Force that much. You know, if you're playing against the Hantu Blue, for example, you want to keep them off of drawing cards with Kiadi Mundi and things like that. I don't think this Maul deck really cares that much in this specific matchup where they're not going to be activating Maul to kill units that often. We do see timely in to keep him off the Force again, though.
Yeah, so most of what you I think would want the Force for in matchup like this would be for things like the Assassin, but there's nothing on Palp's board right now.
Yeah.
And keeping your ambush on Tyrannus up. Did he have anything else that used it? Oh, yeah, Karis as well.
Yeah, Karis with the Wind Defeated. Tyrannus gets ambush. The Assassin for -3, and then the Maul Leader. But most of those cards don't do a ton in this matchup.
Yeah, that's true.
Review's getting a little pixely, but we're trying our best to see to figure out what's going on.
Glad to know that wasn't just on my end.
Yeah, I know. Might be a Jedi in hiding with a reminder that it is hidden.
Oh, that just got played. It looks like a Sage, I think. Secretive Sage with the shield.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Oh, yeah. Secretive Sage with a shield. And then another Night Sister warrior there. Looks like the camera has sorted itself out now.
I just did a refresh. It looks like I'm back to normal as well.
Double checking the stream. The stream looks good, so you guys should also be able to see now. These things happen with remote casting sometimes. So we see an early flip here to take the Talzin's Assassin. Interesting to flip when there's really no damage on either base. This might go back to a little bit of what I was talking about with getting a little bit more aggressive this game.
Yeah, I was surprised he flipped that early.
Yeah. It is open to a Power of the Dark Side now, but maybe just not worried about it or making him happy. He does have the power, so Palpatine goes down. Into a Grand Inquisitor unit. See a lot of cards in Rando's hand though. Okay, going to the Avenger. So maybe he was just playing the Palpatine out to say, let's see if you have a Power of the Dark Side, and then I can land this Avenger. Looks like a Fell the Dragon could answer this Avenger though. But again, that's a turn where Maul's not developing anything onto the board. And it's just, Palp is going to just start playing more threats.
And it looks like he did play the Fell.
Oh, yeah, Power of the Dark Side to immediately kill them all.
That was a very fast Power of the Dark Side
on both sides of this matchup.
But Palp has, well, at least 5 of them. I'm not sure how many Merciless he's actually playing. Could be 6.
Yeah. And there's also the very scary Piet out there. So you've got to constantly think, oh, because Piet, you don't need a timely for your Vader. If you have Piet out, he just gains ambush naturally. And then you've still got the Avengers and all the top in there.
Meanwhile, he's so unthreatening by himself that it's like you almost don't want to put resources into him, but you got to get rid of him because
yeah, I mean, you see an interesting place there. He kills the Pershing, but that lets this reinforcement walker ambush in. I was just about to say that it's a risky play because maybe he has something big, and we immediately see draw 2 cards, and or yeah, I mean you don't need to heal when you're at 4, so yeah, just draw 2 cards, kill your unit, your force throws off. Yeah, and we see James draw another power, but now the Piet can now that the reinforcement walker's ambush, you can have the Piet be this Power of the Dark Side installation.
Yep. He did his job. We have a Raider. It's going to take out the Walker.
Yeah, that's a solid start there.
Mm-hmm.
It's another case where maybe you play the power of the dark side first, because now if there's, you know, some other thing to get ambushed in, I don't know. It's interesting. It all depends on what he has.
Looks like nothing else for this turn. He claimed.
Yeah. So just holding on to the power, which I don't hate, especially after the Night Sister Warrior gets played. You just don't want to play the power there.
Yeah. And well, Rando has a lot of cards.
Oh yeah, and getting the no glory is really big because it means that the Raider doesn't get to kill the Piet.
Yep.
It dies. And there we see a crate once again. We have second crate. But what are the odds they actually get to do anything?
Other than like 3 damage.
Yeah, exactly. 3 to 5 damage is my guess on what they'll get to do. He is at 9 resources. We see another Ruthless Raider, so you could also you could Ruthless Raider the Piet and try to wait a turn for the crate.
Yeah, I like playing the Raider here. But it looks like he's going for the crate.
He goes for the crate. Oh, the Annihilator. Oh my gosh. Let's see everything that you boarded in. Kill all the crates. We know he's going to get another crate out of his hand.
Yeah.
And sure, you can do 11 to base if you want, but that only gets him to 17 and you don't have crates anymore. Sadly for Rando, there's nothing to ambush.
And now he knows exactly the rest of the hand.
Yeah, rest of his hand, discard the other crate.
And there's the other one.
And now he's taking a look to see what other top end there is. So now from here, he knows exactly. We see, looks like a couple of Avengers. Counting up the super laser blasts, of which there are several.
Yep. But that information of just knowing what's left and
yeah, exactly.
all the possible things you could see.
And I'm gonna let him has approximately 1 turn to draw one of those super laser blasts, because you can only take 11 for so long.
Yeah, that's true. And the power of the dark side is not going to do it here.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the interesting things about Palp, because they have to play more small units because you want to activate your Palpatine on them. They're usually good at keeping their big units more insulated from powers.
That open fire is not quite going to do it either.
Nope. Also, he doesn't have the force, so even if he tried to swing a line of open fire into Tyrannus into power, he doesn't. The Tyrannus doesn't have ambush. I can't tell what unit. I think that's a Wizard unit anyway. So he's gonna keep trying to open up power. So he does that, and then you can open fire the Night Sister Warrior, and then claim and try to power. I don't hate it. It's kind of your only avenue, but also Rando can just claim here.
Or play another dude.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't spent any resources yet.
He has not spent any.
And he has a lot of them.
So I think James claimed because he has to deal with these Annihilator.
Yeah. Oh, there goes an Avenger.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I guess he would need to draw if he draws a no glory, and then you no glory the Annihilator, get the Annihilator trigger, kill the other unit. But I don't see a no glory in hand. So yeah, 2-0 for Rando Mando. Congrats to Tim, member of the Late Night Gaming competition team, showing why he's on the team at 5. This is round 6, 5-1 now. So pretty well positioned for a winning in next round to the top 8.
Yeah, it was very well played.
Yeah. Yeah, like we've said before, he's been on Palpatine since the game came out. He's always been kind of a leader with that leader, so to say. So.
He definitely knows Palp very, very well.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had a lot of conversations with him about Palpatine. I dabble in Palpatine, obviously nothing to the level that he does, but it's really cool to talk to him about his his guy.
Yep. Yeah, he's definitely our expert on Palp.
I mean, I'm not even on y'all's team, and we've talked to him about Palpatine stuff as well. So. So there's only 7 minutes left in the round, so safe to say we're not gonna get a backup match now.
Okay.
So this was round 6 of 7 of Swiss. So there's one more round before the cut to top 8. And then I believe
a winner in.
Yeah. So everyone that's X and 1 will have a win and into the top 8. So we'll have to see how that goes, how everyone does. This was my last round of coverage for the day. So I want to thank everyone for coming in and watching and commenting on YouTube. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Thanks to all my co-commentators. Thanks to Late Night Gaming for putting this on. Rufus, it was awesome getting to cast with you this for this round.
Likewise, this is fun.
Yeah, and I think we're about to go to a break, and we'll be back shortly with round 7.
See you on a bit.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
welcome back to myself, I guess. I'm back here. Yeah. And Rufus, I have not costed with you before, but you did a really good job last game, I think.
Thank you. You've been doing a great job all day. I've been watching. You have a good break?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
All right. So what game are we going to get to see here now? It's going to be a bit of a longer one than what I've called previously.
It looks like we have Aiden versus Kylo.
Yep.
Both on data.
Yep. It's a Data Vault version of the Kylo, which is more controlled than the Bothan deck that we saw in Galactic in Gen Con. And Aiden Data Vault as well, which has... It seems to me that might have become the de facto blue-green villain control deck. It seems that people are back on the regen ability of Aiden there to just help get to the longer and to the end game a little bit more smoothly. I didn't expect that to be the case, but that seems to be where people are leaning here.
I was surprised by that too, but all that healing does add up.
It does. I think with the Data Vault base as well, I mean, you already have a little bit more leeway, and then if you can add up one heal each turn almost, I mean, that might actually become a lot in the end. And I think also in the Data Vault on Data Vault action that we have to present here, it can be really interesting to see how big a role that might actually play.
No.
Yep. All right, so they seem to have resourced, and initiative is on the side of Kylo there. Neither of these decks care that much about early game pressure, really. It's going to be interesting to see which one actually goes for goes to try and put some pressure. We get no pressure in turn one anyway. We get the Pershing just for that card draw. I bet both of these decks would have liked to open that way, but it seems that the Aiden player didn't find it.
Yeah, the Data Ball version of Kylo is definitely not as aggressive as the Tarkentown version.
Surely not. Usually they would run upgrades that are more reactive, like Craving Power and Legal Authority, yeah, rather than lightsabers and stuff that makes them go boom.
No. Although we do have a constructed lightsaber in the pile now.
Yeah, we do. And on Kylo leader, that will actually be giving raid since he is a black unit. So that will be hard. Yeah. That is just such a versatile card, though. It can do anything you want, really, in any kind of deck. I really like the design of that card.
Yeah, all three options on there are really solid. And
for
looks
sure.
like we do have the Legal Authority.
Yep, indeed. To be fair, I kind of like all cards with lots of text on them. That's just my jam. Well, I mean, neither of these decks have yet to do any damage. So far, Aiden ability has meant nothing.
That is true. In a green-blue villain mirror, the Aiden's not going to be doing as much.
No. I mean, some green-blue decks can go a more mid-rangey approach.
Yeah,
a
like
lot
a
of
bar.
hero lately have been seen to go slightly more mid-rangey. I know I've been playing Krennic quite mid-rangey for a while.
Okay.
So there is definitely that option, I suppose. Also, I guess with the Gar Saxon deck, you can easily pivot between it. But in this case, in this case, I don't think either of these decks can easily pivot, at least not in the early rounds. We are just swiftly brushing by these early rounds with few plays of anything of consequence. And both of the players have pretty hefty hands already. And we are at round number 5 to commence here, I think, because only the Kylo player has ramped, right?
Let's see. Yes.
That can be very significant in this matchup. Not seeing the ramp and just being stuck trying to remove whatever card draw that the Kylo deck gets. That can be very stifling.
Looks like he has a resupply.
Yeah, there it is.
So it's a late ramp.
Yeah,
but that's
again,
okay when there's nothing on the board.
Right. When there's no pressure, it doesn't really matter. Just that you don't fall too much behind and get into that important end game too late. So Vader, I'm not really sure what the point of playing him like this really is, because how are you even putting shields on anything? But I guess it's 5 damage. Yeah. He might suit it up as well. He might have something. It's got 2 open resources. Could have something. Nah, just removed.
So it's a big enough threat that it is going to take stuff like the power of the dark sides, which if you can start getting rid of some of those, maybe they won't be left for Kylo when he flips.
Yep. And I guess the thinking might be pretty much the same here with flipping Iden. Might as well. I'm not gonna need her for unit-based removal anyway, so I might just try and rack up a little bit of damage on that base. Sort of a why not kind of case. And also, I mean, to some extent, he's going to have to deal with it. He can't just let it stay out there pinging. And yeah, removed by Power of the Dark Side.
So it's a good card. It's going to be interesting once that rotates out. Yep,
certainly is. And I mean, both of those 3-cost removals will rotate at the same time. And
yeah, Merciless was in Twilight, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. So both of them going out with within 2 sets, and that might actually, of course, that's the kind of card that you can expect to be either reprinted or replaced by similar cards.
I could see them reprinting Merciless. I don't think we'll get Power of the Dark Side back.
Yeah, no, I agree. We might get something that is in some way similar, but maybe slightly more, I don't know, well balanced. I think Power of the Dark Side is one of those cards that are just a little bit above curve at this point.
I agree. And I like what they did with Craving Power to make a slightly toned down version of Overwhelming Barrage.
Yep.
Because you can't go as black. In some ways, it's better because you get to keep
it. Exactly. The ceiling is pretty much the same. It's just that the floor is more where it might be supposed to be. So we just got confirmation that tables 1 through 4 just ID'd this round. And so this is actually the highest number of table that actually plays out their game. So, yep, this is the two players that seem to feel that they need a win rather than just a draw.
Nope. So we chose the correct table.
For sure. Yeah. So Kyle Renfro, I think it is. No, I am on the wrong table here. Sorry. Let me see. Here we go. Tyler Fabian is the Kylo player, and he is currently 5-1-0. And then we've got Julio Fontanes on Iden, and he is also he's 3-1-1. Is that right?
4-1-1.
4-1-1. Yeah. It's just not updated here. That makes better sense. So both, at least Julio really needs a win to get in. Tyler could possibly get in with a draw, but when you get down paired, you might have to play.
Yep.
So we have
definitely want the win.
Yep. So we have now officially come to the end game. So we might have the Avenger offs that you often see in these mirrors. Iden going first with an Avenger into the Devastator from last round.
Might see Kylo soon as well.
He's flipping.
Or now.
Yeah.
We'll see Kylo now.
Yeah. We will see him now. Of course, Avenger cannot kill leaders, so it is fairly safe from the Avenger. And since Iden has tapped out all but one resource, he should be safe at least this round.
Yeah.
And capturing that Avenger definitely doesn't hurt. And going into base. We have seen quite a few of the Power of the Dark Side already used. Tapping out.
We have.
Any resource? Is that another Devastator? Or what could that be?
It looks like a super laser might be coming.
Super laser, yeah. That is it. That's one way to do it.
Yep. It's an expensive way to do it, but you do get your Avenger back.
Yep. And I can't see, he's flipping a little bit too fast for me there, but I don't think he had any removal that could target a leader in hand, so that might have been his only option.
I think he also had a second super laser blast.
Right.
I think I saw Vigilance.
Yeah, Vigilance I definitely saw there.
But again, this is a matchup where you're not really going to need to go too wide with the super laser blasts.
No, not really. They are just more expensive removal cards than your rivals fall or whatever other options you're looking for. Is
we have
that
the 5/5 whose name I can never remember? Yep, that's it.
Yeah, Tarantartek. So Vader is preparing to get rid of that Avenger next round. Avenger is going to get to strike first, though, taking care of the Tarantartek before dying. Unless
he has removal for the Vader.
Exactly.
Or a way to get rid of his shield.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he
That's
could have for that, but
Yeah. He does have something here. Timely intervention, probably a Vader, right?
yeah, it might be his own Vader.
Mm-hmm. Vader on Vader violence here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, that could be. Yeah, that is Vader. Mm-hmm. So putting the shield on the Vader, removing both of those units with one attack.
That's really good.
Yep. That will make things a lot harder for the Kylo player here. So he is. I couldn't see what that was, but I think it was a fell, right? 4 resources tapped, so it should have been.
Yeah, it was a fell.
Yep. And this is where is this the first time he heals with Iden?
I think
At least
so.
he's contemplating it. He did not, though. He has passed, I guess. Anakin taking out the Vader and then passing without healing.
It's almost like Anakin took himself out. He is Vader.
Yeah.
Looks like Julio has another Vader in hand.
Yep. That is maybe. So the Vader on Vader violence keeps added. But I don't see any more timeless in hand, at least. He could have another one in resources.
He does have a lot of resources.
He does. But that is instead another super laser to just get rid of the Anakin. Yep, 3 open resources. Don't know what he could be playing for that, so he just claims.
Yes.
And I think Kylo just drew into another Avenger, maybe 2 more Avengers there.
I definitely saw one Avenger.
Yeah. There were 2 blue cards that definitely looked like ships. So what could this be? That is
Annihilator. Well, we'll get to see what it was in a second.
And that's actually a very good target for the Annihilator. Yeah. Getting rid of all the walkers is probably one of the best cards that you can remove. We haven't seen too many of them.
Green card under the Power of the Dark Side, is that a craving power?
That could be a craving power under the Power of the Dark Side. It could also be... No, it's a unit, I think, because... No, yeah, it could be an attachment, because attachments and units both have the image above the text. So it could definitely be a craving. Something not that expensive. Yeah, it's not very expensive anyway. All right, so we got rid of all of the walkers. It could also be a mall. It looked like a mall now when he flipped through it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That is.
I was mainly looking at that like top little sliver of the art.
Yeah.
And I can see that being a mall.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is the kind of matchup where you would hang on to those vigilances for quite a bit just to see whether or not using the mill action on it is actually in your interest or not.
I think now that Kylo's been flipped and dealt with, it's okay to start milling if you're the item player.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree. That I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, but beforehand, I think you want to just hold on to the vigilance.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we see him do there. He gets 1 Avenger, and I couldn't tell what other interesting cards were flipped there, but still interested in card draw apparently. Maybe just a Power of the Dark Side buffer though. Endless resources.
Yes. I see a restock in there.
Yeah, definitely a merciless contest as well. So, and a Arketan, I think, in the hand of the item player there. Is the resource...
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and also being able to ramp without actually using your own cards might actually be very handy here. If we are looking to go into a mill condition, being able to get some of your opponent's cards be your resources could actually be very tasty.
You have a Vader. Looks like it's going to get felled.
Yep. Of course, there aren't that many targets that the Arketan could actually destroy on the ambush. Most of the ships that would be played in this Kylo deck are actually bigger than what the Arketan can destroy.
How do you feel about using Kylo's ability when you're in a situation where it looks like you might be looking at a mill?
Yeah, exactly. That's the exact question going through my mind. Both of these players must be thinking about it. Obviously, the item player did use the mill option on the Vigilance. And the Kylo, I think the Kylo has drawn a lot more cards.
And he just I asked because he just used the ability on
he did.
Power to dig a little deeper.
Yeah, and now we do see him get one of those Vigilances back with the crew. So I think the item player is certainly looking at that mill option right now.
Yes.
Very hard to tell how much cards there are left in that deck, but it doesn't look to be too shallow yet. But then they're on 6 damage on base. What possible world is it where you would be doing another 27 damage here?
I'm not sure, but 6 more cards are going away.
Yep. I think the mill option is looking more and more plausible for every turn here.
Yep.
These decks just basically cancel each other out.
Yeah, any threats that get played, they both have so much removal that it's not sticking on the board very long.
Exactly.
Which I think is what makes Iden favored in this match, is just that she's got the Vigilances and the Restocks and the Bounty Hunter crew. And
yeah, exactly. She is equipped to do the mill option, whereas I think Kylo normally plays more soft removal than hard removal.
Yeah.
And here,
and
it's all been hard.
Yeah, and those restocks can also be used a little aggressively to get rid of upgrades before Kylo flips.
Yep, for sure. For sure.
If you don't think you're gonna need them all.
Exactly, and even that wasn't the case this time, but it can definitely be the case if we go into game number 2 or 3 even.
Yeah, I don't think it's as big of a use for it as you would have if he was on the Tarkatown version.
No.
Where it's a little more threatening, and they have a lot more units.
Yep, certainly. And also, I think the Talking Town version would be able to threaten more of a burst turn, just set up that turn, the flip turn, so that they can actually do a lot of damage. Even though 33 health, that's a lot of health.
Yeah.
Yep. Getting rid of both of those cards again. I don't know that there's any way to stick anything for this Kylo deck at this point.
It's going to be rough.
And even though I can't really tell, it does look like the deck is getting shallower and shallower there on the Kylo side.
Yeah. Yeah, Tyler is running out of cards.
But he is still filtering. I guess he's got to play to his outs. And if his hand is not giving him any options really, he's got to use it just in order to draw into units so that he can try to present something.
That is the other way you have to look at it. It's an upgrade in the hand. Like, an upgrade's not really going to do anything if you don't have a unit that's going to be able to stick with it on it.
Exactly. So he might not like using it. He just might not have much of an option.
Yeah.
Yeah. That deck is not very deep now. And those cards were not what he wanted. If I were Kylo here, I'd just scoop. That deck doesn't go to your... The Inferno is a resource now. I do think it comes in tapped. Yeah, exactly.
And if I was Kylo, I'd be hoping that I had some stuff for control mirrors in my sideboard.
Yeah, exactly. But
hopefully he's got some vigilances and restocks of his own, because
no, this is just not paying out. The
units are not going to stick.
Yeah, no, exactly. I don't really see any point in playing this out if I were the Kylo player, because there just isn't any way in your deck to do this.
Yeah.
Like, even if this were to stick for a round, what was 7 damage? 8?
And then you're taking 6 each turn, and you're not getting any more threats. And eventually, removal will be drawn.
Yep. It's pretty disheartening to play in these modes, but there is skill to what's going on here.
Yeah. I imagine this isn't the matchup you wanted to see on your winning end.
Nope. No, definitely not. And not if you're Kylo anyway.
No.
But he troopers on. Well.
So it looks like he was playing the raid. Oh, no, he's got an answer for that one too.
Yep.
And all the resources in the world.
Yep. And that is 4 damage. But no scoop.
Oh, that's there it goes.
There it is. So, yeah. Typically, these Kylo decks will not play Vigilance, I don't think, but there could be a Vigilance in the sideboard, I guess. And, I don't know. Maybe he has some way to make his deck a little bit faster. If he got anything that could just speed up and deal a lot of damage early, that could be a route as well.
I mean, even if he was maybe playing like some restocks for the mirror, try and hit that, maybe you can get some cards back in, but I don't know.
Yeah. I do have a little bit of a view as to what the Iden player is doing there, but that is a lot less.
Yeah, I don't really think they need to change too much.
No, exactly, but he seems to be pulling some cards out here.
Yeah, if you got more stuff that helps with the mill plan in your board, then I guess you'd bring a couple stuff out that you think you'll need and throw those in. Did he pull out Entrenched, I think?
Exactly, I think those were... That could have been Entrenched. And the Kylo player has finished his sideboarding. I could not tell at all what he was sideboarding though.
I couldn't see what that last card was.
Nope, me neither. But they are getting ready to go here. I mean, for a game that went to about 200 resource turn, it sure didn't take that long. They played very quickly. Fast. Yeah, they were really fast about it. So they have plenty of time left here. Well, yeah. I'm looking around to see if I can get any kind of idea of what to expect from the sideboards here, but I think at this point we shouldn't reveal really what's in the decks, even though this is the last round before open deck lists commence.
Yeah.
But I might just refrain.
Probably fine.
And you think? Well, as far as I can tell, Palpatine's Return might be the one card that he brought in for the Kylo deck. And also he does run 2 restocks in the sideboard, which could be coming in here. Also, Perilous Position and No Glory are other control options, but I don't think one more No Glory could definitely be interesting, but Perilous Position doesn't really feel like something you'd want to play it for this matchup. So those are the ones that I could see being brought in.
I like the No Glory, I think.
Yeah, I mean, going up to 3 No Glory.
As long as you have something to cut for it.
Yeah, exactly. But just having more options to remove those big things might be interesting. I saw very little that could speed up his list. So making it have more chances in the late game seems to be his best option for that sideboard.
That is kind of unfortunate because he's definitely the aggro player here. Mm-hmm. Even though normally he would be the control player. He is the aggro player here.
Yeah, I think he's got to be. And I mean, if you can even talk about an aggro play when there is 0 damage on any base at resource 5, but or resource, no, he's ramped, but that I think that's important still. The ramp here might be a way to get to some things earlier. He did ramp much more than the Iden player last game, and that could be a key way for him to actually be able to get some damage in if he can keep ramping. It seems that he didn't trigger the Inferno when it was defeated there.
He put both cards on top.
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't think he wanted to.
Yeah, all right.
I think if it would have been like an action later and you would have seen him use Kylo to draw something, then he would have used it when it got moved, but he didn't get a chance to.
No, gotcha. So this would be 7 resources, so we're actually going to 8 resources for Kylo. So this would be definitely the time to try and do that double play when you get 2 units out and maybe something sticks, and then you can suit something up and go from there. I think that's how I try to go aggro-ish if I was playing that color list here. So he's digging for something. Aiden just passing, I think.
I feel like Aiden doesn't really need to do anything.
No.
Something hits the board.
Just reacting. Aiden's only on 7 resources. There's really nothing in the deck that Aiden wants to play on 7. Whereas, Walker, of course, interesting, replacing itself immediately. Even if it's removed, it's just eating one of those removals. Eventually, they're going to have to be played anyway.
Yeah, you definitely don't need to be using it for the healing.
No, exactly. So, and this is what we saw last game as well. Aiden just flipping to get some damage on the base. Actually, striking first blood here. Yeah, striking first blood with 4 damage on the Kylo base there. Nine resources. So
looks like a power of the dark side. Yeah, Aiden.
Yeah. And that is a walker. Same philosophy as last turn. Places itself, and just eating one of the removal spells. And like we've seen, Aiden is just very much not concerned about this board state or anything. It's just going through the motions, waiting to draw into the vigilances and start the mill plan, as far as I can tell. Gets to keep that walker, it would seem. No? Maybe? 6 resources, 5 resources, no glory. No? Ray. So yeah, there are units on the board. Interesting. Of course, Aiden might just start by removing the ray, but that walker is indeed on the board. Oh, and he starts by attacking here. Going 6 to base, drawing a card. Not too afraid of the 4 damage from the ray, of course.
And we have an Anik.
Mm-hmm. Only triggering for... No, triggering for the full 6. Yeah.
Okay. He does have a hero in there?
I'm trying to see. It's a little bit hard.
I think it's 2 constructed. Yeah, I think it was just for 3.
Yeah, and that's why. Now, of course, he's got 2, both dark and light side with the ray, but I don't think he's got anything else light side in there. So, more removing that. We actually have a bit of a board here.
Yeah. Stupid laser blast.
No more of that.
That'll fix that problem.
Yep. It looks like Aiden is actually thinking about playing units here.
Yeah.
Interesting change of pace. That is the Arquetan, I think. No, that's the ram
resupply
ship.
carrier. Yeah.
Yep. Resupply carrier. That makes sense. And resupply. Well, okay. Getting to that late game then.
Kylo still hasn't flipped.
No, sure hasn't.
I mean, I wouldn't feel safe flipping him until I had something else to kind of insulate me from Power of the Dark Side, but so maybe that's what he's holding out for. But I don't know.
So
that
there
you're
is a
gonna
bit of
stick anybody.
there's a little bit of chatter in the chat that the Kylo player, didn't resource first round and then resource 3 resources in the regroup phase. I'm not sure. I didn't notice. I was. Exactly. Yeah, that's. If that's intentional, it's definitely cheating, and even if it's not intentional, it's a problem.
Yeah.
We, of course, I'm sitting in Sweden and you're down in Florida.
I am in Florida, yes.
Yeah, so we have a little bit of a problem reaching out to the judges, but we do have confirmation from some people that went back and double checked it, and it is indeed that's how it went down. He did resource the cards he drew into. So I think Symbiode is going to try and reach out to the judging staff here and see if we can alert the judges to this problem. But that is unfortunately all we can do from here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
We will update you if we learn of any consequences of this as we go on. But for right now, we're just going to try and keep up with the game. That isn't too hard though, obviously, since this is very much a game of nullifying each other out.
Yes.
Yep. I think the hardest thing to actually keep track of here is how many resources they have. So yeah.
At this point, it's just a lot.
Yeah, a lot, and then they have a lot of cards in hand, and everything that hits the board is bound for the discard pile.
Yes, very quickly. You have a super laser tech.
Mm-hmm.
Get even more resources.
Yeah, and I mean it is the best removal installation for those pick your own removal cards. Iden playing in Arquetan there without any targets, so no ambush. Just for future reference. It does strike for 7, so if it gets to start hammering for a bit, if it sticks, it can rack up that damage in a bit. It's hard to talk about pressure at this point because there are only 10 damage on a 33 HP base, but there is at least some kind of an advantage for the item player. At this junction.
We actually have a board here.
So I guess Super Laser Blast. I do see one in the hidden hand there. He has resourced one of his Avengers as well. The item player.
Yeah.
There's a Fell there as well, so he might not have to Super Laser at this point. He could just...
I believe that's a Relentless out there.
Yep, it is.
So he's gonna have to hit it with 2 pieces of removal. It's gonna negate the first one.
I think I saw Merciless Contest as well, but this is definitely all right. So he is using an Annihilator instead, and
That's
just
a great answer to that.
it is.
It's probably not going to hit another, maybe one more.
There is a chance of it coming back though with the Palpatine's return.
But it is a more efficient way to get rid of it than spending 2 pieces of removal.
For sure.
He does have some restocks in there.
He did bring him in though.
Yeah.
Well, I think that Relentless is just coming right back with one of those Palpatine's returns.
I tend to agree with that. I think that's one of the best targets you're going to have for that card.
Yeah, certainly in this matchup. The Arquetan can't destroy it in one hit. It doesn't trade with it. And of course the Annihilator does. The Annihilator does. But you can probably afford to
there
blow
you
that
go.
up. There you go. You can blow that up and have 6 resources, not enough to play the Relentless yet, but it might come back in next turn.
But if you have like a smaller threat, you could try to get that on the board before the Relentless, just to
to insulate from
body.
Merciless Contest and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think that's a Pershing there. Could be played for 2.
Yeah, it looked like a Pershing, yes.
Probably not a bad idea, and he's considering it.
Yeah.
There it is. And then he's actually thinking about flipping. He's only got 4 open resources. No, not doing it. He wants more lightsabers on that Kylo when it does flip. And probably a Relentless out there to insulate it a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, they are playing fast, but they have so many options. They have so many options that even so, it does take a little bit.
I mean, Avenger taking out Pershing.
Yep. And so we do have a little bit of chatter with the judges here, and apparently one of the judges did spot it, and it might have been rectified by resourcing. That's why he rolls resource 2. But what chat is saying is that the cards he did resource were the cards he drew in that regroup phase. So he resourced cards that weren't part of his initial 6 card hand. That is what have been spotted in the replay check. So that part of it has not been addressed. So it might just be the case that the judges will give some penalty points or something for it, but no other action seems to be about to be taken at this point. I think that looking at what the rules say, there should probably be somewhat more severe consequences of such an action. But if it is the case that the resourcing that we did see was on the mandate of the judge, maybe it could be the case that they just decided that those were the cards he should resource. It could have just been that the judge told him to resource those 2 cards because they were kind of something the judge felt was the most fair ones to resource, even though he just drew into them. But I'm not 100% about what's with that. All right, so this is the answer we've got. The issue Shat brought up is the card here. It looks like an honest mistake anyway. Yeah, so the judges did spot it, made him resource, and they didn't want to rewind and take up more time, so they told him to resource those cards, apparently.
Oh, there goes Kylo.
Yep. And of course, granted that this is a game that those 2 first resource, the first 5 resource rounds were of very little consequence. Maybe it really doesn't matter that much. And yeah, the opponent are aware of what happened, because even when it was happening, the opponent was aware of what cards were resourced and did not object to it. So both players seems to be fine with the ruling that was made. That's also really important.
Very important. Most important.
Yep, I think so.
We have a Devastator.
Mm-hmm. And a Super Laser Blast. At least at this point, both of the players have very healthy decks of cards left, so we are far from any milk condition.
It actually looks like Tyler, the Kylo player, actually has more cards left in his deck.
Yeah, actually does. But that might just be double sleeved or something like that. Triple sleeved. It's really hard to tell just from the height of a deck. But yeah, both of the decks are probably quite healthy at this point.
Interesting. He Palpatine returned the
Devastator. Yeah,
the Devastator instead of the Relentless. I think I would have gone for the Relentless.
Me too. Definitely would have.
It's still going to get removed, but it might get the swing before it gets removed.
Exactly, and definitely it would eat two pieces. Yeah. And there is, even though Iden runs a lot of removal, a lot is still a limited number.
Correct.
Did he trigger the resupply carrier there? That might be an optional trigger as well. Merciless. Yep. I mean, I realize that there is skill being expressed here, but I can't lie. This is not the most exciting kind of game for me personally. I hope that there are people out there viewing this game that are intrigued by this.
And it's back.
Yeah, Palpatine returns, but again, the Devastator rather than the Relentless.
So there, the Devastator did make more sense to me because it gets rid of the Walker. But
Yeah.
the other time there wasn't anything on board, so I probably would have gone for Relentless instead.
Yeah, I agree. One on top, one on the bottom.
But now we're getting to a point where I think even if Tyler wins, you're not gonna have time for that game 3.
Third game. No, yeah. And let me check. That might actually be okay for Tyler though. Yeah, Tyler is probably all right with a draw here. The Kylo player, because he is 5-1. So 5-1-1. Oh, could get in. Whereas Julio, the Iden player, needs this win. He is already 4-1-1, so he definitely needs to win.
Although if the clock on the stream is close, then it might not matter.
Yeah. This for the Iden player, Julio, running out the time here might actually be his best chance of actually winning this.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like that's it.
Yeah. Yep. So I assume that was time being called, and then,
the realization that it definitely was not gonna end in another turn.
Yeah. So that means that Iden probably took this. I could check the reporting here. But that would have been a 1-0 in games for Iden, if it is the case. Still not reported. So this was the last round of Swiss, and as soon as we get this game reported, we will see if we can maybe put the top 8 for you and report on that. We actually have 4 games that aren't reported yet, even though I don't think any of the other ones actually matter for the top 8. But this one certainly does.
Yeah, this one definitely did.
Not sure if 5-1-1 is enough for our Iden player Julio to make top cut.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the math works out with the IDs.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
So 1x1 would make it and 1 wouldn't, according to the information we just got. So if that math if that math checks out, Julio just might not make it anyway, even though he won that game. And that is just assuming that he did win it, but I do think that is what happened there. It was a little bit fussy. Could just be that Julio scooped as well, or conceded rather, and that it was a draw. That is also, of course, a possibility, but I don't think so. Yeah, he's definitely not making it. But I don't think that is what happened. But I still have no confirmation. There is the game is still not reported. And I don't think we have any confirmation in our communication with the judges here either. No one's written anything here. I'll just keep refreshing the melee then. Perhaps we will soon have an answer and be able to tell you which players made it to the top cut. This has been an interesting tournament though, because it does sort of give us a good idea of what the post-Worlds meta can be looking like, or at least for this week. We have shown you some of the graphics of what was played in the wide field. Now we have a report here, and Julio did win this 1-0. So we have all matches reported maybe? Let me see if I can get standings here. Round 7 standings are not up yet. Still 2 games need to be reported. Those, of course, are of no consequence. So,
yeah,
we could maybe just figure it out. That takes brain power that I do not possess. Over here in Scandinavia, it is closing in on 1 o'clock a.m. So my brain is not equipped to handle that level of math right now.
You're going late night.
Yep. I mean, that is the channel I'm cooperating with here, so certainly do. Right. Maybe we can get the standings refreshed. Still 2 more games to report. Those are games quite far down. It's the Anakin versus Grad Admiral Thrawn from table 20, and it's something even.
Table 9 is the other one.
Table 9. Yeah. And that would be Frank on Cad Bane that we saw earlier today against the Yoda deck that we saw also earlier. But neither of those players would be in contention to get in, I think. Yep, both of them are X and 2 going into round 7. So I don't think either could even make top cut.
Yeah, I don't think they can either.
Yeah, and we have one more game now not reported. Table 9 just did report, and we're waiting for table 20 to report. No, that's reported. It became a draw. So we should be able to get standings now then. Yeah, we do.
Oh.
Right, so the top 8. Let me see. Yeah, the top 8 will look like this. We have Xavier Howard on Sabine Wren. We've got Mika from the Late Night Gaming team on Mother Talsin. We do have Scott Pagliorian. I cannot pronounce Italian names. I'm sorry. Also on Sabine ECL. And then we have Joseph Phillips on Han Solo 4 Talking Town. We got Yulo did make it. He is the number 5 seed actually, with Aidan Versio, the deck we just saw. We got Jon Schroeder on Poe Dameron, Energy Conversion Lab. We've got Alexander Covington on Cad Bane, and the final spot goes to our also Late Night Gaming Rando Mando Tim Rudart on Emperor Palpatine Blue, the Swamp Emperor.
Awesome.
So that is our top 8. Very cool. What do you think of that top 8 then? Is there anything that stands out to you?
Seems pretty diverse. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, we have been in such good and well balanced meta since the ban of Django, I think. And like for the last set, every week it felt like the meta was just shifting without actually anything else happening than the information of the previous week. And we might be in that kind of meta again here. Like you'd see last week, the Carlo Tarkington deck doing well, a lot of Han 2 not performing to the level that people might have expected, and Modded Halcyon doing really well. So the meta shifts, people stop worrying so much about Han 2 and start looking into decks that can be good into Modded Halcyon, teching against something like the Carlo Tarkington deck. And then we see the resurgence of Quinlan here. But the conversion of the Quinlan deck has not been that great, has it? So next week, are we going to see that many Quinlans into the field next week? No Quinlan in top 8. A lot of decks that prey on Quinlan, on the other hand, in top 8. We got 2 Sabine ECLs, we got 1 Han 4, and we've got the Emperor Palpatine. All of those decks have a fairly good matchup into Quinlan, I think.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I
am a little bit surprised to see the Cad Bane, Alexander's Cad Bane, making top 8 here. It felt to me that the Cad Bane decks were not doing that well. The ones we had on stream all lost. So that's a little bit surprising.
I still like the deck.
Yeah, I mean, it is a classic. It is. That's one of the decks I think I don't play it myself, but I'm really sad to see it go when it rotates.
I play it a little bit. But I am surprised that it's doing well with so few Han 2 decks. Because I feel like that's where it was really, really strong.
Right. I feel like into this field that we saw with tons of Quinlan and quite a bit of Sabine, quite a bit of Vader 4. I thought it would be struggling, but yeah, one of them made it through anyway. That is interesting. Well, I think in the top cut will commence pretty quickly here. Maybe we should just take a quick break and see if we can get some graphics for you to show you a little bit about this, and then get on with the first quarterfinal. So maybe a little bit of a break screen here for a minute.
We don't serve their kind here.
rebellions are built on hope. Java ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Welcome back. We are preparing for the first quarterfinal matchup. We are looking at table 3. So just a quick rundown of what the quarterfinals look like. Some of them might be a little bit lopsided actually. So on table 1 we've got Xavier on Sabine against Mando Rando on his part blue. And as good a part player as Rando is on part blue, he will be struggling into Sabine probably. On table 2, we've got Joseph Phillips on Han Solo for Talking Town into the Iden Versio list of Julio that we saw just the previous game. And again, I don't think that the Iden can keep up with the speed of a Han Solo for Talking Town deck. Now, we are going to look at Micah from Late Night Gaming on his Mother Talsin, playing against Alexander Covington on the Cad Bane list that did make it. And I think that's actually a very interesting matchup. Favored for Mother Talsin, sure, but definitely if Cad can bring it to the late game, they do have more bombs. Both of them have bombs, but Cad has more options, I think, in that late mid game and actual late game.
I think it's favored for Towson, but only slightly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. On table 4, we got Scott Pagliani on another Sabine ECL list against John Schroeder on a Poe Dameron list. And that's also an interesting matchup, I think, even though it's slightly favored for the Sabine player. I do think that it's a very quick game. So,
yes.
Yeah, we opted for the game that might be at least taking up some of the round time here. Whatever way we look at it, I think we will have semi-finals with a lot of aggro in them.
I see it playing out that way too.
Yeah, it looks to me like both players have been taking mulligans here. I didn't pay attention enough to know whether or not if Micah did, but I'm sure that Poe Dameron player did take a mulligan there.
I think they both did.
Yeah.
I was too busy listening to the matchups.
Yep. So Alexander is playing the CAD player. Is the CAD player there? sort of correcting myself. So I see in chat that Carlos, the Yoda killer, is trying to argue that CAD is favored in this matchup. And if anyone would be favored playing CAD into Mother Tulsin, it would, of course, be Carlos. But in all fairness, we did have Kyle Sharkey in the chat earlier today, also a very accomplished CAD player. But I think for most players, this would slightly favor Mother Tulsin, I think. Right.
I do think it's pretty close, though.
Yeah. It's definitely not a sure thing here. They both get decent opening units here, but importantly, CAD does not trigger the ping, go as he's playing first, and he will not be able to. Oh yeah, with the spacer, he is able to deny the force. Yeah. Very good. Of course, he could have traded into it with Ahura, but that wouldn't kill it. It would just deal 3, and then he need to ping it anyway. But now with the Acolyte, the Micah is sure to be able to get the force.
Yep. And he's just gonna give it to him by taking out that Acolyte.
Yeah. Why not at this point? And using Talking Town to take out the Caris. No? Thinking about it? Maybe not.
I think he's thinking about...
Nope. He did something.
Okay. Looks like he didn't use the Talking Town.
Yeah. Interesting. Seeing
probably because he didn't want the when defeated effect from Caris happening.
Yeah. That makes sense. That does make sense. But you know, the effect is worse now, I guess.
Yeah.
He lost the Ahura anyway, and he's the force is still with Micah, so he can still trigger the Caris when defeated, and then
he will.
But then he doesn't have the force to actually use the mother to finish off.
Yeah,
Lisa?
But he did prevent the 2 damage.
Yeah, he did,
which isn't nothing, but it would have been better to finish it off.
Yep, certainly. Interestingly enough, both of these stacks are very capable of mounting somewhat early pressure, and we are still 0-0. So, Forlom with the ping will remove the shield and then kill Turnus.
Yeah.
And that's another Acolyte, I think. And now CAD can apply a bit of pressure here. Going
thousands flipping.
Yeah. And just keep building a little bit of a board over there. It's not too oppressive, I wouldn't say, but it is. Micah is sure to be getting the force every turn, and maybe even several times a turn now.
At least for a while.
Yeah, at least for a while. Of course, when Talsin is in unit mode, it's not as important.
I do see a Force Lightning in hand there.
Yeah, as well as the Ruthless Raider for next turn.
Yep.
Or no, this is the 6th resource turn.
Yeah, so, it looks like 6.
Yep, so he can play it now. It's not a bad play. It'll allow him to get rid of the
Spacer.
if he wants to. And that's the Raiders something. Pinging the Acolyte, of course. Both. Huh. So talking very much so. They're talking. He's saving Talking Town for something juicier here because of the tempo play has pretty much passed at this point. So it's going to be used to clean up something problematic. It's going into the Raider for another damage before it dies. That makes sense to me. And Cad is just biding his time here. Keep adding, chipping away at that base. So now the Mystic can get rid of the Raider without actually losing the shield.
Yeah. Amazing.
So both of these players are very meticulous at this point, playing a somewhat reserved game even. I think you get rid of the Force Lightning anyway, because the Ruthless, even though it's not fun to see double Ruthless Raiders, I think you need Cad to stay alive for the flip here. So I do think that's the correct. I didn't see what Micah drew into though. I mean,
I did not either. And
with
Cav
these
flip.
stacks, with these stacks, it might just be from.
Looks like he has a Bamboozle and a Mist Hunter.
Yeah. Those are very relevant cards, probably, into this deck. Micah does run a fair amount of upgrades, and once Mother Talsing gets equipped, she can get out of hand pretty fast.
Yeah, and exhausting it for a turn is a big deal.
Nothing. Yeah, it's not nothing. Even exhausting a Ruthless Raider might be a good thing in a spot. Like,
no,
we are still only on 10 versus 8 damage on base, but that can change in a turn. And both of these decks have been played very conservatively so far, but they are also both very capable of exploding.
Cad swung into Towson.
Looks like. And then IG 2000 went to base for 3. And at this point, I wouldn't be surprised to see Micah trading out some of those space units with the Raider rather than going base. But he does open up with... Who got the minus here? Talsing went to base, I think.
Did not see who got the minus.
Well, Relentless Pursuit captures the Ruthless Raider anyway. Onto Cad, giving him a shield, which is almost as important as the capture, probably. Just keep Cad out there for as long as possible to be able to spread as much damage as possible for every card played. Might just be the ticket here. Micah is struggling. Carlos might not be too far off on his on his assessment here.
He would be the one that would know.
Yeah, he would. Yeah. Kyle in chat is also rooting for the Cad player, of course.
Missed on
This is
that.
very interesting, yeah. But here we see, even though Alexander is playing a wider board and having a lot of, so
CAD goes down.
CAD goes down. That does change things. But Micah is racking up damage on that Talking Town. Already at 17.
Mm-hmm.
That's only 8 to go. We do know he plays blasters, which can be smuggled for 5. So,
and I think I saw one get smuggled early on.
Early on in this game.
Resource rather.
Resource. Yeah. So I think
I saw that on turn 1, like as one of his first resources, but I wasn't positive that's what got resourced.
But he did resource the Fallen Lightsaber there, Micah did, which could have been quite an interesting play on top of something like Krennic there, the shielded unit. So yeah. Is this a tricky one? So there is no obvious ways in which Alexander can remove any of the problematic units, either Talsin herself or the Ruthless Raider, or even Dark Turnus seems somewhat safe at this point. Of course, there could be some ambush units in the hand of Alexander here. I'm not sure though. And Talking Town is still up.
Yeah, it does look like he's setting up for a Talking Town.
Yeah,
So I imagine we see Tyrannus swing here.
Yeah.
Yep, there he goes.
There he goes, 21. And now Ruthless Raider is lethal. As is any of the units with that blaster. So I think this is game.
Yep.
I think Mike has got it.
The scoop.
Yeah, that's the scoop.
That was a very, very different game from the last one.
Yes, that was very interesting. I very much enjoyed calling that game. And also looking at their deck lists, because now we are at open deck lists. Let's see what they could be bringing in. So Micah's got in his deck, in his sideboard, he's got, let me see, 2 aggravated parliamentarian, and that's not coming in. He's got 2 disabling fang fighters, probably not the case either. He's got 2 Felder dragons. Might be interesting to be able to respond to a Cad Bane unit. Regional governor is also interesting. Might be a way to keep some of those ambush units at bay. 1 Anakin Skywalker and 1 Rivals Fall. I'm thinking maybe regional governor could be brought in here. As for
I like the governor.
Sorry?
So I like bringing in the governor.
Yeah. I do too. That you could definitely get some value out of that. Alexander, on the other hand, let me see what he got. He's playing in his sideboard. He's got let me see, 2 aggravated parliamentarians, 2 bombing runs, 2 Shamsin Dollar, 2 Ruthless Raiders. Those are coming in for sure.
Yeah, I like the Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders are good in this matchup. And 2 tip the scale.
It looks like the 2 Raiders are always bringing in.
Yeah. I mean, I would have kind of liked...
But what comes out?
Tip the scale. Like, bringing in Tip the Scale against
Tip the Scale is pretty good.
That could be really good against Mother Talsin, but I wasn't paying attention to what was actually brought in here. Did you see anything?
I saw the 2 Raiders.
And they make so much sense, so I would assume those were coming in. But Tip the Scale could be
I like that one.
Yeah, yeah.
The scales that can get rid of the force lightnings, the throws, the power of the dark sides.
Yep. As well as the falling lightsabers and the upgrades. So those are not bad, and you get to see the hand, so you know what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
even just that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But what cards do you really pull out?
Yeah. I think.
I guess the Marauders might not be too great, just because Talisman can like drop them down to 0 power and just kind of like free kill them.
Yeah. The Marauders weren't great in that matchup, in that previous game. Looking at the list, he does run Waylays. Aren't going to be too good here. You might bring those out. No, I mean, almost all of the Talcin units have one blades, so that's not true. They do have a fair spread of when defeateds as well, I guess.
Well, Basine.
Yeah.
And Karis is gonna go. I like that.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Keep it off the force.
Yeah. That's the ticket. Resourcing one of the lightnings. Still got one in hand and a force throw. I just gotta have something to play it off of. With the Basine open though, he is going to be able to get a damage on anything almost. Even if it's shielded, he can easily just ping and then poke it with the Basine there. Opting to go base instead. What is that?
I believe that's another Karis.
Oh, all right.
Just the prestige one.
So
I didn't realize he had that going either.
Yeah, and now you should see the Talking Town, right? There is no reason not to Talking Town it. Huh.
Yeah, I would have Talking Towned it personally.
Yeah, just keep him off that force. Especially when you've seen the force throw already. But, well, I guess he wants to keep his options open.
That's actually Prestige Marin.
That's a Marin. Oh, it's Marin.
Can't Talking Town that.
Yeah, can't Talking Town that, and that explains it. So I'm not sure if you could hear that or not, but that was Loopy just giving us a little bit of help.
That was actually a Marin, not a Karis.
Yeah. So we have a Felder Dragon? No? Oh, force throwing a Felder Dragon into it. Yeah, okay. Fine. No, that's it. Oh, sorry. I'm stupid. That was a Marin trigger. He discarded the card for Marin, and that was the Felder Dragon. Yeah, that's a card that is not going to be useful for quite a while, so it might not be worth keeping in hand.
Yeah, that likely won't really have any targets other than Zuckuss and Cad unit.
Yeah. But they can be very clutch though against those CAD units.
Yeah.
And Turnus cleans out the Basine unit there. Now that the force is finally turned on. Darth Turnus is such a great card.
He really is.
Might be one of my favorite cards of the whole set. IG is, of course, removing the shield there.
Both Tyrannus and the Talcin Assassin are such amazing force.
Yeah, indeed. Tyrannus is just so versatile and sticky, and it's just a great design. Love that card. I mean, I hate playing against it, but
I think the 4-drops are the reason that Talcin is so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And also having access to both Force Throw and Force Lightning.
And Power of the Dark Side.
And Power of the Dark Side, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was Cloud Rider taking out, finally removing the
Marin.
Marin. She did stick around for a while.
She did.
So Mother Talsin activating on. Yeah. Talsin activating on the IG-2000. And was that an assassin or a Karis? I think it's a Karis, right? Yeah.
Yep.
And on the flip now, force throwing opponent? Yeah. Definitely. Oh, nice one. Got a full amount of hand. Yeah. And then going to base, leaving the IG for a while. So another Turnus in hand there. Could be handy. No, you don't resource the Turnuses. that's
I think I saw an assassin as well.
Oh, so, okay. Then maybe. Yeah. Then maybe you can.
Especially since he doesn't have anything on the ground at the moment.
Yep. So with the assassin, he can get rid of the IG together with the mother. On
exactly.
Attack. Smuggling out to be seen, so no assassin for you, I think.
Well,
oh no, the Force Lightning goes. Yeah, because that could be problematic for Cad Bane Cad Bane leader flip. So more important, you got to keep your priorities straight.
I mean, that could take out the IG as well.
Yeah. Mother actually just removing the Basine instead and taking one CAD flip, and now the assassin will take out the IG. So do you keep pressuring here as the CAD player? Or do you take out the Karis?
Well, he doesn't have the force right now. It might be a good time to just take out the Karis.
Could be. I have not seen Alexander's hand, so I don't know what it's got for next round. But I can only imagine that, yeah. Oh, taking out the assassin. Huh. Oh, interesting. That looks like one of the silver pack cards. Either a Marin or a Sash Ventress.
So the issue here for the CAD player is I think that Karis can kill CAD.
Yeah, Karis can kill CAD now. Just running into it and giving it -2/-2 will be enough. So that's why I didn't. Yeah, that's why I didn't really like taking out the assassin. I probably would have gone for the Karis there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I probably would have taken Karis out.
And with very little pressure already put on the base now, I think Mike is in a very good position here.
Yeah.
Going to 8 and having access to either a Marin or I think that's a Marin then. If it was
he's got a Towson's assassin and a
the Sun. That's the Sun prestige.
It's the Sun. It's the prestige version of the Sun.
Yep.
And the Sun is a problematic card for CAD. Very much 8 health. I mean, CAD can capture it, but then he can't capture anything else.
Exactly.
We got a Bosk.
So Bosk is going to, and this is the kind of unit that I would have been interested to have the regional governor against, but it is easily dealt with the assassin instead. I'm drawing into a regional governor there. He did bring them in, Micah did.
Yeah.
Good.
So what are you naming if you play it right now?
CAD unit
Bane.
every day. CAD Bane every day. That is the unit you don't want to see now. I think that's the only unit that really have can make Alexander stabilize at this point. Because Micah is in a very good spot here. Playing out the sun with the force. This is now going to be a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, for those in the chat, I do think that Micah drew in a card because one appeared. I didn't see him do it either, but he had another card after, so. And the sun is backbreaking.
Yeah.
Because not only is there a 8/8 on the board, now Talzin's swinging for 5, and that Assassin's swinging for 6, and look at how close he can check already.
Now we're already on 19.
The end of the game.
Yeah, this is how Micah closes out this game.
I mean,
Loopy, you have been playing a fair amount of Mother Talzin lately. Is this deck something that you guys have been working on, or is it the Bothan deck just straight up?
No, we've been working on this before. I mean, I think maybe Micah's 4 cards off of mine, but we both brought it today, and it's went through, and it's a great deck. I mean, it won.
You both played in Vegas too, right?
Yep. And it's not, but I mean, it's still a fair deck. I don't think that it will have anything that, hits it. Force throw, if you lose it, is not the end of the world, really.
Nope. It's not as reliant on it as the hand 2 decks were.
Weirdly, I think if Force throw did get banned, I actually think it helps Talzin.
It might actually.
It might.
Just because they have so many other good pieces of removal in there.
Yeah, as long as Lightning is online.
Whereas the heroic deck is really going to feel the loss. Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, no.
Force Lightning went way up in value.
For sure. For sure.
All right, so if they want to take us to the break screen, I'm not in video yet, but I did make a bracket here. And it can actually advance Micah. I don't know if we have any updates from the other tables, but enjoyed the coverage. I was listening to you guys on the way home during the green-blue mirror, which unsurprisingly went to Will. But Julio's a great player. He's a Milwaukee local.
Right. Yeah, not my best work, but I can't lie. That is not my favorite kind of match. Neither to be in nor to call. We did our best.
So what time is it in Sweden right now?
I'm 20 past 1 a.m. here. So the bedtime is getting closer and closer. I'll stay on for the post quarterfinal chat here, and then I'll probably sneak between the covers.
Well, great work today, Viktor. It's always a pleasure. Enjoyed listening to you and anchoring the coverage here. So while we have a break here and before we look at the brackets, while we're getting updates, do you want to let us know what's going on at Nordic Takedown? Do you guys have any coverage coming up?
Yeah, we do. The last weekend of August now, we are going to cover live on site the Malmö Game Week, which we hope will set a new record for tournament size in Scandinavia. The first iteration is still the largest tournament yet in Scandinavia, and we are pretty sure that we're going to break that record by quite some margin for this one. We do have Bothan come in to play for it, and we have all the best players in Northern Europe probably attending. It's going to be doozy. I'll be calling that together with Jason, and we'll be live on site calling it. So we have some really high hopes for viewing numbers as well as attending numbers for that one.
Very cool.
Yeah. Some excellent pricing structure, even though it's not an official FFG sanctioned tournament. FFG is helping us out with pricing, and I think altogether we have prices for about 10,000 euros. So that's quite a considerable and hefty price pool.
Yeah, and I think actually Benton's going to be participating. We have a Talzin masterclass on the way, as well as some other stuff, because we've been working on this tech a while, and you see Micah doing very well with it today.
The guys here so much fun. You'll have a blast with that one.
Asmodee actually brought a box. I saw the Asmodee rep coming in the morning. So one of the highlights of today is the prizing. I mean, I think Misty Mountain Games did a great thing. You should have seen the trophy a couple of times between rounds on the screen as we went. And the Asmodee rep, I met him on the way in. He brought a big box that they gave away all the door prizes, and it was a bunch of playmats and stuff from sectors and lanyards and that kind of thing. I just got a report from Laura on the ground, one of the excellent judges at Misty, that the Sabines won. So I think Xavier and Spags both advanced to the quarterfinals.
Yep.
So great run by Tim Randomando, playing Palp all day. I think you had the opportunity to see him on screen. He was one of my losses.
Yeah,
both of my losses were teammates, and also to John Lights Out, who played very, very well on Poe ECL throughout. So I'm sure that was a good matchup. And I think that we have the Han Tarkentown versus Julio on Iden Green, who's a great Milwaukee player, going to Game 3, and they might be moving it here.
Really?
So it looks like we're going to actually get some bonus coverage, folks. So that's always a great thing to happen.
Interesting. Awesome. I did not expect the Iden deck to be able to answer on 4, but if that's the case, that is awesome. They are. And
we talk about this too. I mean, there's some things that you can say are favored. I mean, I think Sabine into Felp is favored, right? But I mean, other times you're talking about, like with this Cad Quinlan match, I mean, if one deck or the other is favored, it's not by a lot, and it's also can be determined by some deck choices, right? I mean, if you want to improve your CAD match, you can do that with Talzin, and vice versa for Talzin into CAD. So, I think an aggressive space deck like Han has some lines into Iden, but I mean, Iden Data Vault is a very, very tough control deck. So that's not that's not a gimme for anything really. I mean, this is Han Tarkentown. I mean, it has great lines in space, but it can't TCL Wrecker, the way that Sabine can.
It doesn't have those absolute tremendous burst damage things that Sabine just excels at.
So,
it also has to
it looks like
a lot of help.
And here we go with some bonus coverage. So this is Game 3, the decisive match in the quarterfinal of the Madison Planetary Qualifier. We have Julio Fontanez, great Milwaukee local, who's been playing Item Data Vault hard control all day, matched up against Joseph. And I probably, know Joseph, but I can't recognize his hands, there. So I'm not sure which player it is, but he's playing Han Pilot Tarkentown, which there's a great video. I don't know if you guys caught Poem's video with Magog that actually ran it at Galactics, but they went over this deck in some depth.
I caught it.
My friend Derek. Oh yeah, you're in it. That's right.
I am in it.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, I wanted to. But people are grateful for that video. DZ Derek, great Destiny guy. You might actually remember him from back in the day, Rufus. But he was on Han Tarkentown today, too, and it's a great deck.
Yeah, there were 2 of them today.
Oh, the immediate jam. Immediately going for the item player's hand.
Yeah. And getting rid of one of those healing cards from him, which can be key if he wants to close out this game.
Yeah.
And that's a Wolfpack Expert, which I think is the 2/1 drop.
Yeah, it is. That can it can bounce a friendly unit, but doesn't have to.
It has. I believe it has to bounce a non-vehicle unit, right? Am I right on that, or is it any?
I believe it's ground unit.
Friendly ground
unit. So you can use that to bring back
C3PO.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's about it.
We were talking. I was talking with DZ about that. Is that C3PO is there? Ooh, and Han does not like having to play Boshek out of the ground.
That's not how we want to use that card. Looking at only one unit on board here is also not favoring Han at all. He would have liked to go a little bit wider here. We're already on resource 4.
So, chat, who do we think is going to win this game? Is it going to be the control player Iden, or is it going to be the Han Tarkenton? I see Alex Krez. That's Alex from our late night team, rooting on Julio, who's his Milwaukee local. And a great guy. Julio's one of those guys that always has a smile on his face, despite being hard control.
So we see Julio not having that hand size that we saw in the last game, of course, because he's actually had to play his cards every turn here.
Yeah.
But that also makes his resourcing decision more actually important. So he's taking a little bit of a think here.
Yeah. So far, 3 great friends of late night. I see Jimmy DeHand, Kyle, from the Too Many Kyles podcast today in the chat, and then Grievous all saying it looking like Iden. Yeah, this is a good start for Iden, being able to handle a Wolfpack right away.
Mm-hmm.
The later the game goes, the more in favor of Iden it gets.
Yep, it definitely does, as we saw last time. Even though this is a very different kind of game, Iden certainly
coming back into it though. I mean, he's able to go wide in the ground arena, which is interesting. But don't forget, I think we might have Han piloting a X-33 speeder this game. That might that's what looks like to be happening.
That is not unlikely. He has no other vehicles out open here, so why not?
It's like the old jump to light speed limited games where you'd have Rio piloting some kind of tank in the ground.
Yeah. I mean, he can't very well ride the C-3PO, so could it be the speeder?
You're right. I think that'd be bad protocol, probably.
Yep. But only 6 damage.
Rode Ewoks around once in a while.
For sure.
All right. Here we go. Here's 6. What does Julio got up his sleeves? Vigilance.
Vigilance, healing and killing the speeder. Not healing? No? Shield?
Double shielding.
Yep,
and just using Iden ability instead to heal. Alright. Not what I expected, but sure.
Not what I expected either, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to try and trade and get rid of units with that Iden, so having more cushioning on it might not be such a bad idea.
And this Han deck, the only ways that it has to get rid of Iden are through damage, so those shields will do work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think some of them run breaking in, right?
Yeah, but I haven't seen it all day. We did see that.
I'm surprised they didn't use the Han action there.
Yeah.
Break-in costs 2, though. I don't know that they would run it.
Yeah, it does cost 2. And also he did play that tell me the odds event, flipping cards to do damage.
They may run what's the other one? System Shock?
Yep.
What about Swoop Down? Does Swoop Down give Saboteur?
Yep, and it's 3.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and they definitely run that.
It's 1 cost, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We gotta have a space unit up though. But let's see what he's got up his sleeves. It is
That is a Plo Koon.
I don't even know if he'll ambush that.
No, I don't think he will. It could
this Han is the 3/6, I believe.
Yeah.
That is not what Han wants to be doing.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's the ground arena attack Han Tarkenton deck.
Yep.
Han wants to be doubling your resources.
Right.
Although he only has one other odd cost to card out, so
yeah.
It will only been 2 resources, so.
But we do see Julio take a fair bit longer to decide on what to resource than last game. So even though he's looking good here, he is still not out of the woods yet.
And I think this is a very pivotal turn here because I mean, Julio needs to stabilize. I mean, he's able to take care of the flow, which is important because you can't have flow hitting you for 6 very often.
Nope.
And we have Maul has 3 left.
Yeah. So I doubt we will see Han trade into Maul. And 3PO certainly can't do much about Maul. So Iden should lose that shield now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they is debating that he didn't take the damage from 3PO first, but he just healed it with Iden there. And now they did catch the shield. Han going to base, I can only assume. So 9. That is still 24 damage to go.
Arkan Town will take out
Cool,
Maul.
24 from here. But as Matthew Norton in the chat says, never tell Han the odds.
Yeah. He does.
He also said he has a bad feeling about this, which is a quote that I think is sprinkled into all the Star Wars movies. So I should probably join BDO.
Yeah, but 2 Falcons in space is maybe a little bit too little, too late. I think.
I mean, with this deck, it's kind of the most it can do.
Yeah. But Iden is on 8 resources now, so we will be seeing walkers now, and I think that is all she wrote. If we get a walker here, I think
or a laser blast.
You might even see a Texas Ranger.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't know if that's a show in Sweden.
We've seen it. Yeah, we have.
We've seen it. We don't think it's very good.
No. That is actually
we're aware
very accurate. Shock hasn't been his.
Snoke is a backbreaker.
Yeah. That is. I didn't expect that at this point, but it is definitely. I'd say that's almost game. Han has no way of getting rid of that. What? Oh, is that?
I think.
For every card in hand, right?
Yep.
So interesting.
All right. Wasn't expecting to see that card.
Iden can attack Han, but Han isn't affected by Snoke because leaders aren't affected by Snoke.
Yeah, no. True enough. But Iden still survives anyway. She got 4 health, and Han's only hitting her back for 3. They are debating something here. Not sure what though.
Platform.
Is that? Did he take 1 damage there? That's not right. He should take 3 damage. Yeah, so they are misplaying this one. They think that Snoke is affecting Han, I think. Yeah, now they called it. And there should be 2 more damage on the base there. Right, good. They got it. Good.
Everything's good.
So those guys, however, only strike for 2 combined. So going to 20 on a 33 HP base. And that guy is just barely hanging on. He's a 0-1 with the bounty.
I don't know that I would even play him.
Yeah, no, I would not. Not at this point anyway, because it's just too much of a liability. You don't want to be giving Iden cards at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fascinating match, though. I mean, Han has made up a lot of ground from a very poor start.
He really has.
If he can figure out a way to get this Snoke, all of a sudden you're in business. But killing Snoke is sometimes harder than it seems. A surprise strike would do it, but I don't know that Han deck typically runs it because it's even.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a blaster wouldn't do it.
Welcome from Croatia, who has the high ground. Glad you're enjoying the stream. We're working hard here. I mean, how good have these guys been all day? anchoring the coverage. I actually just got back from the event and should be here to help take you guys home. But I mean, really, it's been great, and the video quality's there. The store's been working. Every one of these has gotten a little better at Misty, and it's great having a PQ there. Waylay would be great.
Yeah, Waylay would be good. It would give him the respite he needs, and also if he can somehow trick my Julio to spend his resources, and then Waylay that Snook to sort of get what he would get 6-8. That would actually be 11 damage. He's presenting 11 damage if Snook would be stuck in hand for a round. No less.
However, now or never tell me the odds would do it.
Yep, it could do it.
Or a swoop down.
That is Daring Raid.
That's Daring Raid.
Yeah.
Taker, I didn't stop the healing.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have never tell me the odds left?
If
Even
that,
open fire would do it. I've seen
Open
that.
Fire would do it. Open Fire would do it.
It looks like he has a Poe.
He does have a Poe. I saw he drew a Poe, so I mean that.
And I think that's his only card.
Okay, well then,
if that is
I
his
imagine
only card,
that what will happen is he'll do 2 damage and play Poe.
Yep. Yep.
That does
sounds
that
about
does
right.
seem like it.
Lab Gaming, this is the first PQ at Misty Mountain Games, which we're very glad that we do it. Madison is a place where there's SWU every night of the week, literally, and has been a hotspot to it, so it was great that they awarded a PQ to that community now, and it really was well attended. I mean, we had to be close to 90 shortly after Galactics in one of like the 3 good months of weather this year, so that's a lot. He's going to play Poe.
That was definitely a Poe, and that will be able to take care of the Snook if it gets to strike. Unfortunately for it, it will just die to that, so it's a trade.
Mm-hmm.
But still worth it.
Did you say every night of the week?
Yes.
Wow.
That's
and Milwaukee only misses one. I mean, it's great communities for SWU. There's been 2 Wisconsin PQs. Somehow we didn't get one set 1 at all. And then set 2 and 3, or the last ones, there's been 2 PQs that were in Appleton. But I mean, really, I think the Wisconsin community justifies several. And there's this PQ, and we'll be covering a September PQ at Hobby Nights outside of Milwaukee. So
nice.
It's great. It's great to see the stores, being so generous, with the prizes. And Asmodee too, they threw in some extra stuff on top of what Misty Mountain was doing, but they're giving away all the boxes. And then everybody in the top 8 won a carbonite already. Oh, Julio has to hit the super laser blast.
He super laser blasts that Snook, sensing that his time. Sensing that his time was at an end anyway. That's a Jam comms.
Oh, Jam somehow misses. This is the first time in recorded history that Jam Communications has missed against Iden Green.
Yeah, I think so. And there's another Snook in that hand. And I think that's even more backbreaking than the Avenger at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
Looks like his last card is a Sanctioner Shuttle.
But
it's not gonna do much.
If you're this far in a PQ and you have 2 damage on your base, it's really hard to just throw in the towel. You never know what will come.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, yeah, for sure. This is the quarterfinals. You're not giving up. You're just playing it out.
The 2 eager are actually, tough to. Let's not. Well, I mean, I don't know what the round timer is. Did we set the timer at 75? And they probably have an extension because they did move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So, there actually, I don't think time will be a issue here because in Top Cut you do get a little longer.
Shouldn't be really. They are not playing slowly, even though there is a lot of thinking going on. I don't think they're playing slowly, to say.
Yep. And the winner of this match, faces Xavier, Osmium Blaze, who's a great Sabine Red player. He's been on that deck for sets now. I've played him in a couple of PQs. I beat him at one, and then he got revenge at me, a little after. And I think he did really well at one of the sectors or regionals, too, if memory serves. So he was able to go through. And then Micah and Spags. Two Milwaukee guys are playing. So Wisconsin is holding strong. I don't know about Joseph, but Julio is definitely a Wisconsin guy. So despite 20, 30 people coming from Illinois, the top four looks secure with the possible exception of Joseph. He's an Illinois guy. But Milwaukee is really stepping up against Madison. Looks like we have two guys from Milwaukee on one side of the bracket, and Xavier is from, I believe, Janesville.
So yeah, the Mining Guild TIE Fighter is dead on play there to the Snook ability, and also that Entrenched is just not giving Alexander much hope, and he is actually going to scoop there.
All right, and so, I got Darth Bresh in the chat saying Joe is from Dodgeville, so we did have 7 out of 8. Well, at least 6 of 8 for sure of the top 8 are from Wisconsin, and all of the top 4. So
nice.
There won't be an interstate stealing of a PQ today. All right, so it looks like Julio advanced, and this is going to be a fascinating match. I mean, I think Xavier on Sabine Red versus Julio on Iden Control will be a good one, and then Micah and Spags will be great as well. Sabine and Talzing is interesting. Talzin might have a slight edge there, but it's not there. LAB Gaming asks if any Appletonites made it through. Yes, actually, Rando Mando made it through to Top Cut for sure. Tim, who actually works at the Boardlandia store, which has a 1K next week. So if you're watching this and you're Wisconsin local, there's actually a great event at Boardlandia Appleton next week. I see Rebel Resource in the chat. Ryan's a friend of Late Night. Telling us
I did some commentary for their last 1K.
Yeah, you did. And great stuff. And
that was fun.
It's great there. All right, so let me get an updated bracket for you. Let me advance Julio, and then we can chat there. I got to get myself in video as well. But what is before you go, Victor? What are your takeaways from watching this event today? You've done a lot of commentary.
I think my biggest takeaway would be that we might be in the kind of meta that we had at the major part of last set, where every weekend will shift the meta because it shifts the expectations. So we might be in for a ride for this meta. It might be real thrilling to see it progress from week to week. If that is the case, then it would make me very happy. All right, I think that will be it for me, though. It is getting on a little bit late here, so I'll just drop out here and leave you to it. But I will get back tomorrow morning and watch the semi-finals and the finals of this, because it's been a ride, this one. I definitely want to see how it ends. All right, that's it for me, though. Hope you check out our podcast. Our latest episode features Bothan. It's a great one. And yeah, see you guys around.
Yep, absolutely. Expertly done. And I hope to help call another game involving Magnus in Scandinavia pretty soon.
Yep.
Repay the favor.
It's been a pleasure doing commentary with you.
All right. So I'm not looking at the stream right now. Sim, are you able to put up there? I just joined video as well. Let me do there. It looks like we're going to have Spags and Micah. Both these gentlemen were at Galactics and did very well. I know Micah went to Gen Con after that and topped that as well. Has been doing very good. Spag, Steve from Milwaukee. Yep, and shout out to the KTOG guys. I got one, and they provided it too. That's actually the mat I played on today. I played on the KTOD Galactics mat myself. Big shout out. And they do a lot for the community. Shout out to Matt and Mike, who had some bad news this week, but our hearts go out for them and the whole community does. They really do a lot. Both our players are looking at the deck list right now, which is something that you can do in the top cut of a PQ. You have the ability to actually see exactly what's in the deck, right? And though Sabine is a relatively consistent list to about 40-45 cards, the exact choices on the rest and how much upgrade removal you have has a lot to do with Talzin. Sabine typically in this matchup is going to try to attack the space arena hard and heavy and get ahead enough there that they don't lose on the ground. For Talzin, I mean, it's a good enough matchup. I mean, Sabine God rolling pretty much beats everything and still does. But
that's fair.
When it doesn't, you hope to get there and then just get the ground arena so wrapped up that they really can't get controlled.
Yeah.
Yep. No, Spags is a good guy, and I put that on the bracket. All right, so both players cutting the matchups. Going through, I don't see initiative determined quite yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
And it looks like we're going to do a pile shuffle yet, too. So Rufus, I think it's going to be you and me through at least the semi here. We'll see what happens before. Awesome. Any thoughts on the matchup? I mean, these are two decks I've played a lot of, and my wife played Sabine and played Sabine today.
You would definitely know these two decks way better than I would.
Yeah.
Love the little Lego dudes.
Yes. No, he has it's actually a little Lego Sabine is what it is.
Okay.
That he has. It's a Sabine Wren. And I think it looks like she's got a lightsaber today.
Yeah. Who's the other one? It looks like there's two of them there.
There is. I'm trying to remember last time I played him.
Hard to tell from a bird's eye view.
Yeah. I mean, originally the first one was the Sabine Lego. I mean, Sabine Lego has now been joined by somebody, that's over on Spake's Island there. Is it a Poe? I mean, a Poe would make sense. I don't know that they have a Lego Wrecker. Maybe they do. Is there a Bad Batch Lego set? I imagine people buy Lego Star Wars like crazy.
It does look like it's a helmet. Maybe it is Wrecker.
Yep. So I see Micah resourced a hotshot. He has a Night Sister Warrior for sure. Spags is considering his hand. Has resourced.
And that was a very fast resource.
Yeah, it looked like a good hand to me, honestly.
Yeah. Did you see what he resourced, or it happened?
I did not see what he resourced from it. That happened very quick. But he has Karis, which is the best opener.
Karis is a great one.
For Sabine. Yep, and Sabine unit. Talzin have an initiative. It's pretty important here.
Mm-hmm.
There is going to be a ping. So in Micah's hand, I see a Talzin Night Sister Warrior in a Force Throw.
Force Lightning.
I see Force Lightning. I mean, I think it might be. I'll be interested to see what he does with this Karis. Here. He's going to Force Throw on the gun, and make Spags discard. I see 4 cause for sure, which is what it's discarded, and that actually is able to kill Sabine. But I think that's a good play because has a lower cost card, but he needs to play it. And Sabine's Masterpiece is the most important card in the matchup for Sabine. He does need to find some units of color to match with it so it can do its effects. And then
it doesn't really do much. I mean, that's your only thing on the board.
Right. All right, so 3 damage on Sabine's base. Micah's base has 1. We have a Sabine Masterpiece in the space arena and a Night Sister Warrior and Karis in the ground arena. The Masterpiece hits for 4. Warrior responds, taking Sabine to 5.
Beam flipping.
Deploy. Yeah, so I don't think he has Tyrannus, or we would have saw it right there.
Yeah.
So it's 3 to base. No Dark Saber either. So he's using the Force to debuff Sabine.
Oh,
or debuff
Masterpiece.
The Masterpiece. For K2.
I mean, K2?
So So he might be going with Force Lightning and a 2-drop. That would make some sense here.
Yeah.
But if he has Force Lightning, now he's really tempted to use it on K2 because you avoid the wind defeated that way. You're not going to be able to play it 2 as well. So Micah
I
has
would
not
actually pivot at
played
this point
any
and
resources out.
Too. Oh, he's sticking with taking out the Masterpiece.
Please, the Chump Acolyte. Well, I think it's probably just going to be go back to Force Lightning the Sabine Masterpiece because he knows that that's the card that really levels the playing field for Sabine.
I would have been tempted to take out that K2 though. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. Well, and then he doesn't get.
He's a better player than me.
All right. I think that one interesting thing is what happens right now. So Spags has initiative. I mean, a Rebel Assault is fairly devastating.
Yeah. And that's exactly
what we have.
Yep.
So is it going to be 8 to base? It looks like it's going to be 8.
I feel like he definitely goes
9 to base to 16. So only 12 left. And Mike has got to find some answers here against Sabine hitting hot and heavy. The Acolyte comes into base, still racing. A-Wing.
I feel like I'd probably throw Karis in K2.
I think that's happening for sure. Force throw. Choosing. The card is going. It is record.
Oh.
That is a lifesaver for Micah.
Yeah,
He's able to get the wrecker out, take care of the Sabine leader. He's going to be in the danger zone. I don't know that he has an answer for the A-Wing this turn. But he's getting control of the ground arena. Okay, so the A-Wing is down to 1 health. Karis can kill K2 with her when defeated. And
alternatively, he could... Oh, I mean, that'll take that out. I was going to say he could have gotten rid of both his 2-drops for the K2 and used the Karis to finish off the A-Wing.
Yeah,
but the Assassin took care of that. So now things look very differently.
So, I mean, he really needs to get some damage in and finish with Forakas, but I mean, Sabine's not going to survive another turn. There we go to game 2.
Yep.
So too much damage. Spag started hot. You saw the force throw really even the game with finding that record, and be conscious of the number of cards in the other player's hand at all times.
Yes.
I mean, we had double spelling on Resource 5, which we had Rebel Assault and then that A-Wing, and that left Sabine with 1 card left, and I was Wrecker, which was able to kill
Sabine.
Yep.
So what would you be boarding in if you were the Sabine player?
I don't know Spag's exact list. I could look at it, I suppose. I don't think that Micah has too much more that can be done for aggro in what his sideboard is.
Is he running like top targets or anything like that?
No, that's me. That's one of the changes that we have. He's probably running the Fells, assuming that Spags has kind of like the typical things you see in Sabine with there. I think that Spags brings in Chewbacca and the confiscates for sure. Yeah. Potentially the Fighters for Freedom. Fighters for Freedom is not a bad card in Talzin either.
Yeah, just get those extra few points of damage.
But I mean, you get some upgrade removal coming in for
Fallen Saber and
Micah, but it's not a whole lot beyond that.
Oh, you meant Micah bringing in some upgrade.
Yeah, he brings in some upgrade hate. I think he has Fang Fighters in the sideboard, which you want for the Chewbacca if possible. That's one of the primary ways Sabine wins is a turn 2 Chewbacca that you can't handle. Until it swings a couple of times. And of course, we have, ban and balance discussion going on in the chat. Feel free to, everybody's got their own opinions. I mean, we'll see if actually anything happens. But, I mean, for now, for this event, I mean, the card's illegal and you play the best ones that you can. So, and I think that the timing of that throw, I mean, should be the takeaway there because he sequenced and he, let it play into it. Sabine's not a deck that you try to force throw. I mean, a lot of times you end up striking out, but if they're going to 6 resources, haven't used DCL, and have 1 card in their hand, then it's a great time to throw. That's usually what you'll find with the Wrecker.
It's either going to be Wrecker or Poe.
I tend to think, I mean, if you, as we get past the sideboard here, I mean, if you look to the meta share today, it was such a balanced meta. We had all kinds of leaders here. We had, I think, complete diversity. As far as decks go, the pie chart. I mean, there were two Sabines, but Osmium Blazes, Xander's Sabine is a red one, which is quite a different and a very unique deck he's been working on. So I mean, you had a Pelp get through, you had a Knighting get through, Micah got through on Talzin. I think it's actually a great meta.
Yeah, it was a very, very wide range of leaders today.
All right, so Battlefield Marine and Acolyte of the Beyond, and that's the thing about that Acolyte is it when defeated gives the force. So I mean, even killing it with the Battlefield Marine doesn't feel good.
Yep. Talzin turns that into a trade.
Right.
And
all right, yep, and he puts Fallen. Yeah, he puts Fallen on the Acolyte, which is a good play into Sabine, and he saw that Spags only, I think, has 2 confiscates, or the total of the upgrade removal. So that's something that you look at when you're in the top cut, is what exactly the other deck has. All right, and then we had Cassian. He uses the Acolyte to clear the Battlefield Marine. Does gain the force. The Acolyte is not a force unit, but does gain the force on attack. All right, here we go into the Sabine flip turn. A full health Cassian on the board.
And an Acolyte with a lightsaber.
And an Acolyte with a lightsaber. So it doesn't get its attack. The token there indicates that the Talzin ability was used on Cassian, so he's at 2-4 now. So he would trade. I would not be overly surprised to see Spags trade into the Acolyte right here. He does not. He goes to base for 2. There's Krennic, which is a great card for Talzin.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool card in this deck that I wasn't thinking about before Galactics. But there's so many when defeated abilities in Talzin that it's just really good value.
So the Acolyte will kill Sabine for 5, and he was pinning it there. K2 without ECL. We have a Jedi in hiding, which is a 3/3 when defeated, use the Force and discard a card. And if you saw that turn, I mean, the upside of that Jedi in hiding card is it can get the discount to Krennic, so that's good for it. All right, so K2 is going to kill the Acolyte, do 3 overwhelm, and then 3 when defeated, for a total of 6, taking Micah to 13. All right, Talzin will debuff Cassian.
Bean is pinging.
She's pinging. So I haven't seen Spake's hand. I mean, this is a tricky turn though, because the ECL is active. He could have used the ECL on K2. He did not. The Jedi hiding is going to do 3 to Cassian, leaving me at 1 left, which is in range of the Talzin on attack or others. Spags is out of the time to stall.
Alright, there's his hand. It looks like he is going to ECL on a Poe.
Alright, and probably will. They actually just play Poe. They play Poe.
Oh, he didn't ECL it.
Yep. That tells me he probably has record.
Yeah.
There's the Fallen for Talzin. I think he's going to clear the board here because he can.
Yeah.
He's going to take 5 back, attacking Talzin into Poe. He's going to kill the Cassian with the splash damage from the Fallen lightsaber, and then Krennic is going to attack to take Spags' base to 5. And then you have regional
really
governor. That's one I was not expecting for Mike. He brought in the regional governors for Sabine to call Wrecker, which I have not run that line, but right now that is extremely effective because I highly suspect that that is in Spake's hand.
I feel like there's no way that you don't ECL in that Poe if you don't have Wrecker.
Right. And I think that's what, tipped him off or whatever you want to say. But now we have Micah in commanding position. I mean, ECL Wrecker is taking away from Sabine. I mean, he needs to deal with the Talzin, who is a 6/10 with 5 damage, 5 left. Another Poe is actually kind of ideal if you have that.
Oh, and it's just going to be the scoop.
Yep, and it was Wrecker, but yeah, that's interesting. I doubt that Spags was expecting to see a regional governor come in against Sabine.
Yeah,
but that's how you practice through. And with that particular line, I mean, I think I said it when the Poe was not ECL'd that was basically signaling that Wrecker's coming the next turn. And there we go. So we have Micah able to advance to the final of the Misty PQ. He is a PQ winner. I don't actually remember which one he won, but he won set 1 as well. He's a member of the late night competitive team, and he's going to be facing the winner of the matchup between Iden Green and Sabine red.
Who do you think's favorite in that one?
Sabine.
Yeah.
I think that it's probably a little closer than there, but
I
mean, red can do some things too. I mean, aggression just kills Aiden, which is kind of cool.
It does.
And that's a deck that Xander's been working on a long time. He's a great kid, probably young adult. Shouldn't call him a kid, but early college, late high school age, and a great player, and loves him some Sabine red. So somewhere, tower number 9 is smiling. I think I was playing Sabine red like the first time I met Ryan Warner, Rebel Resource, way back when, before release. But that's how we met him. Look at him now. He's one of great channels. If anybody's not subscribed to Rebel Resource, you should. Another Wisconsin guy in Appleton local. Was too afraid of the competition to come to the PQ at Misty today. We'll see him at the next one. I have a little birdie in my ear saying that we might have an Aussie that is coming to join us. That's a question. I can always get some more Clint in my life. Yep. Ryan just responds with kissy face. Yep, we love you too, Ryan. All right, so these guys are going to go through. Let's check on the other match. If they are going to a game 3, which certainly can happen, Sabine got game 1, so we'll depend on there. So we do have an update from our news desk that Sabine got game 1 and they're in game 2 with Idenfeld. If that goes to game 3, I guess that will pop in. Let me update the bracket here. Or if you can show the last one, the top 4 bracket, we can kind of go through what the meta was while we're waiting. I don't know exactly why Misty Mountain picked that this was the battle for Trandosha, but it was a great theming. If you guys saw the trophy actually has a boss showcase.
Trophy is so cool.
It is cool. And I've been told by a lot of Star Wars CCG players, Decipher CCG, which is something that a lot of the people in this community played, is that they had like planet regions, for the very thing. So that's
cool.
All right, so here's the waiting screen.
Yeah, the Decipher Star Wars game is one of the few CCGs I haven't played.
Oh my God, there's games you haven't played, Rufus?
There's a few.
So, I mean, we do a lot of Star Wars Unlimited content, but there's a whole section of late night, gaming Discord that is stuff Rufus and Luffy play, including Teamfight Tactics and some other stuff. I actually just got to gold in Teamfight Tactics this set, so I've been enjoying the set a little bit. All right, so this is our top 4 match. We just saw Micah take care of Spags, who's a great Sabine player. Great run for Spags. He's going to get excellent prizing, a couple $100 worth of prizing, and go home with some points qualifying for next year's Galactics. The results for Xavier and Julio are pending. I hear word that we might be joined by Clint from the Baddest Batch in a few minutes here. He's another great Sabine player. And to speak of the man himself.
Hello there.
Hello there, Todd. So, have you heard about the Sabine ECL deck before, Clint?
No, first time.
So, Clint,
no idea what deck we're talking about.
Yep, you did very well. I mean, you were what did you end up at Galactics? I know you played well in the victory.
53rd.
53rd. So you're up there in the top Sabines in the world. I don't know. Did you catch any of that last match? What are any thoughts on seeing?
I did. It was a very, very tough matchup for Spags. I was cringing a lot while watching that.
And it is tough. I do think that, I mean, depending on the list, I mean, there's lines that Sabine could win, and if you get all the cards in sequence and then have like double 4-cause, that's typically does enough to get Talzin, but I mean, you need a lot of things to go right, and Talzin has a lot of ways to disrupt Sabine.
Yeah, it's definitely the force throw, because a lot of the time, being able to force throw Sabine's hand, you're probably going to kill a unit with whatever you force throw or make them discard, just because of all the low health units. And then you've got the utility of Force Lightning as well, that is very, very cheap. So there's a lot of answers. They've got minimal answers, but they're very, very good answers.
I just see in our tournament chat that Symbiode, always the artist of the crew, has advanced Micah into the final as we're waiting for Xavier. Now, have you played any Sabine Red? We have a Sabine Red in the top 4 of this event, and Xavier's done very well with this deck. I know he was at the finals of, I don't think it was a PQ, but I think it was like a 60-person 1K at Misty, before. I think Carlos finally got him.
So I have dabbled in the Sabine Red. I think it was around set 2. I dabbled in Sabine Red, but that was a time where Han was making a big. Han 1 was making a big impact on the meta, and Han 1, or Casino Han specifically, kind of just really crushed it. And again, ECL is just such a strong base that it helps you catch up in matches that you're so far behind in, or you can get so far behind in, to just catch up and win that game out of nowhere. So the Tarkin Town also wasn't super strong in that meta either. It was kind of the forgotten base.
Yeah, I know Xavier's deck. I mean, it tends to use a few more upgrades. I mean, it has like stuff like Arm to the Teeth, and then, I mean, one nice part is aggression can be very, very good.
Yes,
and aggression can do some crazy things.
Watch the stream here, don't I? That's probably
You should be able to look in the preview. I actually probably got to get a name tag for you.
Oh, let's not get too professional about it.
You're on it. Oh, you got it. So I just heard, a birdie in my eye telling me that he's working on a name tag, and if Symbiode's making your name tag, literally anything could happen. I mean, it's probably gonna
it'll be named second favorite Aussie. And I'll be like Inferno 32 instead of Inferno 5.
All right, so you had safe travels back. What was your impressions on going to the Galactics last week, where we saw you, Clint? Are you glad you made the trip from down under?
100%. I loved it. We did a podcast about it last week. If anyone was able to catch that, just talking about my experience and my day there, or my weekend there, I should say. I loved it, despite all the misgivings with the prize wall and the lines and the ticketing and all that sort of stuff. I think the positives really outweighed the negatives of the whole weekend. And we are definitely planning. The whole team will be planning on going next year.
Oh, and the baddest batch will be coming through. Hopefully we'll have a joint planning session before day 2 again, because that seemed to work out good for us.
I can't hear you there. Maybe that's me.
All right, so the other match is still going. We know that there's going to be Talzin in the final, and it's too drastic. You can't have 2 more drastically different decks than Xavier's Sabine Red and Julio's Iden Green, and they are still going in their game 2, is what I'm told. Sabine did get game 1. But the longer those games go, the better it looks for Iden, for sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to jump out and in there. Sometimes my internet doesn't love Discord streaming, so I have to change around my little mesh Wi-Fi settings for it to work. So jump out, jump back in.
Yeah, as we're going through this graphic, I mean, I think this is an indication of a healthy meta just in the top 8. And we can look at how diverse, like, the pie graph was, and it's available on the Late Night Discord there. But we had many, many different decks. There wasn't anything that had more than, I think, even 10% of the field. And look at the top go. You have 8 different decks. You have 1 leader repeated, but with ECL and Tarkin Town. But then you have 2 control decks, hard control decks, essentially, with Tim's Rando Mando's Pelp and Julio. You have 2 aggro decks, or 3 aggro decks, Sabine, and Poe. And then you have 3 mid-range, with Han being kind of on the aggro side of mid-range, and then both CAD, and surprisingly for being a blue-red deck, I think Talzin is a tempo deck. It plays like a tempo deck, and it's fairly aggressive when it wants to be with Micah. So I think this is an indication of a healthy meta. There's always subject to change. There's certainly some powerful cards that came with set 5, and there's certainly some cards that got more powerful and are more usable now with set 5. I actually had 3 Hyperfoil Force Lightnings from before release, and I played them in my Vader deck. But
nice.
The rise of Talzin and Kylo has done good for the value of that card, I'll tell you what. And it's one of the coolest Hyperfoils, too. It's all purple and lightning and stuff.
Yeah, look,
we also have from 4 of the 5 sets as well.
Mm-hmm. That's actually a good point. And I think one of the takeaways of Galactics, too, is one thing you had was a final between 2 new leaders. And that is something that is new. And not certainly every set that Fantasy Wheel of Flight is released. But part of that probably related to the early spoil. And they did release the set very early and enough time for everybody to kind of practice and drill and do some deck building. I mean, I know that we had several hundred games of Talzin in, before the rest of this. But, it was cool seeing new decks win. I see one of our judges talking. We should probably have an update shortly.
So we had a PQ in Australia yesterday. Very, very different top 8. The finals were between a Quinlan Tarkentown and a Thrawn 4 yellow hard control deck. A surprising entry into the top 8 was a Rex Droid Manufactory.
All right.
Aggro deck, which was very good. We had a Kit Fisto Green, which was in the top 8 as well, which lost to the Kylo Tarkentown in the quarters. So yeah, we had a very, very diverse top 8 up in Brisbane. One thing I will say about the Australian meta compared to the... Okay, thanks Sim, second best Aussie. I'm going to take that personally. We have a very different meta, just like the European meta is different to the American meta. Our meta is not Inferno 5, great. I'm going to be asking for that Ewok back from Scott soon, if this continues.
You better watch out. Your face will get turned into an Ewok if you keep talking to Symbiode that way.
The meme master will meme regardless of what happens.
Continue about the actual PQ before the name tag. I was interested in what you were saying.
Look, there were no Sabines in the Brisbane PQ, which was surprising. I think there was only like 1 Kylo 5 Tarkentown and maybe a couple of Han 2 Blues. So Australians look at the meta and go, we don't like that. We're just going to play whatever the hell we want to. So that's why we have very, very strange top 8s in our meta. Our Sydney PQ is next weekend. It's probably a little bit more sweaty than the Brisbane PQ, perhaps. Melbourne is kind of a mixture in the middle there. They're a bit sweaty, but also people like to play what they want as well. But I would predict a few more Sabines, a few more Hans, definitely a few CAD Tarkentowns. So there's still going to be like some meta stuff, but it will be there'll be a diverse range of decks there.
All right. So does that mean some of us Insomniac Americans are going to have some coverage coming up of Aussie PQs? Is that what's happening?
There'll be coverage on the Bad Dispatch channel from probably about 9:30, 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time next Saturday. So that'll be your Friday evening over in America. And we may even have some spots for some guest commentators if anyone's interested.
I would love to call. I don't think I've actually done any commentary in Australia yet. I've done Italy and England and several in Sweden and Norway, but maybe we'll be able to do that.
Nice.
So we'll clean that up. We're just working through it at the moment because I think with the new point system, we would like to play in as many PQs as we possibly can until we get our 100 points for our invite, and then we can sit back and chill a little bit.
Yep, and I think that they've announced that in addition to the points that qualify you for Galactics, don't the top 32 get the plane and hotel lodgings in Vegas as well?
They should do. So I would say that wouldn't be any different for if you're from Europe or you're from Australia. Or I even saw a video this morning from Swu in the Philippines. So apparently Swu has broken into the Filipino market as well.
Yep. No, actually, I expect that Asia is going to be a growth market. I mean, you had the one Taiwan PQ last set, but there's many. Yeah. There's actually probably 10, 12 different PQs in Asia, and we'll see if they actually add a language or two.
Fun fact about that. Sorry, I was just going to say, fun fact about that Taiwan PQ. My first game in day 2 of Galactics was versus the Taiwan PQ winner that won the 5-person PQ, which was pretty.
You know, and it was good. But I mean, you got to start somewhere, and it will grow.
You do, exactly.
I mean, they got.
I just thought of out of all the people that were there, I matched into someone from Taiwan. Where he was pretty much the only guy there from Taiwan.
And I don't know, what the popularity of Star Wars is in China, but I mean, Japan has a lot of Star Wars fans. There was a Star Wars celebration in Japan. I know that Tim and Claire from McClunky were there. They were done. Oh, we just got an update from Carlos that Kylo Tarkentown by Reflex just took down the Orlando PQ. So shout out to Reflex, Andrew Cox. Good fella. We had a question from Mateus as to what decks are in the top 4. We have the graphics for it, but it was Tails in Red who took care of a Sabine ECL, and then we still have a game ongoing has gone to game 3 with Iden Data Vault and Sabine Red, and they wanted to keep them focused on the match, so they're going to play out the game 3, and then we're going to be back with the final, and who's going to win the trophy and the convention exclusive. There's a convention exclusive, the droid set with the cards. That is a great prize that Misty put up there today, and a whole lot of carbonite packs for the winner too, as well as the essential qualification with 100 points to the 2026 World.
It's a lot of prizes, really good ones.
It is a lot of prizes,
and the trophy. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I was hoping to get BK on in the Top Cup, but he had to go. Busy guy, but the store was hopping. This is actually the first time I've seen that place without the Warhammer tables up in some fashion. I've seen them move to the side before, but this time they actually had to clear the entire game floor in order to fit the people for the PQ. It shot off with around 90. Shout out to the Portland PQ. I think I forget the name of the store. It starts with a Z, but they do great pricing too. I think they went with 120, and that's the store that gives like a playmat to everybody who shows up to the PQs and a whole bunch of stuff.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I know Rebel Trader was 3-0 last I checked there. I'm a member of our team playing Kylo ECL. So if you have to play a PQ tomorrow, Clint, what are you bringing?
Look, it would be Sabine, more than likely. And I mean, look, it's just a running joke now. But it would be Sabine. But I have been dabbling in a little bit of yellow-red aggro. I like a little bit of Cal Kestis Red Force with the 25 hit points force base.
Can you send me that list? Because we have
I can send you that list.
And we love those games too. So we've been trying to work on that with Diana. So you met Diana at Worlds.
Yes, I did. Yeah. It's a great little deck. I really like about it is its ability to push the damage with 9 units that can come in ready. So you got your Cassians, your Venestras, the Falcons. Tim saying, join me with Sabine Yellow. So that's been pretty fun to play. The only thing I don't like about it is Cal is very, very squishy.
Very, the IGA axiom.
Yeah,
the IGA axiom is a rule of Star Wars Unlimited is that leaders who die to open fire struggle in competitive play.
Yeah, so the deck does have it's not my deck list, it's Chrono's deck list.
I was talking to him about it too. So then I probably have it already.
Yeah, you probably already have it. So yeah, it's not my
that thread.
I'm the first to admit I am not a deck builder. Like I will try, but then I always get like 70 or 80% there, and there's always some synergy that I miss or anything like that. So I just rely on the good graces of people who are much more talented at it than me. But he has the 4-cost Jedi Sentinels in there, which you can throw out just to protect Cal a little bit.
Right.
But if you can get Cal to stick and maintain initiative, and just attack with him straight away to exhaust, even if it's a small unit, it can snowball very, very quickly. But I think the deck needs something like snapshots or a lightsaber in it just to suit up Cal, just to make him a little bit more, squishy proof.
Right, and I think that's a challenge, and then Force Throw is tough with that too, right? Because he's vulnerable to that.
Very, but I mean, you've got Force Throw yourself in the deck to be able to use as removal as well. You're not primarily using it as a discard strategy; you're using it as a cheap removal option.
Right. I'm interested. I mean, I don't think that Cal Kestis is or is intended to be like premier constructive competitive for long term, with the stats, but it is a fun deck to play. I mean,
it's very fun to play.
Yeah,
very fun to play.
It can surprise people too. I mean, it's got game late into much bigger decks just because of Cal's ability. Being able to tap down on a unit is strong. There's a strong leader ability for sure.
There's also after looking at those Kit Fisto green decks, I think there's some ideas you can take from the Kit Fisto green decks and apply to a OB5 Red Force deck as well.
I got a Throwby deck. I actually liked Obi as much as Han Green. I mean, Han Green is maybe a little bit better overall, but it's real close. And we see Micah sat down at the table. So Micah is going to be taking on an opponent that it looks like it's Sabine. So, and I can tell you that Sabine Red is not necessarily an easier matchup for Talzin. You lose the ECL, right? And that hurts. But aggression is pretty good into Talzin. I mean, Talzin does rely on upgrades. Fallen Saber, I can tell you through 700 some games of testing, is the best card in that deck as far as win play percentage.
It's a disgusting card.
Yep, you saw how strong it was on early into Sabine that wasn't running much upgrade removal. That was really actually kind of the play of one of the games, there. And then even on that 2-3 chump on that Acolyte, did a lot of work. But aggression really answers early sabers, and it's hard built into the deck.
I'm actually
see if I can make these lists for you. I probably can't.
I'm a little surprised at the blue decks, and I'm not a blue-green villain control player, so I don't know the most efficient way to do things. But I would have thought that something like Crushing Blow would have made its way in as a 1 or 2 of for all these hero decks, or even the Talzin decks that can suit up a turn 1 unit with a saber or upgrade. Who knows? Maybe it's a card that's slightly underrated at the moment that people might start sliding in for. These Han decks, these Talzin decks. even the Kylo 5 decks, because I remember playing Guy Cohen at Galactics, and in our game 2, he managed to suit up a Migs with a fallen lightsaber and then a Witch of the Mist with 2 constructed lightsabers, and it absolutely crushed me.
Yep. No, and that's I actually just said that you can look in the KTOD Talzin thread. I mean, a lot of times just suiting up something and going at Sabine's health is the right thing to do, because oftentimes Sabine does not have any upgrade removal other than Poe on the first turn of the game or the first games, and Poe doesn't help you until there's 5 resources. And a lot of damage can be done before that.
Yeah.
All right.
In this particular matchup, I can't imagine that the red Sabine is super duper favored, because with the Talzin -1/-1 is going to remove a lot of the smaller units that the Sabine red will run, wouldn't it?
So, I mean, I think that you won't see any 1 health units.
I can't remember what 1 health unit. It's the
Xavier. I mean, it's kind of a
Muggle one.
Kind of a death sentence. But I mean, just looking through the list, let me get a visual view, and I'll send this over to Symbiode. This is the Sabine red through melee. And let me get Micah's list for you. I'll do this one too, but we can look at these lists while those guys are looking at the list. All right, I'm going to put those in the group TM with the commentators so everybody can see the 2 lists here. And then we can talk about them while they're figuring it out. During this time period now, this is when the players can actually see the list. You get a period of time to do that. You can't take any notes on paper at that point, but as soon as you put down the list, you can actually get there. Galactics, of course, ran his open deck list that way throughout the entire day 2, which was interesting, you know, due to a situation that they had.
And look, I will say that situation worked to my advantage a lot, because when I presented my deck list to my opponents, they were like, this is just a standard Sabine list. And I'm like, yes, there's no spice in it. This is what's been running for the last 4 sets now. But then, you know, I got a sneak peek at what they got, and, you know, it's stuff I did or did not have to play around. And I think that did heavily play into my favor a lot, definitely on day 2.
All right, I'm going to add you to the group chat, Clint. And then let me put this in there. I actually put the list in the one with Misty.
Yeah.
Off on my phone.
All right, so we are getting into the final here. We'll have Micah from Late Night Gaming playing Late Night Sisters, Talzin Red, versus
okay, that's spicy.
Xander playing Sabine Red, and he is off. He is playing an A-Wing into the Space Arena and answered by Secret of Sage into the Ground Arena.
Interesting that he is not playing Chaos of War.
Yeah.
I thought that would have been very, very strong into, even in the sideboard, very, very strong into this sort of diverse meta, with the Hans loading their hands, you know, these blue-green villain control decks being able to go.
Which is a problem. I do not see Micah, whether he has an assassin in hand, but he's going to need one. He's going to power the dark side to take care of the A-Wing.
Mm-hmm.
He found a Force Lighting and a Talzin Assassin, so he actually top decked what he needed. I don't think he had the card, but Talzin's Assassin will take care of that red 3.
That was a great top deck.
Yeah, he got Force Lightning with it too.
Yeah.
I mean, look, all Micah needs to keep, Xavier needs to keep doing is just keep applying pressure and try and load that space lane where he can interact with it less, where Micah can interact with it less.
All right. Okay, so Micah taps 4, plays Talzin's Assassin, kills red 3, which is a great development for Talzin. We now have Sabine. Looks like probably Wing Leader coming, which is as strong as it's always been. And that's the crack shot 2/2, I think is what that is. And we're gonna have Sabine hit base for 5, taking Talzin to 12 damage on base.
And this is the beauty of Sabine, depending on the way you build it. If you can go 2/2 on the Sabine flip and just redevelop your board, it's problematic for the opposing player, because usually with these Talzin decks, the Talzin deck has a little bit more of an advantage, because then they can -1 something and then use a piece of removal from their hand. But if you can just keep 2-for-1ing them, as in playing 2 units while they only removed 1, you get so far ahead that you will eventually just overwhelm them. And that's the line that they need to take versus Talzin.
Yep, so Force Lightning zaps Sabine in all 8 of her health, but I think uses all of the resources that Talzin had. Fried Sabine is on the menu in the finals in Madison, Wisconsin. But still, 4 damage represented in the Space Arena. Going up to 5, and protecting the Wing Leader from the Talzin ability is, I think, what that was about. Because once he got the Force...
piece that he just put on? Or Heroic Resolve?
I believe that what he put on was R2-D2. The free...
Yeah, it's R2, was it? Yep. Sorry, I'm looking on a small screen, so it's a little bit tougher for me.
Well, thanks for joining us. It's always great to have a Sabine ace when we have Sabine in the finals. We have an A-Wing played by Xavier.
And looking at the Sabine list, it's very space heavy.
Yep.
I think you'll find a lot of the green Sabine lists are also going a little bit more space heavy as well for this exact reason.
But during the break, we'll look at both of these lists. We'll be able to do that. It's able to generate them through melee. Symbiode has been making all of this happen today.
I'm just having a look now.
From the Symbiode HQ in Georgia. Late Night's next coverage, as we move forward, as the players' resource here, will be the Pastimes PQ, which is a limited PQ. All right, so we have Fleet Lieutenant hit, and we're getting in the danger zone for Talzin. I think it's going to be the Wing Leader attacking for 5. All right, so he's got to take care of something. There is a spicy out of aspect Rebel Assault in Xavier's list.
There is.
I do like that. I definitely
Force
like
throw.
that.
So he's having to self-force throw to kill the A-Wing because he knows he can't take that hit. 2 damage to base to 23.
He's got him in check here, though.
Yeah.
Yep. 4 damage to base.
What's the maths here? 1, 2... Talzin could do 5... 23...
Does he have a saber? I mean, I think he needs a lightsaber.
He does have a saber in his hand.
Okay, so he could be...
So he's representing another 5. He needs to add 1 damage, is what he needs to do.
Yeah,
I think Micah plays 1 Arm to Teeth and 1 Hot Shot. There's the saber. All right, so Talzin narrowly escapes defeat with a latent sequence upgrade. And I don't know whether Xavier had aggression that game, but I think you saw Micah playing expertly around it by not playing the upgrade towards the end of the deck. And it should be noted, both of these players are undefeated on the day. They were the last 2 undefeateds in Swiss, and they drew the last round. They did not play each other. So neither of these guys has lost a best of 3 yet today.
And that was a very close game.
It was a very close game. I mean, he was 1 action.
Yeah.
From, I suppose he needed to have any kind of pump because the Wing Leader represented 3 damage, but Talzin was almost also dead. All right, so sideboarding. And, yep, Talzin got that one. Talzin got that match. And while the players are sideboarding, is there a way we can actually look at the 2 lists up on the other screen and show kind of these 2 expert decks? We'll have lists available from the top at there. Okay, so this is Micah's Talzin deck. Are excellent cards. One thing that's not obvious is a lot of the expensive cards in the deck are there as much to throw as to play. Like, I imagine it's the case that he's thrown more Devastators than played them today. And it really can punch up, very well, and it's really effective at putting the control. One thing I do like about, the list is, I think that the biggest addition, or the big one, that I had was the Krennics. I think were good from Sip and Benton's work. Those just kind of play very, very well. But I did not understand why they weren't running the full complement of Ruthless then once you had Krennic in the play, because he actually discounts it and makes it a five cost power play that is really strong into a lot of decks, and that provides some space answers that you need. And then do we have the ability to show Xavier's list?
I was just going to say, with the Krennic, there's enough of the Night Sister cards that have win defeateds that I think there's enough of the win defeateds there just to go wide. The other thing I really like about the list and Betton's list was the one-off Hotshot Blaster for 5 from the row. If you wanted it just to spike some damage.
Yep, no, it certainly can be good. And Armed to the Teeth is in there in Smuggle. I think that you need a little bit of Smuggle just with all of the hand hate around. So those cards are two different. I have Lom Pikes in those two spots, which gives you some advantages to some things, but a little bit less reach. But Lom Pike's abilities, Flashing Shields, is also very good, and it's an effective Smuggle card. This is Xavier's list that he's been working on. He's got kind of a toolbox approach to deck building, and has had.
I was about to say, yeah.
For the sets, but things like Twice the Pride are very, very powerful in this deck. Armed to the Teeth is very, very powerful in this deck. And as you mentioned, there's sure a lot of space units, don't you think?
Yeah.
I think space is a very, very good call at the moment. I noticed Rebel Resource was commenting earlier about how Kaz and Han are just not, I think he said, not very good into the control decks. So like the Iden, we saw the top 8 match, was it the top 4 match with the Han versus the Iden, and he just couldn't get ahead. There was just no way he could get ahead because of I think he drew very poorly in that third game. He got a little bit unlucky.
I think that was probably a poor representation of that deck overall. Yeah. And everybody's got stuff. Ryan's a very accomplished yellow-red player. But he's also got a Sabine Bent. I feel pretty confident playing my Kaz Red into control decks, for the most part.
Yeah, and I think it's very good. Like my only other loss on day 2 of Galactics was to a Kaz Tarkentown, the Italian guy. Very good player. They were very close matches though.
And my list really isn't that far off of his, other than it doesn't use Tarkentown. All right, so turn 1. We have Xavier responding to Karis, which is one of the 2 best 2-drops for sure. For Talzin, you have Karis and Secret of Sage, and then there's a fairly wide gulf, and then you start arguing about which, other 2-drops you run. Krennic, I think, is actually a pretty good 2-drop too, for more 2/2 shielded. But the Karis is handled by Daring Raid Tarkentown, and he's able to play the 501st Soldier, which is a 1/3 Raid 1. Which is a good card. Unit. Yep, and it has 3 health, which you can't play 1 health units into Chaos Museum. Interestingly, Micah brought in his governors for Sabine again. So I think he's actually getting spicy today. He's probably thinking I'm going to call aggression with that. All right, if anybody of the judges, let me see if I can get an indication of what regional governor called. But on this turn, I wouldn't think he would call Fleet or Wing Leader because the 501st isn't a rebel. So what do you guys call against Sabine Red?
I don't know.
Maybe I think I call aggression. I think I just call aggression. It's the best card in the deck.
I probably would call aggression.
Yeah. I'll talk with him about the reasoning after, but
it's a little bit of a tougher decision considering he doesn't have to worry about ECL records or pose.
Right. In fact,
I
don't think Wrecker or Poe is in that list, right?
No, I don't think it is.
He curves it to 4.
Aggression's as high as he goes.
Oh, so this is what it was. I mean, that's a regional governor with an upgrade. Is that armed to the teeth? Is that what happens?
So he's
or hot
doing
shot?
7. He can do 5. I mean, he can take it out with this.
It's lightsaber.
He can take it out with this clone.
So we have regional governor with a saber beating down a soldier of the 501st.
So he would have. That would have been doing 4.
Upgrade battle.
No, it would have been just off 1. Doing the 1 damage each. So he could still wing leader here, or fleet lieutenant.
Yeah. So, I mean, I tend to think Micah had a poor hand if he's trying to do this. And he played what he could. The problem is you don't get the force, and you're going to take a bunch of damage. So he's at 18 damage on base. I mean, he's got to find an answer in a hurry. I mean, the regional governor can hit for 5. He can take care of Sabine, but you don't gain the force. That reckless gunslinger is going to be able to attack before being killed by the Talzin ability.
Yeah,
he's going to deploy right away. So, I think that's actually kind of a cool deploy right there. Instead of attacking with the regional governor and killing Sabine, he's giving him the choice. The A-wing attacks for 5 because it puts him in check. Now it's pretty dicey to just claim against Talzin with that many resources left because he doesn't know Talzin's got a full grip of cards.
I mean, he could. Ezekiel could have drawn into his rebel assault as well.
Right, Xavier.
But then you would have thought. Sorry, Xavier.
But you know those biblical name guys. They.
Yeah.
All right.
But one would have.
Kaniak says he has Cassian in the resource row. Talzin will go in and take the wing leader out, and also take out the reckless gunslinger the hard way. But Sabine hits for 3, taking him to 26, which is a tough pill to swallow. Needs to do 2 more damage. I do not think Sabine Red runs Force Cause, right?
Oh, Force Lightning.
No, there was no 4 cores in it. There's too many.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, but the Cassian's lethal. All right, so Xavier takes game 3. We have 2 players undefeated on the day. They both were undefeated through Swiss and took the intentional draw on the last round to put themselves into the top cut. It is, I believe, Micah is the 2 seed today, and Xavier is the 4 or 5. And they're coming down to the all the marbles here. On the line is a whole bunch of carbonite, a trophy with a boss showcase built into the trophy for the Battle of Trandosha, a convention exclusive, and invite to Galactics with the 100 points you earn. What did you think of that game 2 as they're getting ready? Kaniak says Xavier was the 1 seed. Okay, that makes sense.
So, the important thing against these Force decks is to keep them off the Force for at least 1 or 2 turns, because it just puts them behind. So, Xavier being able to just make the smart play of removing the Force unit turn 1 just gave him some breathing space.
At all, but I mean, as much as that lightsaber and the regional governor was able to protect a few things, the problem is you do not get the Force. No. That actually is the downside of Krennic unit too. He's really not a turn 1 play, and you don't really want to count him as that because he can be very poor if that's all you have turn 1. Because if you don't have the Force trait, you don't get Force throw, first light, and then that is a benthic 2 tubes. He's got the most tubes in the galaxy, and no ready target.
It's a game it just doesn't get played that much.
Yeah, it can do crazy things with aggression, right? Yeah, because you can benthic your leader and then attack with her twice for 10. And Micah knows to kill benthic.
Yeah,
gains the Force.
Benthic's got to go.
Yep, and R2 knows to kill the Acolyte. Does R2 scry things? I do see Rebel Assault in Xavier's hand. Let's see if that plays a role in this match as we go towards the finish.
Grand Inquisitor.
That is a Grand Inquisitor black pack, and that's a very good card right now for Micah.
Micah has a great ability to pull these fallen lightsabers, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which of all of the things, I mean, and we have Sip and Benton coming on for the masterclass for Talzin, so looking forward to that. But my biggest single gripe with their deck is without the third Fallen, because I can get behind some of these other upgrades as well, but you should be running 3 Fallen, I think.
Right.
All right. We have Grand Inquisitor for Talzin, representing a 3/4 with Raid. And look at how fast this Sabine deck was able to replace the board with the A-Wing and the Crackshot joining R2.
If Xavier can't deal with this Grand Inquisitor, though, he's going to be in for a bad time.
Right.
Because you would imagine that Micah is going to put the Fallen Lightsaber on the Inquisitor. Okay, he's going to put the Hot Shot. Maybe he's going to double up. Maybe he's going to double up with the Fallen Lightsaber as well.
He could. Which then, you get some greed, right? If Xavier has aggression, I mean, does he just attack with the A-Wing and try to bait out the second upgrade for, max greed value? Okay, he attacks with the crack shot for 2, taking Micah to 4.
It is a greedy play. No, he is.
And he's thinking about it. Micah is trying to look into Xavier's soul. Does he have aggression right now? Because if he puts that Fallen on Grand Inquisitor, that's a gigantic problem for Xavier, unless you have aggression to kill 2 upgrades and ready a unit.
I don't think I'd go for the greed play here.
I think so too. I think that discretion is probably the better play of value. He stalls by attacking, debuffing the A-Wing. And without it committed, I mean, I don't hate an attack here by Xavier. I think that attacking for 1 and scrying, he's gonna put 1 damage into the Inquisitor. R2 gives his life to Stoll.
I mean, Xavier's still got 2 actions up his hand where Micah doesn't.
Right.
I think Micah's best move would be just to play the Night Sister. Just try and That's definitely the safer play.
So the Grand Inquisitor with that attacks for 6, which is relevant.
I mean, it's nothing to sneeze at. It's a good amount.
And he's going to die to Tarkenton. He has a Karis, which is better still. But Xavier has all his resources left. Is doing 3 for a red 3. Red 3 represents 2 extra damage this turn. And I do not know that I saw a Talzin Assassin in Micah's hand. 7 damage. Yep, so it still hits for 3 because of the extra raid from red. Then he pings, and then he hits for 4 with Sabine. All right, 12 damage on Talzin's base.
Ooh, he's got the Rebel Assault.
He's had that Rebel Assault that I saw turn 2, and I'd be shocked if...
I thought he just drew into it as well.
Maybe he has... Does he have more on the board? He very well
I think he had 1 in the board as well.
Yeah, I think you bring in that against Talzin too. Talzin's so good at cleaning the board up, but I mean, with red 3 out, Sabine represents 5 with Rebel Assault, and the A-Wing represents what? 5? Yeah.
5. Yep.
He's got Karis. Karis can't kill herself. He wishes Sabine hit harder. So could use her when defeated. All right, so we have 3 for out of aspect Rebel Assault. Here we go, piling on the damage.
That's 5. That's huge. 10. Yeah.
To 22. Ouch. Representing lethal, right? Except no, the crack shot's not a heroic unit. Only heroic units get the buff.
Yeah.
From red 3. All right, so now Mike has got to find some answers. And he eventually took, I think, the safer line. We don't know for sure whether Xavier has aggression or not. He certainly could have. There's the assassin. Oh, he did find an assassin to take care of red 3, but
might be too late.
A lot of pain inflicted before that happened. Yeah, Rebel Assault plus red 3 is pretty good.
Okay, he can't even gas up the Towson with the lightsaber here.
No, I mean, he needed to kill red 3.
Yeah, exactly. And if he's got another Rebel Assault in his hand...
Oh, you guys, I could probably throw the melee link on, but we'll do that. As soon as the matchups end, I'll put the melee link in here, but I think I can actually link into our comments because I'm a moderator.
I think he just drew into the second Rebel Assault.
Yeah. I think it was the Daring Raid.
Already had it, but I mean...
Daring Raid, is it?
This is tough because Xavier has initiative and it's going to be...
Yeah, scooping it up. Well played.
All right, so
wow,
great, run by Micah, going undefeated until the final. But Xavier on Sabine Red,
that was crazy.
Wins the first Madison PQ and all of the goodies that we've been talking about that go along with it. So, what do you guys think about that final?
That was great.
That was great. I think Micah was probably a little bit surprised. Because you would imagine that that he was like, oh, Sabine, this is fine. I can just tap stuff down. But he Ezekiel is Xavier. Sorry,
you're good.
I'm still just one coffee. It's in the morning, so I'm just one coffee now.
We'll get you.
Xavier.
So when you're
kept applying the pressure.
Yep, no, absolutely. And I think you saw the out of aspect Rebel Assault, which is something that I played in my Sabine Red. Mine was actually before Set 1 releases when I was messing with Sabine Red. Once we actually had Poe and Record, then ECL made a lot more sense to me. I see BK in the chat is the owner of Misty, congratulating Xavier on the epic win. And how cool is it to see the Sabine Red player? And I mean, Xavier's been working on that deck for now 3 sets and streaming it and fine-tuning it, and I think you saw it there. He knew the lines into Talzin for sure. Probably, better than Micah, who is a great player and prepared for all kinds of matchups. But, I mean, that's a deck you really only see if you play the guy from Janesville. I've never seen anybody on Xavier's list, with all of
I did not have Sabine Red on my bingo card.
Absolutely.
Great.
All right, so I think that is wrapping up our coverage today. Thanks for everybody watching. We had about 250 people watching between channels in the finals. We appreciate. We work really hard to bring this coverage to you, and I want to shout out all of the announcers, today. Certainly Rufus and Clint, joining us here for the final. But we had Viktor, on the other end of the globe, really doing a lot of work for us today. Sea Raptor popped in for a round. Jeff Creasy, a pearl in the business and a Bothan, and maybe the only person that has a beard that competes with Rufus. Did some great work, but really grateful to all the people, and probably most of all Symbiode, who's been at the helm and producing this, throughout, and has been the birdie in our ear. And I just butter him up as much as possible so my name tag doesn't get changed to anything that's weird.
But he was kind to me and changed my name back.
Yep. Any final thoughts? Clint and Rufus, after seeing that exciting final.
This was really fun, and yeah, thank you to all the other commentators that joined us. This was a really fun event. It was really great to see such a diverse meta, and I'm very distracted right now by that trophy.
Yeah, it is a cool trophy. We'll try to get a picture up there. We'll, if anybody's listening from the start, let me type there. I'll get a picture of Xavier with it. Great guy too. Really earnest, good person, good family. I think he might have a sibling that plays. Any final words from Down Under, Clint?
Look, I mean, we all thought prior to Galactics, we all thought it was a little bit doom and gloom with Force Throw and Hantu Blue potentially taking over the meta. Obviously, that's not the case. We're still very early in the meta, and so far it's looking relatively diverse and healthy. Maybe we see a ban on Force Throw, maybe we don't. I'm very surprised not to see any Hantu Blues really popping up anywhere this weekend.
Yeah, I think Adam, one of our Hantu Blues from the team, I mean, he was in top 16. I mean, so he played well. The deck was there. I don't think one top cut, but I mean, it was there. I mean, And we had 2 red decks, so we must have had Force Throw on both decks in the final, right? Oh, wait, I mean, actually, I don't think that might have been the Sabine one. I think that the ban is getting less and less likely.
I would imagine so. I think we're gonna let it play out.
Yep, and if you look at that pie chart of what the leader representation is, I mean, yeah, there's some Force Throw decks in there, and they're playing well, and we're in a Force themed set. I mean, don't forget about that. Some cards are supposed to be good. Like Luke Skywalker has been breaking games for a lot of sets, right? But that doesn't mean that it's a card that's going to get banned, because I think it was intended to be that way. We'll see if they do anything, but I don't think that the meta seems unbalanced. This is not like Django was, where 6 of the top 8 were one deck. I mean, I think if one thing that's been proved is that there's plenty of decks that can target Han Blue and win against it consistently, and it's enough to keep it out. Han Blue is very good against Sabine, but as you see, with Han Blue maybe getting a little less representation, the one leader that made it 2 in was Sabine.
Look, it's just getting Han Blue is just getting hated out at the moment.
Right.
That's all that's happening. Is what I would imagine. And we in a 2 or 3 weeks time, we might see Han Blue make a resurgence as people, head towards control, then into aggro, and we have this paper scissors rock lizard Spock meta going on again.
And that's a good healthy meta. So, all right. I think we'll wrap this up here. Thanks everybody who joined us along the way. For the hundreds of people watching online, if you're watching on the replays, I hope this is helpful for your preparations, and good luck in all of your PQs. And if you guys listen this long, you are my hero. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the Pastimes Limited PQ, and hopefully some revolutionary coverage of that. We're working hard with the store to try to get the special aspects of Limited, the drafting and sealed builds, in a way that can be commentated and run. So, thanks everybody for joining us.
Thanks for having me.